热血青春比赛正式开始。
下期赛终于开始了，
老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下。
压上吧，青春！
这台戏上你觉得最重要的是什么？
在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要，
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，
敢接每一波，
敢接每一波才战，我们敢接每一波才战，
敢孤注一掷。
没错，就在今天。
我希望是今后的每一天。
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？
拿出你们的本事，阻止他们。
应该 we team is the best。
年轻就是要狂。
神分未定，一切皆有可能。
我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。
新的几年，看我们的！
来吧！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchballs, and I'm joined by Lyric. It feels like a little while since we got to cast together, buddy. How are you doing? Are you ready for some League of Legends, mate?
I'm ready for some legal. You know, back in the USA on the overnight time zone, so I never miss out on some League of Legends.
Yeah, I feel like you've been getting more than your fair share of League of Legends recently. I feel like you've had plenty of shifts, but we're here again, and I'll be alongside you, buddy. Don't worry about it. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday, though, to kick ourselves off. As we are, I believe, into week 2 already of the LPL. We are flying on through. It was Ultra Prime versus WE to kick us off.
Yeah, pretty solid series coming out from WE. Shanks especially was just an absolute chad in that series. His anti-engages were huge. Cube, it's been hard to tell how Cube has adjusted to the team when it's like top lane really doesn't matter, it feels like right now. But hey, in the role of being really tanky, absorbing all the damage and doing as he pleases, he's excelled.
Yeah, he certainly has. I mean, I feel like Cube has always been like a decent top laner, right? So it's exciting to see what he can do. This team of WE certainly showing some positive signs, right? Showing that this could be a team that we've got to be looking towards maybe when we're talking about playoffs. I mean, Hope, certainly an AD carry that we all know has massive potential. Shanks has been continuing to impress over the years. And look, I Wonder used to be a Janna one-trick. Now we're in an Enchanter meta. I feel like everything's coming together for WE.
Yeah, I love the fact that he even brought it out yesterday. And then we got into TES versus Snip, Photic, and Joie against the people who replaced them on Top Esports. Yeah. Always good to see. They almost got their revenge in Game 1. Sadly, weren't able to pull it through. And then here, actually, we even skipped Game 1 clips right into Game 2. They brought in Xiaolong Bao, who... You know, who knows how much they've really been scrimming with him with the fact that they have mostly just been playing Shadow, because definitely not looking anywhere near as, I guess, prepared in form than I feel like Shadow was looking in the prior games.
Yeah, NIP, I think, still showing that there's work to be done, but all things considered, they are still even on the scoreboard. You can see their score 2 and 2, but 2 quick 2-0s yesterday with WE and Top Esports taking their wins. And that brings us up to our standings, where I don't think anyone was expecting this, but right now, sitting pretty in first place is Team WE. What a moment for the old school WE fans. I never had the pillow. The production team took the pillow. Do you not remember? I asked for the pillow and they took it away from me. Do you know, that's just probably sat in someone's garage. I'd have that on my sofa. But
for anyone who doesn't understand the reference, there's a great video from 2020 Content. Munch writes the most amazing love letter in the history of love letters to Team WE. It was a tragedy. You don't have the pillow, though.
It was absolutely beautiful. Anyway, OMG versus JDG to kick ourselves off. Tied in 12th place. Then IG versus RNG tied in 9th place. And then EDG versus BLG, where the scores may not be the same. But I feel like that's going to be a banger, right? Inevitably. EDG and BLG, it's got to go to 3.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair to EDG, like, their loss is against TES, which, again, no matter your feelings on TES, they have continued to show they are going to compete with everyone. It's going to look messy. It's going to be back and forth. But yeah, it is a respectable loss to have.
It's the top esports way. It is the way that it has to be. We're going to head over to the stage, to our lineups. As you can see, OMG bringing out the squad that we all know and love. And I really want to quickly mention Shanji. So far, Shanji's played against Bin and the Shy. And so far, he has solo killed Bin and the Shy. Like, I feel like everyone comes into the split like, yeah, YSKM, he's the guy. Everyone forgot that Shanji's the OG, like,
shout out to my Fedora for getting me a discount in the coffee shop. Fedora gang, rise up.
I mean, he's going to have to go up against another top-tier top laner in 369. It's kind of fun because these are two of the teams that didn't change their rosters. Both of these teams finished top 4 in spring, but sadly, they didn't made in playoffs. OMG, of course, were on EDG side of the bracket, lost to EDG, then had to play against BLG.
How come sometimes the starts 2 hours earlier?
I'm kind of happy that we get this matchup so early into the split.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see how JDG are going to do as well, because
he looks more tired than I am.
They've played so far. It's been hit or miss, I think it's fair to say. There's a lot to be desired coming out from JDG. This is the team that came out after just dominating MSI, right? Obviously, they've not had a lot of time.
Should we do LCK after this series, guys?
Jet-lagged as well.
Or what are we feeling?
Now, but,
LCK starts in 1 hour.
They are starting to clean things up, but there's still a long way to go. And this is going to be our featured matchup with Shanji and 369 that we already mentioned.
Yeah, and you know, Munch, before the game, I was digging through the archives. And you know what the archives say is that these two, absolute monsters. You were hitting on Shanji's solo kills. 369 actually leading the league in solo kills right now. We might only be into week 2, but still a cool stat. Shanji sitting in 3rd. I believe Shanji is 3 and 369 is 5. The problem is, I don't know how many solo kills we're going to get because OMG lead the league in jungle proximity to top lane,
very
and
skippable.
OMG's is double that of JDG's. Kanavi was about like 13%. For Shanji, it's like 28. So, yeah, I hope we get some coveted solo kills in this matchup. We might be seeing quite a bit of Aki in that top lane.
Yeah, I think we may have to. And, you know, Kanavi, way back in the day, his whole thing was one gank top and then play for the rest of the map. Maybe 369 gets that patented gank up to the top side to try and get him ahead in the matchup. I will say, a lot of top lane right now is, you know, Cassante. We'll see
DK versus Sandbox is the same.
Which one gets Cassante?
DK versus Sandbox is pretty...
is a huge portion of both of these players' solo kills so far.
Well, OMG and JDG is top of the morning, like, that's for sure.
You know, if we end up with Gragas versus
DK will stomp them.
I'm not sure there's going to be many solo kills going on up on that top side. I do want to talk about the other lanes as well, though, because I feel like the mid lane
Did you watch Chelsea last split?
Because Knight very clearly on form, not surprising at all. But Cream has been having
I don't think you did, buddy.
So far, and I'm a little bit worried about the discrepancy in that matchup.
It's just always one of the ones where you have to look at the meta you're in, and, you know, that'll really define how you feel about Cream. And right now he's shown, just like in spring, hasn't touched the Annie, still didn't play Annie at all in spring split. You know, we have Nico coming in on this meta as being really the S+ tier mid laner. Cream still hasn't picked that one up yet. Doesn't really seem like it would be in his wheelhouse stylistically. So when you're already at a deficit of not playing the two most played and consensus strongest mid laners on the patch, it just kind of leaves you behind, right? And we've seen he's really had to
Rat IRL is human trash.
Pick that I think Cream is pretty solid on, especially in their last series, had some really good games, but it's not, you know, at the heights of things like his Akali, or even going back to like the Silas, maybe even back further to like his Kiana back in the day in the first split he debuted, right? So I definitely think this is the area where if you're JDG, you could look to target mid and
Daddy's
really abuse
back.
it. Unless Cream has some unexpected curveballs to show
And
us.
he brings
But it feels
no
like he almost
snacks.
never
Do you
really
watch
does.
LDL? No.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Cream's going to
Does
bring
it look
out.
like I have
think
no
a similar
life?
conversation at the
Nah, I'm
bottom side
kidding.
as well, where we've got Ruler and Missing, who are Ruler and Missing. I don't think I need to explain that any further. Whereas Able and
I woke up at 8:45 and I just stared there on my feet. I'm like, should I go to sleep?
Often we're seeing Able getting caught out of position, either in the laning, like multiple times so far in OMG games. You see in the laning phase, Able and PP
HD versus KT prediction.
away for a reset. The jungler comes in behind.
I believe in
Like
Viper.
shocked Pikachu, they die.
I believe
and I
in
feel like we've seen
Viper.
that multiple times already, and then get caught out in the late game sometimes as well. It feels like there's a lot to clean up.
Maybe there's
Yeah,
some.
and I feel like especially when you look at their last series, like against BLG, it was just BLG constantly diving bot, setting their bot lane behind in both games, and that's why they can never really find an avenue into the game. Weibo's one win was similar. It might have come later into the game, like it was around mid-game, but still starting to dive the bot.
Nice chubby banta.
Come out ahead. And, you know, people might
That
be
was
like,
my
hey,
plan.
we're being really negative on OMG, so how have OMG picked up wins? Shanji and Aki really have just been the studs on the side of OMG, in my opinion. Shanji you already hitting on earlier, but even Aki is just a player who has improved, like, split to split to split, which is really going to come in handy when Kanavi has been one of the pieces on JDG.
Did you see the Twitch
that have
ad
been a
thing?
little bit shaky
Walked
so
back
far.
so fast. It's
And I
already
have to
walked
say
back.
as well, the fact that we're being negative to OMG coming into a series against JDG says a lot about
Camaro, why did
where
JDG
our
look sloppy in the first two
expectations
series?
are of OMG now, 'cause if you,
Because,
like a
mate,
year ago,
they
our
just won
expectations
MSI.
would be that
Why should they give a shit about some best of threes
Whereas
at the beginning
now,
of the summer
I feel
split?
like they have entered that
Yeah,
kind of
it's not like they're
window. They
not
have
gonna
entered
make
that
playoffs.
Group of teams that will make it to playoffs. You fully expect this team to make it to playoffs at this stage. Expect this team to make it to playoffs at this stage, and if they don't, that will be a disappointment. So our expectations for this team have become. And I really hope that we do get a good showing against JDG. And see OMG stepping out onto the stage.
This
We'll be
created
in
confusion and
Beijing
frustration, and we apologize for
the
that.
series today.
What is that?
OMG are going to do in rather a grand arena, it has to be said.
Yeah, it is.
It's a huge stage.
I don't think Eastern teams have the mentality.
I believe,
You'd be surprised.
I believe Hysterics was saying the other day that the Xi'an Stadium is the biggest in terms
Obviously,
of
they're trying their best to win,
big
but
fans.
they are playing
But I
on
guess
very
it doesn't
limited
say, like,
practice.
who actually just has the outright biggest stadium.
I need the square footage. I want some statistics up in here, you know? This is, of course, JDG Stadium.
I think JDG's second series was still good.
JDG, their home region is Beijing.
Would you want to
As
coach his
OMG
own
step
G
out onto the
roster?
stage, and now the home team
Fuck yeah.
will step out. And as you can imagine, if
How
winning
fun would that
MSI
be?
wasn't enough, being in
Have
the
Dom
home
gas
stadium
me
as
up on
well,
stream.
the crowd are going to be with JDG today.
Oh, that, you know, getting the zoom out, I feel like this has to be the biggest stadium, right?
nordvpn logo looking kind of big.
Yeah, this looks
It's
monstrous.
definitely the biggest stage. It's definitely the biggest stage. I don't think that's how it's
I was gonna say, can you imagine if they zoomed out even more and the stage is like 4 times the size of like the audience seats?
This is actually a crop right now. We're really zoomed in currently. Yeah, I will
Official
say
stream
that, I think
crashed?
Out of the stadium was my favorite.
Alright.
With all of the like kind of Xi'an architecture in LED.
That's feeding my career, guys.
Cool. But this one is
Other streams crashing.
I feel like this is like classic esports stage cool, you know, like all the lights. It's like a RGB keyboard, but a stage.
Yeah. That's actually a great way of putting it. This one feels more like grandiose, and like that's how it's cool. So the WE one is definitely the most like aesthetically pleasing, and you even get it.
Damn, Kali Cutie.
In the onto the Rift screen, right? Because anytime we're in any of these arenas, you get kind of the different backdrop, right? When we get onto Summoner's Rift, and even WE's is kind of just the most aesthetically cool in that way. Sorry, NIP and LNG. I believe those are the other teams with stadiums, but I feel like I'm forgetting one. I must be forgetting one, Munch.
Yeah, it's JDG, LNG, WE, and V5. Sorry, NIP.
I guess I'm not
maybe
forgetting one. I'm
V5
just not
is
counting
what
the
you're
Shanghai
thinking
Stadium.
of.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, true. The Shanghai one, which is everyone's stadium. That's the home stadium for everyone. And speaking of home, it's Homie stepping out onto the stage alongside JDG. And we'll see how the two teams are going to draft, honestly, today, because I do feel like obviously meta has been reasonably stale coming into the year. Mid lane's changed up a little bit, but generally speaking, the overall way League of Legends has been played
Good morning,
is not
good morning.
dramatically different to what we saw in spring. However, I feel like these are the two teams that, if they're going to bring something wacky out, like, I can imagine Knight going for crazy picks. I can imagine Kanavi going for crazy picks. Same for, like, Cream. I would love to see Cream just say, look, I know Assassins aren't that great right now.
Cash rules everything around me,
you know,
Cream.
Like, I feel like Lethality's in a good spot.
Get
Why
that
not bring out the
dollar bill, yo.
And I kind of want to take a step back and go back to the jungle role especially, because it'd be great if Cream ends up doing that.
I woke up on the south side.
Really where both these teams have been diverse. Both Aki and Kanavi have played a different champion in every game they've played so far. And JDG take it a bit further. Well, right, draft is pretty formulaic right now. Usually it's like, you know, one of the OP picks, which let's say is like Cassante or Nico, and then you'll go for a jungler and then one of your bot laners usually. JDG have drafted bot jungle in the second phase of draft every single time. They have not,
should I stream on YouTube, guys?
Their jungle at all, completely breaking, again, what has just been the formula.
You're watching us here today? Yes!
So I think when you do things like that, it definitely opens you up to be able to bring out more of the unique
Maybe
hits,
I should move
like
to
the
YouTube,
elites, like
guys.
the Nocturne that he's leaned on. But hell, Aki's shown he's willing
What
to
happened
bring out
to
the poppies. And we
Dom?
know Aki from
I don't know what
past
happened to
metas,
Dom. Dom
that
is
he
probably
one
not
of these
awake, man.
junglers who
What hour
very
do we
much
have
like
right now in
SOFM,
Texas?
like bring out
Let's
a
check the
Zed
hour.
jungler or just
Hour
do
in
something a little
Texas.
bit off kilter. So that's definitely where I think the most fun from pick ban
2 a.m.
come from.
Great.
We'll see if the jungle picks do get wacky. But until then, we'll be looking at the beautiful faces of our players, JDG.
Dom fell off with his missing OMG games.
Rightly so. Like,
that is actually true.
I do think that the JDG games that we have seen so far, while it's not been, you know, perfect, clean victories every time, I don't think anyone is like watching these games from JDG and being like, this is a worrying trend. You know, this isn't, you know, NA players being stuck in Diamond at Worlds. This is the MSI champion stepping into the split, having to start straight off of the bat.
It's okay, we cannibalize all the viewers.
And I feel like
welcome, Dom enjoyers. I can put a picture of Dom so you guys feel at home. Let me find something.
To be fair to Weibo, looked really good in that series as well. But then the series against LNG, I feel like we got to see some of the JDG strength that we witnessed at MSI, and it did feel like a different team to me than what we saw in the Weibo series.
Yeah, and I feel you got to see the different sides of JDG. You got game one where they bring out the Elise, and you have the, like, you know, pub stomp. Everyone's like winning their lanes. Kanavi's able to freely invade, and they just mount a massive gold lead so early into the game. And then game three, which they had control of the whole time, but LNG made it hard for them. LNG were really pushing them. They weren't able to just freely start breaking down the base. So you got to see a JDG that also had to be able to problem solve with some of their map play when they don't have as big of a lead as they typically are able to find. So it's kind of nice that we've already gotten both sides of what JDG is able to do. And now I think a large part of this matchup, as we said, for OMG and all their losses so far, it's been their bot lane getting absolutely just destroyed. You're going up against Ruler and missing. You know, if JDG can actually bring Kanavi down to that bot side, it really feels like that's what the MSI champions need to take a decisive victory here today.
We'll have to see, as Aphelios has been banned from Abel. What's he going to play now?
I don't know.
As far as I knew, that's the only champion he's willing to play. He's got
All right,
5
ladies and
games with
gentlemen,
Aphelios
we've got
so far
JDG
this
versus
split,
OMG.
and nothing else. So huge target ban going out.
Jace is out. Samalka Price down.
Yeah.
Kisata
And
is
now
out.
Zeri being left open, no Yuumi on the table, so I'm interested to see if JDG are still just going to end up going towards it. It's
What
still
region
an
plays the
incredibly
players the most?
powerful pick
LPL.
regardless. But for now, still going over some other options. The Nico, another one. But when you're up against OMG, you really don't need to prioritize first picking that Nico, since they still have shown that they haven't played it.
I feel like the Rakan is
The
basically
Rakan first pick.
if
Of a
we say
Zaya, of a
you're going to say
Zeri.
like Jinx Lulu, right? I feel like it is the answer. And then what do you pair with the Zeri? Whereas the Rakan,
Please,
you can
Abel.
still kind of
Show the world
go
that
in
there's
different directions,
more
but it
stuff
does
going on.
Also fit that dominate bot lane
It's
style.
also
right?
what I like
You're
about the
looking for
Rakan first
Rakan and
pick
Kanavi
is
gonna
that
come down to the bottom
Vibe
side,
Prio
like,
is also very high in this
having
spot.
that dive can be fantastic. I will say Zeri does quite well into Rakanas. The Nico.
There's Vibe
first
Prio
pick
as well.
here. Cream playing to
We're gonna
this
see
meta.
Vi,
This is his
Zaya,
first
2-3.
Nico game.
Yeah, and that's why I'm curious to see if it actually does end up in the hands of
You have
Green,
the option to
or if
receive one
OMG have
LPL
some kind
jersey,
of
which
other
one you pick,
shenanigans under the belt, right?
Ruler.
We still haven't seen Nico in the jungle. I kind of gave up hope on seeing that. That's still a possibility. Honestly, it might even be a higher chance that Shanji ends up on the pick than Cream in my mind, but we're gonna have to wait and see as they do end up locking in the Zeri, knowing they don't have to care about like Zeri Lulu now because support has already been locked in for the side of JDG. So you'd expect the Vi to come out now, and then maybe you also go towards the Annie and just save your AD carry towards second rotation. But, that could leave you getting quite pinched as Jinx, Xayah really being the only, like, meta.
Can you react with Xayah before you get your neck broken by Nico?
Here for Lulu AD carry on side of JDG.
Playing Vi into Nico's suicide is not why.
What's Zeri gonna do now? No supports
You're
left.
CC immune.
Lulu has auto attacks. You can build AD items.
We have a Lulu on 3. Lulu on 3 o'clock.
Can actually be the answer. Locked in alongside the Rakan. I'm sure everyone at home is incredibly surprised.
Did you guys know the patch? Yes and yeah.
Yeah, Ruler. That is solid.
Oh,
series
okay.
last night,
I like
but
this.
do
I like
remember
this.
one completely misclicked ultimate in my mind. Hopefully, Ruler
I like
won't get
this.
any more of those today.
I think it's better than to drop jungle.
Just leaving support towards second rotation, just being more afraid of
Damn,
being
he's
pushed
yawning.
into the second tier of their jungle pool, which kind of surprised me after all the praise I was giving Aki and him being willing to show different looks, but clearly
Ari's
valuing
out.
being able to get some heavy set engage with their team composition, make sure Nico can be
They'll
able to
ban Ari, Annie.
that damage down.
Yeah, definitely.
OMG
feels
definitely
like a
ahead now.
really
I think it
solid
depends on
OMG, right, where
how you evaluate
especially
Nico.
if they've grouped up, like Wukong goes in, the Pot Blossoms in, Zeri just blasting lightning across that whole team as well. Like, I really like the team fight so far from OMG. Similar thing can be said from JDG though, right? Xayah, Rakan, Vi, certainly a lot of ability to
watch LCK later? Yeah, we do.
To finish team fights too. Mid lane is taken off the board though. They got
We will
the Nico
pivot to
already for
LCK.
themselves. Ari and Syndra banned away by the likes of OMG. We'll see where Knight will go next, but Shanji gets his Rumble respect banned from the top lane once again.
And I'm really curious to see where OMG go here with support, just because we again these days really don't see Zeri paired with anything else. You always could just
369
throw,
Gwen,
generic a Nautilus or whatever alongside her and just have her farm up. That's why I'm curious to see if they would end up going for the Scion here, just trying to make sure they have even more engage to be able to get fights going on their own terms, especially because we know 369 this split has really liked leaning heavily on just being that front line. It seems like that's JDG's read of the meta, not drifting too far out, despite the fact that 369 does have one game on the Jack.
369 is so good.
What JDG have been going for much better this split.
So
I would love to
he
see
makes people pick Scion on 4.
Janna or the Karma down in the bottom side. We have seen a Karma support this split already. Whether or not you want to play that with a Zeri, we'll have to wait and
I'm
see.
surprised that they prioritize Cinderban over Annie Ban, but it is Knight. But Knight is Annie. Like, look at the color scheme, guys. Look at the color scheme.
So JDG very
Red.
much sticking to the stock and standard. Wait a second. Is it Nico support? Could it be Nico support? Lyric?
I think, honestly, the 4-5 just wins the game, honestly.
Would have honestly been
I think
like
JDG's 4-5 is
actually pulling out
a bit too good, guys.
I'm kind of mind blown.
I think JDG's 4-5 is
of him coming into this matchup is like, hey, you really
monstrous.
aren't playing the meta picks, but now
Quote,
he does.
if Camille
OMG,
thick,
solid composition. We get
she's
an Alistar for
really
the
thick.
second time this split, already having one come out
You
earlier
guys
on.
got me so early in the morning.
These drops just tell us we're gonna get huge 5v5s, right? Neither team really
That I
indexing
will
into like poke, which we've seen a few times over the past days.
not reject
More heavily
the
into
degeneracy.
pick. Sure, there's pick
I will
elements in
embrace
both
it.
compositions. I think more heavily in favor of JDG with things like the Vi and the Annie.
Right, you guys want the
But
full
both
experience?
definitely
So,
wanting to
okay, I'm
set up
Cadle
their
now.
AD carries to be these big powerhouses.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I feel like both supports kind of very similar in the way they want to play out the lane as well.
Shit, that's all that came
kind
out.
of got slippery knock-up support versus
Is it think?
tanky knock-up support, where both of them going to go in. Both of them have a very similar knock-up
Right, let me
ability
think.
ultimately. But then Rakan wants to dash back out again, whereas Alistair just wants to
have the same meta
and cause a ruckus.
We have the same meta.
See how this one goes down the bottom lane. Here. Abel and PP God kind of need to step up a bit after what we've been seeing so far this split. The Aphelios taken away from Abel. PP God bringing out an Alistair, which is not something I don't think anyone was expecting to see today. We'll see how
What are we saying?
Ruler and missing on. I mean,
What are we
Xayah
saying?
Rakan, it's not exactly an untested duo. We'll see
The
if this area
Heat
is gonna work
has
out
been
again.
playing some good basketball.
Yeah, we know. Alice.
I've been playing some. The Heat has been playing some good basketball.
The advantage that we were saying would be their
OMG is the best team in the world.
And really just get ahead early on. So JDG find a lead. Their macro went ahead is just superb to watch, and they can just snowball a game out of control.
I don't know what on earth is going on with that one skin, man. His
I don't either.
Looks weird. It's a strange skin. I feel like I'm finally becoming the boomer that everyone's always told me I am, where I don't even know the names of the skins anymore.
Nah, blood.
I've lost track of.
Are we gonna hear this bell during a pause?
I used to love that stuff, but I just don't even look anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, they cut him out.
I feel bad saying this because like, I can't remember the name of the skin line, but I remember looking at one of the recently released skin lines and actually being surprisingly impressed. Because I've kind of been like you, where I've looked at a lot of the newer skins and I'm like, oh, this is kind of weird. This is all right, but you know, there's still some hidden gems out there, even if I couldn't tell you which ones. I have no idea. I
feel like Ink Shadow's like,
as you can tell, I don't really fully agree with any of these, actually. Only really agree with the affiliates cost sharing thing, and that thing is. As you can tell, I don't eating. I was think of this situation.
To his own things, he's like, man alive, this guy's an idiot. The worst part about this video of his thoughts were, as usual, his actual thoughts don't seem to be what he's communicating because his mouth moves faster than his brain does, and then he's sort of catching up. It's why you can even see him sort of react to his own things. He's like, oh no, what are you saying, mouth? Like, wait a minute, is that mouth or brain that's talking now? Basically, he said the quiet part out loud, didn't he? Like, the main leverage is, yeah, we'll go to the hilt and we will not play until you meet our demands or you come back to the table and make a deal that we're willing to do. He's just gone ahead and admitted, like, they don't really care about Academy. Spoiler, pretty sure I told you that because I've known pros for years.
You gave away your leverage, the only leverage you had is labor. If the only leverage I had, if the only, like, turning point in the negotiation is the threat of, like, exterminating the LCS for summer split and canceling it, then I don't even, like, I wouldn't even want there to be negotiations. Because that's so crazy. Like, 50 people will literally not have a job. All the LCS orgs
I don't know.
Have,
like Double F is too funny.
And the coaches, sorry, yeah, everyone. Like, we just will not have a job. That's crazy. Like, I don't think anyone wants that to be.
Double F is too funny. I listen to this every time.
Also, he gets annoyed at the idea, like, well, everyone could lose their job because they're not going to get paid if there's no split. And if there's no worlds, you're not going to activate those bonuses in your contract, all that incentive package you argued for because you're the biggest name. By the way, you know what I said, $170 million paid out to players in franchising. How many millions do you think is Double Lift? How many thinks Bjergsen? Exactly. You think they really care about some academy? He says there they don't care about the academy.
I think most LCS players really like Philip, believe in him, and that's why we took a stand with him. Like, we show solidarity, and like the leader behind everything, behind the walkout, behind like the meeting is Philip.
Like, what happened is what he said there. They all went there and they thought, whatever, I'll turn up, see what it is. And old Philip here ran with his slick talk, got to them, hyped them up like, this is your moment, this is Dead Poets Society, this is your Rosa Parks moment, you're going to change history, you're going to be the greatest heroes. He gave them some fucking rousing speech, and next thing you know, they're like, yeah, we should do that. Not thinking like, wait a minute, this is actually our jobs that are at risk now, wait a minute, this is our money, wait a minute. What happens actually if Riot, who owns the whole IP to the game, even says we can just never play? Exactly, you haven't thought any of it through. And so once you actually realise, wait a minute, this could fuck up marker on the marker raid. I'm doing it all for Mash Me in the academy over there. Like, yeah, people stop really caring, don't they?
I feel like it's
hey, thank you.
Where the splash art does look a significant amount cooler than they do on the Rift. Still solid.
Thank you. Want to cook a series from today? We have JDG vs OMG.
But think of the technology, Larry. Think about what they could do with this concept
or
now.
We have some LCK. LCK opening game. Maybe we do an LCK game. If OMG lose, I'm not doing it. Okay. How about a LCK game? We advertise Yamato Cannon, LCK co-streamer. Woo!
Aki, he's on a wild one. He started chickens today.
Thorin gotta be the biggest cut in esports. You say that based on who?
So that camp is able to come up.
You say that based off what?
More efficient in terms of his clear.
I don't know. The insults towards Torin is always like, this guy does not know nothing. It's probably like some opinion they got from some different personality.
OMG, for Abel and PB, they shouldn't have too much pressure early on, even though
I think Thorin's pretty based.
Some of that early wave.
Not the greatest trade ever for Shanji, but considering he was level 1, that's actually a much more even trade than I feel it should have been. As 369 just trying to push his advantage. Might look to crash that wave, but wants to make sure he has a ward down first. Doesn't want to get caught out.
Alright. A little path into top. This is a pretty stale bot lane matchup, honestly.
On JDG. This is not an anime. It's not that kind of previously. But JDG, when they were playing...
Yeah, but that's the thing, Tanky. I think it's crazy that we live in a world where that needs to be said. That we don't agree with everything a person has ever said. Because I can't possibly know everything a person has ever said. There's not a single person that I don't agree with my girlfriend on everything. I don't agree with anyone on the planet on everything.
As well as the fact that Kanavi, I think, has been overall less oriented to ganking his lanes in the first 2.
Yeah, like sure, like he can be abrasive about his delivery, but that's just like his personality. Ooh, that's just like his personality and his branding, and it works well, you know, it sells.
He's just been rinsed.
Yeah, Ruler.
Damn. Oh no, it's the JDG 2v2 top side. Here we go. Deadly combination, boy. Wait, Sanji snapped the Q a bit too soon.
They got a flash, although Kanavi re-engages. They're still going for this one. Kanavi's in the mix, flashes out himself. The flash forward from Shanji. They're both low, but 369 doesn't have much kill.
Nah, blood, your model is gonna win the game. Oh!
4 flashes in the top lane. And now Knight.
Mate, Sanji on Sion is not Krispy Kreme.
Knight has to back away.
My goodness, bot lane action into top lane action into missing, roaming towards the mid lane. I don't even know how to go over the state of the map after this because summoners blowed everywhere, right? Both top and jungle losing enough flash as we saw.
Yeah,
his summoners aggressively.
If you say, oh, Thorin's delivery can be abrasive, yeah, it's okay.
But I love it.
I think it's weird when people try to claim, you know, Thorin is still relevant. What the fuck? He's an idiot. It's like, come on, man.
As you can see, missing.
Come on.
Wanting to angle and rule.
Nah, what is that? Abel. Clean flash from Ruler. Ruler. Crispy flash from Ruler. I love it. I think here though PP God needs to walk and Q to play it better. Are you still with Live Sandbox? For LCK I am.
The bottom side in favor of OMG. And the longsword situation is still actually even, so could be 2v2able. The only issue is you are Zeri and Alistair very early on in the game. I don't know how good that
Sexist?
I don't know if I've ever seen
Well, is Thorin sexist?
Alongside Zeri. It doesn't even like sound like it makes sense to
I haven't heard anything that is sexist from
I'm
Thorin.
on the same page with you, but it might also just be because of how long we've only had like Zeri with Yuumi, you know, Jinx.
Wait,
Felios
that's not
with
a Lulu.
Yeah, like just for so long now, but at least you're gonna have incredible power later on. I feel like OMG should.
He's weirdly obsessed with Frankie Ward. Did you watch the last video?
Ornaments, because like the orn items always can be the thing that kind of tilts that into your favor. But
did you watch his
getting ahead on the scaling games
dissertation on it?
Very early on.
Yep, great stuff from JDG, finding lane advantages in the bottom side, leading to a Drake. And also
yeah, so how about you don't?
Going real deep on this one to protect Kanavi while he steals away.
It's like Richard Lewis has made a video on the topic too.
One here is missing. We'll return to that bottom lane once again. But it's so hard for
but it's always the same, right? It's like I can see the clear line of logic. It's like often it's like the hate that is directed. Well, that's like the criticism that is directed against Thorin often that I receive in chat is often like pretty like clueless. JDG is a bit too good.
As Kanavi comes in and makes it into a kill.
Oh.
Cream is here. He's pretending to be a monkey, but it is in fact monkey business. It's a Pop Blossom onto 2. The root is there. Kanavi underneath the tower, but he's not tanking. Gets a shield and actually walks away.
I think it's a weird take to say that Thorin is sexist.
No, Kanavi queues
Like,
out.
he has lifted up a lot of female people in the scene.
Down to 369, call the Forge God.
Ult for ult. Brittle procced. It's a wet noodle fight and a half in the top side.
You know, I quickly realized, like,
I think there's just a line where it's like, if someone receives...
This is Sion versus Oran. This is not escalating any further, but you know what? We can dream.
Yeah, that's fine, Casper. It's like, okay. There's people that can't stand listening to me, right? And that's okay. I think Kagami kept up well, so well in terms of XP. And this situation on bot, it's like, Knight just won the whole game with what he did. He broke the whole bot lane. Auditioning with the kill, it's looking very rough. They get the first Drake. JDG are on so good time to do anything. There's only like a slight window here for OMG to maybe do Drake, but... I mean, Rift Herald, but... Even that, it's like they have no Cyanol, no Nico ult. This is bubblicious, delicious, man. Ruler's just snapping and snapping.
Like, look, I know we came into the game and said, Ruler are missing, look real good at the 2v2, Abel and PP got struggling. I didn't expect him to just be outright gapped.
Did you see that if you die in D4 you can get Megan Fox to tell you fucking suck? Really?
In the first week of play we've had.
There's no way you're serious.
You can see Kanavi wanting to hang around. His ult is almost up. Looks like it's about 11 seconds away. So Abel knowing he has to back off. And hell, even if PP God comes here, I think the dive is still possible. He's only level 4. You don't have ults coming out for the bot laners just yet.
Just imagine being able here. Look at the scoreboard. You're 35 CS down, and this many minions are dying to the tower. Like, there's just no recourse. There's nothing you can do. OMG just sending everyone to the top side here to fight for a Herald instead, as Cream is recalling in the... I'm so confused. Wait, can you get your clone to recall now? I did not even know that was a thing. Cream.
Alright. Yeah, but Zaya is completely bit connecting here on the bot, like, just FF the game, guys. It's like, we should take Herald to get potentially two platings. And Ruler takes the whole, takes the whole base. I keep hearing the coffin dance in my head. The death of JDG was greatly exaggerated, guys, because this game is over.
So all of this being on the bot lane, Ruler's gonna only get further ahead, taking this turret down. First brick gold over to the side of JDG.
Well, I don't want to call it too soon, but this... no, I'm kidding. Tibbers comes out, double knock up to follow
Boom.
it up, and here comes
Boom.
by.
Yeah, Vice is great into Nico, by the way.
I think will escape with his life, but
OMG reverse sweep this in the game.
3 ultimates used, but a kill take.
They don't have enough juice. Like, the comp is not OMG enough for them to OMG them.
Still just dominating in that, but this has not only been like dominant, but they've just purely been in control. Really no missteps.
This one is Fuked.
I'm wondering how OMG's ever going to find an opportunity to drop this Rift Herald. They might even have to wait until JDG just initiate a
It's okay, guys. LPL is live on Twitch. This is the stream that is live.
This might just be an easy one for JDG to go for, because Ruler, with all of that gold, already having his first item done by picking up that Kraken Slayer.
What if, like, I hire Hackermans? And they just, like, they just kill the competition.
But, you know, I was freaking out at 1,500. He got a tower since that point. Like, he's about 2,000 gold.
Just, a Hackerman, just XDDs, sends so much XDDs in Kato's chat, so his stream dies. And then, like, a Hackerman that will just on our dominate stream will just like tune into the voice comms and just say things that are so frustrating for Dom to hear. Like, I agreed to the walkout, but I didn't agree to actually risk my job. I don't think that's good for anyone. 50 players are gonna lose their job.
More gold, especially on this patch in this meta, where it feels like there's two things that matter. Who has the
Double if senses it.
and then who has the AD carry that does more DPS? Sign?
Oh. Oh. 369 with on. Sanji. Aki's outie. 369 creating a little bit of a inconvenience here for JDG. I don't think he needed the posture. All was good.
Looks like OMG get away with it. It's a good little dive coming out from them.
Why is McDonald's so disgusting but at the same time delicious? Do you guys know what I mean? Alright, able? Are you able to sense this? Damn! Damn! That was a combination. They've stuffed the food with so much sugar and fat. It's just... I just knew the Jab costume. Really like you work on Fnatic and Lady LC. Thank you very much, Persin. Thank you.
I sadly didn't have enough time to scan through the other 3 lanes, but that bot lane gap has done wonders for JDG.
I like those apple pies.
The funny thing is, he's not even got a kill.
Oh, the shield.
Double recall cancel. Shanji managing to find magic.
I don't know about the DPM here. Do we have enough DPM here? They really believed in the Kraken Slayer. I have Kraken! Release the Kraken! But then they were like, oh shit, actually, Kraken's just not the same.
3,000 gold lead without a single kill for Ruler. That is just completely bonkers.
Yeah, it just shows the amount of control.
Do you like flat peaches?
Also, again, how much attention JDG were
like, flat peaches is the shit, man.
Even if it didn't turn into too many kills.
Never once in my life bought anything from McDonald's. I wouldn't know. Bro, that's like...
Was quite impressive.
That is rare, man.
Hasn't really had an impact in this game.
That is rare.
Honestly, even the fact
that is like...
kind of like keep up in laning phase and not look totally out of sorts on the Nico so far has.
You should put that in your Tinder profile. That's like you're keeping your McDonald's virginity like that, man.
Hitting on the combo in draft, right? Like Shanji opening up Cyclone into the.
Did you see upcoming patch notes? No. Do you prefer the new Mythic system or the old system? I prefer old system.
Going for ganks and really keeping OMG spread out.
That's borderline sad. I wasn't serious. But what part is that? Okay. Zayas here, there's no Zeri. Here comes Ruler. Get the root. Gets the DPM. Kraken Slayer damage.
A double kill for 369, which means Ruler
thank you very much.
Still doesn't have a kill.
OMG, at least, you know what I like about OMG the most? When they are losing the game, they lose the game fast. They lose the game fast.
I could get while trying to stick around and maybe try to collapse on the Vi. But 369 coming in right.
How about we don't pick Sion away?
Free time with that turret in the top side. Ruler just going to keep hammering home on this turret in mid lane. JDG have a really nice vision line across the whole map. As we're going to see here, Knight getting caught out, walks into Fog of War.
Yeah, honestly, I think McDonald's is a big nostalgia thing. Like in Sweden, we have sewing class, okay, where you just sew, okay. I had sewing class, right, and this was in 3rd grade. And then I got distracted and I sew into I was on a sewing machine and then the needle penetrated my finger 4 times. Dish, 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 dish. Then I pulled it out. And I had this needle in my hand, okay? So I'm sitting there, I'm bleeding like this. I'm like full on adrenaline. I'm fucking bleeding from my hand, okay? I'm just sitting like this. And then my mother picks me up, and then when I see my mother, I just start fucking crying, dude. Like before I wasn't crying at all, but then when I saw my mom, I just started crying. Just the fucking the alarm bell, just you know, like an alarm clock. You know, just an alarm clock. And then I had to wait. I had to wait for 4 hours for them to pull out this fucking needle out of my hand. And the most fucked up thing is, it's like through my finger, the thread, it was like looped into my inside of my finger, like through and through like this, you know. And after, so basically, in order they needed to give me anesthesia. So they gave me anesthesia, but local anesthesia, where they basically like penetrated 3 needles in the palm of my hand. So my hand's asleep, and it's like after being there in they did the surgery, whatever you want to call it. They pulled it out. I lost my nail, and let's just take a look at this fight, and then I'll continue. I think Ruler's a bit too strong. He's a level 11, by the way. Okay. Holy. Here comes Annie. Prom Queen Annie. It's all over. Boom. Bro, this is almost perfect game, by the way. Do you think OMG need a speech? OMG need a life raft. Rural Kraken Gale Force? Yeah, it's been very common. People buy Kraken first. In the LPL. But I think 13-11 makes Kraken a lot better, so.
Gonna see here. It's Abel still doesn't have flash up, so JDG go roaring in. Abel thinks he's escaped, but Knight, like you said, on that flank is going to be huge. And then Ruler with the ult.
That's a huge 369 Ornhorn.
And then PP got tries to
then a Knight long curved, long curve on the flank. I like that. Is Kraken not a mythic anymore? No, it's not.
All right, well, OMG on the struggle bus. But you know what? I'm not talking about that, lyric. I don't want to talk about bad things with OMG because I feel like that's all I've done so far today.
Boom.
I want to talk about good things with JDG because you know what? We came in and we were like, look, JDG got railed by Weibo and it didn't look pretty.
Guys, do we transition into a LCK stream? Do you guys think that this is going to be just a clean wipeout from JDG? Because this is a turbo stomp.
They look good. They look real good. Pretty much lane dipping.
So basically, the reason I brought up that sewing story, right? I brought up that sewing story because
this team, I don't know if I want to say back to full power.
After 6 hours of pain, I got a Happy Meal. And then it turned into a great fucking day.
Playing like you expect them to play when you look at the names on the list.
What's the LCK match? We have KT versus Hanwha Live.
Sanji just can't get close. There's a route as well. Forced to flash out. And Knight waiting in the wings. He wants a flank for himself. He's been spotted on a ward though. As he moves over to the mid lane and sends out the minions. Have been doing a lot of work in the meantime. And the mid tower will go down.
Yeah, JDG just gonna be able to keep him momentum. Going back to what you were saying.
Do a Gamba, LCK or LPL, and then how is that a Gamba? And then I just flip a coin.
They can have a lot of different looks because in regular season it was mostly about just finding these leads through.
I can do a poll.
Opens up and allows Kanavi to play really in the enemy jungle space. Steal
Let the people vote.
And then again, they're macro and they're ahead.
He means a poll.
They're snowballing.
Yeah, but what's the fun in not making fun of him?
And that's when, going into playoffs and then in MSI where it felt like they had to diversify a little bit. You weren't always going to find those leads, but nice to see them able to do it once again once we are back into the regular
So sad. Ruler is so far ahead that his BT...
I'm a bit surprised that we're actually getting a replay.
That BT doesn't even have
back off in the end.
Yeah, we get to
that much 80 for him, because he's level 12.
The top side is Ruler just dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodging everything that comes his way.
Sucks.
And didn't even have to flash. Use the Feather Storm, then use the Gale Force. Still has that flash available. Gale Force will be back up. Feather Storm, I imagine, is back up as well. There's OMG now. 4 players and a minion trying to defend in the mid lane. 369 though, just going to walk into them. This might be a little bit much. He is going to be knocked up, but the minion wave protects him. Abel can't auto-attack through that as the ult comes across the team. Cream trying to assassinate Ruler, but he just loses the 1v1 as the rest of the team straight into the meat grinder. Abel's still alive for now, but
yeah, but BT AD scales with your levels. So his gold is not keeping up with his experience.
Who says he needs a carry to carry?
Yeah, insane performance coming out so far. And I just want to remind everyone.
Rephrase your question, Koza, and then I will answer you.
Found a lead and just completely dominating.
If you're literally asking me to bet it, I will not say.
15-1.
Yeah, I mean, like
if you just ask me to predict, then that would be different.
That is saying something special.
Would you itemize differently considering how far he is ahead?
Feels unstoppable.
Nah.
Feels undeniable. As they will finish this game out, Cream just desperately trying to survive on the fountain. Ruler's having none of it.
Well,
oh no, he's having a bit of it.
With very limited information, I think KT and Damon's gonna win.
And the Nexus will fall 16 to 1, Lyric. 16 to 1.
Yeah, honestly, insane. And we say this all the time.
How easy was that, man?
In a matchup with top teams, like, these types of games can't just happen, right? You can't just have a team, they find a lead, and then since they're both good, you can just end up rolling over the other one. It's not really saying...
Thing is, 369 as well, he just gave away a free kill.
Problem for OMG is, again,
I think it's time to delete him. Can you react to patch notes? I will do it later. I haven't really woken up yet. I might just grab some breakfast. 1 second match. So now the question is, should we watch KT Hama live?
When it came to like lane phase and just playing as a duo, bot lane meta really hasn't changed all that much. It's really the one place that hasn't even
OMG believers rise up.
Pick there. So yeah, I'm just a bit surprised for OMG, but just pleasantly surprised with JDG that
$1, then $5, $10, $50, 100. All of it's green currency, except for the last 100. That's USD. Okay? You can stop at any point, but if you keep going up, you risk everything. Okay? Alright. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. How much gold does a plate give?
Come on, mate.
175.
Woo!
Yep. Okay. You want to go up?
I'll take the $1.
Alright, dude, nice.
No way.
Nice. Alright, $1.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Nice. Respect.
Oh, don't want to play? Okay. 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 Oh.
Can you do it together?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
같이 하셔도 돼요.
Alright, you translate?
그러면은 이쪽으로 오시고, 네, 이쪽으로 오시고, 제가 이렇게 하면 제가 이제 번역을 해드릴.
Oh, the aliens became so shy when there's girls on the screen.
Okay. So you already explained it, right?
Yeah.
All right. So they already know all the rules. Twitch chat. Okay. How much gold does a kill give?
킬 하나에 골드가 얼마나 들어오나요?
That depends on so many factors.
Yeah. Okay.
그게 1,000원이에요. 이제 거기서 이제 1,000원짜리는 맞추셨으니까 다음 단계로 도전?
그러다 단가다. 도전? 네, 도전.
Up. Okay. 5,000. Okay. Ready? Okay. How much global EXP does Baron give?
Oh shit. They're done. Bro, I don't even know the number. 600?
전화 찬스. 죄송해요. 힌트 없어, 힌트.
Can you give them a hint?
A hint?
힌트하고 4,000원.
Okay. Okay. Between 500 and 800.
500에서 800 사이에요.
600? 나도 600. 600?
600.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, they're done. Okay.
Right?
Yeah, they're done. Okay.
Give them money.
Nice. Okay. GG. Alright.
That was a good time, actually.
Nice.
That's very fucking funny.
That wasn't bad.
What a good stream.
Oh my god. Alright. That was pretty good. They had really good energy.
Future, you left them right.
Okay. That's fine.
Very cool.
Is it the same as the GL stream?
Never Lucky 13. Much love to you, Mark.
It's just okay.
Welcome, ladies and
I wonder what it is then. It's peaking a lot. Wait, I think it's the filters I have on it. Maybe it's better now?
Wait, we're just making the rounds.
OMG in their first 2 series, sadly, just
damn.
matchup means you aren't going to be able to take
Dom is looking. He looks like OMG just lost.
Their approach again when they have been giving so much attention
Look at him.
to when he has been playing pretty well.
Tell me it doesn't look like OMG just lost.
Get yourself a matchup top lane, or you can.
It definitely looks like it.
It's quite hard to ban all of them.
Ornn did more damage than Zeri. Oof. Yeah, I mean, this was completely unleashed Ornn.
Win rate on both of those picks. Now, granted, it's only 1 game, but still.
What's Broxah doing?
This morning, I'm gonna be streaming tonight.
Bro, my man's listening to
my
brother at 9 in the morning. Respect. What else can we do, guys? What else can we look at?
Yeah, it was a very successful season for KT, and fans always say KT does better in the summer, so keeping this roster together, no changes here whatsoever, and we'll see if that summer theme continues for them because they were looking very strong.
Right, I'll dominate and
going to the first LCK finals since 2018.
And the other homie is live, so
wow, and I remember that final. That was an epic one as well.
This is now an LCK co-stream.
That's going to be taking on KT here.
Yo, Rift Class Hiaz, thank you very much.
Super Team Wolf didn't quite get to the heights that I think a lot of people were expecting for them, but I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can get themselves back on track. I think the expectations
Diablo
for
Twitter.
HLE were a little bit higher than they probably should.
Opening Twitter on stream, I'm gonna get banned.
They might be
Dicks out. No, I'm kidding.
This time around, I've seen a lot of fans, a lot of Viper fans in particular, really excited to see how he's going to play on these new patches, right? Where we saw at MSI, Jinx, Aphelios, Ruling, Supreme. And we'll see if Viper can continue to have that same dominance we saw on his Xayah, for example. And this is it. It's the opening match. Which team is going to dash towards their first victory? Right now, KT on a massive 8-match winning streak over Hanwha Life Esports. They haven't beaten them since 2021 summer, HLE that is. So a bit surprising we consider some of the rosters of KT they've gone through is that stat here. And we'll see. It's been 2 years. But I think that with a lot of off-season time to continue to build that synergy that was really missing for Hanwha Life Esports.
Can't tell if you're stupid.
Yeah, and there's only really 3 series that are actually relevant, right? Because this particular iteration of Hanwha Life Esports is very different from the other ones that we have seen, especially last year.
I want to see Thorin versus
the 3 series
versus
that they made,
Doublelift.
including that best of 5 that we did see.
I want to see Thorin versus Doublelift.
But let's jump into the interview and see what these players think about this match.
Where's Megan Fox? What is happening?
It's the side of blood. And in Diablo 4, there are rivers of it. Show me your worst endgame death with hashtag Diablo Deaths, and you might get a eulogy from yours truly, telling the world that you went out like a hero. Or a chump. If there's one thing I...
Bruv. I can't believe they deleted it's like they deleted Sylvanas' cleavage and then they send out Megan Fox looking like this, man. Like, Jesus Christ. God bless them, but where's the consistency? It's not that I care. I just think it's funny. That is just crazy, I think. That's just... Megan Fox's eyebrows, what's that going on there?
It's the side of blood. And in Diablo 4...
That's whatever, let's move on. Are you saying Mega Fox is 2D? That's pretty funny. Let me grab a snack, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our second game of the day. JDG starting strong, I think it's fair to say, as they dominate OMG in game number 1. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Lyric as we head through this series. And I think, unsurprisingly to most people, Ruler is going to be the MVP coming out of that game. I will say, though, Missing had a great game. 369 had a great game. I feel like the whole team had a pretty great game. Ruler was kind of just the benefactor.
Yeah, it did start off very early on, though, like with him flashing the Alistar combo, being able to get in range of damage. And then from there, his life was easy. His team made it easier. Again, even people like Kanavi Knight constantly hovering down, even if it didn't always result in a dive or like a gank on bot lane. Sometimes it did. Other times, just even pushing them back from being able to play under turret and not allowing able to catch up in terms of experience or gold that he would get from farming. So I think JDG should be incredibly pleased with this game coming out. And again, it feels like having a good read on the meta, having some flexibility, even though...
What if we just watch with sound from LPL?
Standard. Again, just them showing throughout all of their series so far, the order that
it fits, no?
Go with their champions, the breadth of those pools is quite nice, and it just feels like, once again, JDG, I guess, coming into the split, expected favorites, but I really am just amazed at how quickly they were able to get online. I guess BLG did still haven't lost yet. Like, they didn't come back with an MSI hangover, but still, I feel like winning the championship kind of adds that higher percentage of it being able to happen to you.
I mean, look, we always talk about the MSI curse. I feel like it's almost a meme at this point, but whoever wins MSI typically does struggle a bit in the summer split. JDG, though, not looking like that's going to be the case. And we've seen RNG kind of shrug that off. It's when it gets to playoffs, that's when we need to really return to the conversation of the MSI hangover. But JDG, fantastic game number 1. Ruler, FMVP of the LPL. Now an MVP in a normal game as well. What will he not win?
That's a good question.
A big reach on the correlation there, but
it's also nice to see because though I feel like Kanavi was the one who, when you look at JDG and Spring and kind of wanted to target who, quote unquote, are their weakest links.
I don't know if I played Diablo today.
Are among the best in their position, but still, even just kind of like ranking them around each other.
Maybe later.
Kanavi was the one who sometimes would have those over aggressive moments, would get like caught out. But Ruler also would have a lot of games where it felt like would kind of just go with the flow. And not exactly his fault when he has such star-studded teammates in his soul lanes that he doesn't always have to carry a game. But it's kind of nice to see now, after having a good playoffs, after having a solid MSI run, that he's coming in and having games like this where he is just right off the back having a big impact.
Yeah, we'll see if they can continue to have it.
All right.
I was just double checking. The reason I was not listening to you.
Holy shit.
I just wanted
We need to talk about Nico before we get into the ban phase, because then she'll be banned and then we don't get to talk about her. So we'll see. We'll see exactly what the priorities are going to be, because there are a lot of things that need to be banned. On the blue side, we see a lot of Vi, Maokai, things like this. This is, of course, taken from LPL and Challenger. Emilio is busted. We casted one of his games, and he lost, but that was not his fault. No. The Maokai is the other one that we were talking about.
Cassante on red side, you got to take a look at Zeri, right?
Yeah.
So Emilio Zeri is almost 100%. So then you have to make the decision, do you want to ban the Cassante? Do you want to ban the Nico, which is very first pickable right now on blue side? So these are the picks that we're going to be zooming in on. Because right now, this looks like every single game in Challengers and most games in the LPL. No surprises here in terms of
Kog'Maw Lulu, damn.
Final ban on blue side sometimes can throw you for a loop. Oftentimes see the Lucian banned here, or sometimes if there's no Zeri ban in that second slot, you're a little bit concerned about it. You will ban it away if you've got another plan in mind. Let's see if it's going to be Cassante or Nico here for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, and see whether it is going to be snapped up first pick as well, because the Nico will be banned away, and so now Keen can go towards Cassante if he wants to. BDD's been playing a bit of it in solo queue recently as well. Could be a first pick option, but you could also just take a jungle. Sejuani's pretty good at this point in time. Cuz can take that away from Clid if he would like to. A few options here, but Yumi's up and available, and I guess even with Zeri
Yumi with Zeri open. I mean, Zeri Bam.
I mean, it's Lehens. It's Lehens.
I'm not shocked by this, but this does now allow Hanwha Life the opportunity to pick up Cassante here, and potentially the Aphelios pick. Now, Jinx has dropped in priority in Korea quite significantly, not as popular as it is in the LPL, but another pick to potentially look at here. But the Cassante feels like it is just going without saying here. The Twitch, I mean, very popular in solo queue right now.
Yeah, Twitch was, like, it did make a bit of a move into
Holy
the meta
shit, it's just a Yordle comp.
Yumi running around. That's not going to be the case here. Aphelios Lulu is probably what we're going to see from Viper.
Grab the, and obviously you won't have to grab the Lulu right now. You can just go ahead and take the Cassante.
Bro, I'm curious what's happening in Ella's stream.
A Cassante Scion or a Cassante. Oh, gonna grab the Wukong.
Bro, the game is on.
Surprised to see that.
Yeah, it's only 10 seconds.
Yeah, as now you're just giving that over to Keen.
And the Cassante priority has been all over the place, even in Challenger as well. We've seen that it's been picked up all the time in the LPL, and when it does get picked here in Korea in Challenger or not, it has been very strong. But Annie being considered here for BDD, certainly a whole lot of comfort there, and then we can pick up an AD carry for aiming and not give too much away. I actually
well, what is their plan here on blue side?
For KT.
I do like it a lot as well.
Nyla,
not expecting to be scared. Nyla here. The question was going to be, what is Yumi going to be paired with? Because historically, Zeri, Yumi, the only duo, and then you have sometimes some niche picks like the Yumi and the Ezreal. That doesn't happen, but Yumi and the Lucian was what I was going to say, which was also banned away. So aiming is going back to his classic Ezreal pick here. And very early on in the season, it usually takes him until like round 2 where he starts pulling this out, even if it's not meta. And now with Wukong here, it's a pretty no-brainer pick, potentially to grab the Lulu. And that's why they won't do that and just pick Ari here instead.
I was expecting just to snap away the Lulu as well, but I guess Life is
I'm curious now.
One of his potentially signature
Lulu will be banned, so what will they play?
Detaching and you're set. You know, you just break their faces, man. It feels fantastic. I don't think that is going to be what's going to happen.
No, I don't think so.
Honestly, Zeka Ari was really good at Worlds.
But that's a consideration because, of course, it's Life.
Damn, this draft is way too dank. Look at that.
A pretty eclectic but extensive.
That draft is way too dank, by the way.
I think Viego might need to see a look here. Very strong with the
blue side is running back exactly what they had before.
The Lulu was obviously going
well, red side has Kog'Maw, Lulu, Poppy, and Darius.
Here in that third slot, so gets a little bit more complicated here now in this final ban for HLE. But I think the Viego is definitely a strong option here for Cuz. Sejuani, also a very strong option right now in this meta with the Annie. You have a lot of lockdown CC, a lot of follow damage.
Who's blue side top? It's Sion.
Adds to that. course, you just lock everybody down with the Annie ult. Yumi's ulting on top of that. Sejuani's getting in there. The Jax, a keen special.
Shanji be a player.
Our live draft looks like season 3. No one played Annie in season 3.
For these players, it's a little bit more comfort rather than a meta.
Sorry, bro, you're talking to an ancient relic that remembers season 3 all too well.
So Triforce Ezreal feeling like a pretty cool pick right now.
Yeah,
so if you're looking at the Ezreal quizzically, we haven't actually seen it. I don't believe it was played
actually,
yesterday. Challenger definitely wasn't played on Monday. But I'm
you said how alive, but that doesn't make sense because Aphelios is there.
The Ornn taken away from Kingen. They're like, oh, well, you're going to ban the signature Jax, we'll ban the signature
So never mind. I'm being dizzy.
It's the Cassante Sion game that I expected, but, you know, I guess that's...
All right, let's see the opening part of this game.
A team that they want to be thought of in the upper echelon. Now it's time to prove it. Now it's time to prove that you can bring it to JDG, who are playing like.
Honestly, I really like OMG's draft here.
Right? I feel like every single one of these champions is within.
I think Red Side draft is better.
I think pretty much only Xayah Rakan is the part that's not necessarily like #1 priority, but even that with this duo is still insanely high priority. So,
but Babushka needs to smurf a bit.
JDG really sticking to the book, and OMG trying to throw the book at them.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I meant OMG. Okay, OMG, I agree.
Xayah and Rakan, even though they're not like, let's say Xayah, right? She's
no, definitely. That's fair.
Probably Zeri, Aphelios, Jinx.
Kog'Maw, Lulu,
she would then be the fourth.
Poppy.
So it's still like right.
Ari, Darius. I can see that in season 3. That's okay.
JDG, I think you're gonna be looking at a similar plan, right? You're in this bot lane matchup where can be a little bit annoying if you're playing against double range, but it's going to be about the all-ins coming out from you, try to set up those kills. Kanavi coming up and linking down because that is where you can be stronger in those potential 3v3s.
Last time Aki played Poppy, he completely smurfed.
Not of a predicament.
He did 3 camps into bot, into camp, into bot, into camp, into bot, into camp, into Drake, and camp, into bot. He lived in the tribush.
Give a bit of pressure over to Darius. Even if you just set him up with 1 kill early before Sion gets too tanky, that
Missed
would
the
really
Q.
be a thing that sets Shanji up for success for the rest of the game.
Yeah. We'll see if Aki is going to...
Oh, look at Ruler's like movement, by the way.
Really
he just squeezed a little auto there on Abel.
Scrap early on in the top lane that led to no kills on either side, but 4 flashes burned. Level 2 once again. They're missing on Ruler this time. Not as strong of an all-in and actually missing. Forced to flash away. Abel get free damage out, but Ruler returns it. And suddenly it becomes a fairly even trade.
Honestly,
flash and actually ghost used by Ruler.
I prefer Hanwha Life a little bit here because I don't think Ezreal Yumi is strong enough. But I could be wrong on this. I don't know how to judge Ezreal Yumi, honestly. I don't think Yumi is that OP. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think Yumi is that OP. I think Yumi is like overrated, and I think it's Zeri that is OP.
It was sneaky for a minute there, and then suddenly not sneaky at all. Aki spotted in the area, so Ruler are missing. Should know to be a little cautious on this one, as Abel gonna use his bio-arcane barrage.
I don't think Yumi is OP, by the way. I don't think so.
This is the thing about Kog'Maw. This is one of the difficulties of playing this champion is you're incredibly strong in the fights. And
strong is not OP.
Is on cooldown, and then you're basically useless. So really, really important that OMG time their fights around that W cooldown. Obviously less important later on in the game.
It's like, I always, you know, you have to keep in mind always when you... It's like, Yumi can be very frustrating to play against, but I try to look past that, right, when I'm judging it in terms of draft. And it's like, if I compare having like Yumi against, let's say, Lulu, for what you are in lane, and you're scaling with the best friend mechanic, not giving adaptive force, not healing, only shielding. Sure, you are strong, but it's like old Yumi R. That was one of the most broken spells in the game, I think.
No, I was talking about Sion. I said interrupting his big axe.
Oh, sorry.
Like Zeri is one of the champions that can really like leverage the tankiness.
There we go.
Do you know, it's weird to me that Sion has an axe. I don't feel like he's very axey. None of the stuff he does is very axey. It's all like hammery, you know? I feel like
yeah, I agree. Does feel like he should have more of like a barbarian-esque like Warhammer.
Yeah, petition for him to have it. Hang on a second, is Aki actually going to die here? Ignite, force to flash. That was dodge from Aki. That was not good. And he's going to get flashed on by Ruler. Heal has to be used by PP God. Puts himself in the
He doesn't have the same kit now.
ward cleared away, and I mean, Ruler and Missing, just doing Ruler and Missing things, but Aki, you got to be more cautious than that, mate. Hang on, Charm lands. Okay, nothing gonna happen.
I am really surprised that Ruler even
All right.
Decide, you know, regardless of which support it was, you know, over the course of his career. This is something that
Garlequisio.
we've seen him do a lot. He loves his Ezreal Yuumi lanes, and in this early game, you see some aggressive trading here. From
The strategy didn't work for Aki this time, true.
And you could still, I mean, Yuumi has changed, but not really. She's still going to do the same things. It's harder to get a little bit of poke damage with your Q, but she's still going to be very relevant in this early laning phase.
Yeah, Bop and Block not quite as ridiculously overpowered as it used to be, so none of those shenanigans. But yeah, just make some best friends and have a really good time. And that's what they're attempting to do. His first Prowling Projectile didn't actually move at all, as he's going to get knocked up here.
The thing is, we're going to be swapping depending on what's like reaching a pivotal point, you know? Because, for example, here we have an Ezreal Yuumi against Aphelios Rakan bot, tank v tank top, Ari versus Annie mid,
not to mention the Wukong. You know, we talked about the
and Viego that didn't invade Wukong.
For this draft, but
So maybe this is just like the slowest game on the planet, you know?
Some good combos. There's a lot to break through in terms of this Malphite and the Yuumi giving so much extra mobility to this Ezreal.
No, I completely agree. I actually think that it's pretty bold of Viper to go for
And it's LCK, yeah.
Ghost when Tibbers could be a real problem, but maybe he just feels like if he's going to be in range to get Tibbers.
Because this is looking bloody already, man. We're setting up for Drake.
I guess no matter what soul it is, Kog'Maw Lulu would still outright just beat whatever JDG have in the late game, but you know, whatever extra little damage or whatever stats they get, since I can't predict the soul, I'll say it'll be Hex Tech, and we're gonna hope I'm right. You know, much I don't know what I'm saying
90% sure. 90% sure it'll be a Hex Tech.
Okay, a little love tap from Cream, but Sion is here with Sion already. Holy Sion gap, guys.
Zion, but he's not interested in Cream. He wants the team fight. Aki the target, who was forced to flash before and will now be
And just like that.
First blood. Able forced to flash too.
No TP for Sion though, so this Darius is gonna beat Connect. Beat Connect!
1v1 in Cream. Taking him out of the mid lane as Knight will just
He's collecting.
there. They don't even want the Drake. They want the kills. Abel's alone under this tower. PP got chased out of the top side of the play. Here comes 369.
Very good that they chose to dive. You never do Drake here.
Free hitting away. This time
The Drake resets, so you need to extend the situation,
Find
but
the dive, find the kill, Knight. What are you doing?
Knight Azar.
He got a shield up, but he's just taking 2 tower shots. Oh no, Cream has 2 stacks of his ultimate.
Oh, Flash R, show! Show mid!
Solo kill in the mid lane as Aki re-engages the
What?
The W is good onto Missing, but it's another kill for Roller.
Mate.
369 tanks the tower. He will go down. PP gone. Getting the kill.
How did Knight
2
live?
deaths for Aki in quick succession.
Yo, thank you very much, David. I appreciate it.
On the opposite side of the map, though, Shanji has just been the
No, I meant Cream. Cream had solo kill on Annie.
3 plates all to himself, you know, was getting all of those waves. So now, we were already highlighting Shanji. Shanji kind of highlighting himself by picking up the Darius in this game. And that's really going to be on his back to take over this game.
Well,
once again, plays have come in towards spawn.
Ruler is vibing, guys.
So we're going to see here everything that goes down around.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Taking Cream out of the fight early on, but it's
Alright, we have 0-0. Big surprise.
Ruler chains it with those feathers to get the root. Then Kanavi, of course, able to flash follow up to make sure that he finds the kill himself. 369 with that decimating smash, guaranteeing the flash. They already have a wave coming, so it makes it really easy to find this dive onto Abel.
Yeah, not much Abel could do about this one. As Missing
Taking my Robin Booze.
I kind of wanted a replay of what happened mid with Cream and Knight. I really want to know how Knight escaped that. As far as the UI said, Cream still had 2 stacks of his ultimate. Knight walked away on like 100 HP.
Action?
Sure.
We've got action in the LCK.
Aki now moving down to the bottom
Setting up for
side.
Drake 1.
This time it's 369 underneath the
No
tower.
flash on Zeka. Gets a little love tap from Cut. Didn't have
Make
W.
sure that Shanji can't get ahead. Knockup comes out from Missing underneath.
Alright, little exhaust trade. Viper is all alone because Rakan is, of course, top.
Here in this lane.
But Viper just ghosted and he's stone cold with it. Yeah, this is a very weak lane.
PP God flashes. Oh my days, he still hits that, and there's the knockup. You don't even need to Tibbers. It's a
Damn, I really like that they opened the map with the swap straight up. Because of the heralds. Very pristine from JDG, dude. Very pristine. It's like they swap, they get Sion in a mismatch, and also they have the Rift Herald spawn. Very good. They don't care about Drake, they don't want to send their Sion with no Sum, no ult into Darius.
showing that
They are breaking the matchup.
they consciously realize, hey, we're going to look to snowball this game. Like, we really know we can't match him in that scaling department anyway. Get the Herald, get more plates on top side in your AD carry. Sion going to have a much better time 1v2ing
Really nice.
than a Darius will.
Oh, Shanji gets caught up. The feathers
Oh,
are down.
Sanji actually played that well.
Shanji gets under the tower. But that's not going to be a tower.
Oh, the
block.
turret.
Cream TP's in. Ruler finishes the tower now. Shanji as well.
Oh, nice flash from Ruler. Of one. Cream can get another one.
Still firing.
Gotta get a third.
Here, and Zaya doesn't win.
Oh, Ruler. Ruler.
Maybe he does.
Ruler.
Zaya can't, but Ruler
Oh.
to save the day. Ruler buys time for his mid laner. Tibbers a little shy from Knight, and it means PP got to walk away.
Honestly, I feel
Kog'Maw's
like
collecting.
that play still has to be Shanji.
Shame on Marcel.
Should have just died. That should have just been a dive in favor of JDG. We'll get a replay of it though. Dances around
Big.
the stage so well and buys time for his reinforcements to come in. Still, JDG will pick up that first turret, but here it is, right? Wanting to go for the dive. He's already chunked. Gets locked down at first, but then able to flash away from the feathers.
Yeah, that's an additional layer of it all, right? It's like if you play with Yumu support, you're literally not playing with the support half of the game. I think really Yumi is so overrated on this patch. I don't think it's that great. I compare it to what Yumi used to be, but I don't think this comes close.
Trying to actually fight for something more. And that's the difference between Ruler and so many other AD carries, no matter the situation.
Like, Aphelios is practically 1v2ing the ball lane, you know?
Dies on your screen. He is
Practically. He's farming to 1v2. Rakan has full free reign. They got Mountain Drake, and they secured a little kill on Viego because Rakan had Prio.
But it's a much better performance than what we saw at game number 1.
But Kraken Slayer versus Rage Knife. Like, definitely. Yeah, Abel not at a point where he can fight. You're wondering how much gold he must be sitting on, though, but he is the one. He's the one that's 2k down. He's the one 2k down once again.
Kisant is still OP. Yeah, last time you saw him was at MSI, right? And he didn't get nerfed. So,
Well played by Shanji. Just sits
do what you will with that information, my friend.
That's classic Garen gameplay coming out from a Darius.
And already being on his own mythic, right? Having that stride breaker, making him incredibly strong to be able to look for those plays and having that slow available, which is why 369 felt the need to flash. But still, you're kind of looking at two mythics right now. The point of powers being the soul lanes for OMG. Cream being on 2 kills. Everfrost and the Lucidity boots in pocket. Means that I'd like to start seeing some plays actually come out. Maybe even some double soul lane plays. I don't know what Cream's like timing on his TP would be, because that's what you would need to be able to justify like going up towards topside, playing around Shanji, and then having that teleport to then be able to go back towards bot and answer any push that JDG goes for. We're definitely gonna have to start seeing some picks come out, because even with Abel finishing off this Ginsu's, I still don't know.
I think Ginsu first is not great on Kog. I think it's quite weak. But
yeah, I do feel like
Kog'Maw is very strong in this game, because with Lulu and Poppy, they can easily deny like Rakan and Wukong. Like, easily deny them. But what Kog'Maw needs to play as if he has these 2 champs to really carry, so. Usually the build on Kog is to go just Bork first. But maybe he's going Rageblade here because he knows that the enemy will have plenty of armor on the top side. With Wukong and Sion. Oh, Divine Thunder hit gets... Oh no! Oh no! Divine Thunderer, man. It's a fucking disaster.
How often do you see a flanking Zaya working out? Shanji uses the Ghost Feather Storm. Available. No summons for Ruler though. Is Abel being bodied?
Bro, Abel is just getting smacked by Tibersky.
Shanji wants the shutdown. Shanji wants.
Oh, he doesn't get the reset.
Kill. Well, PP got an assist, but even still, takes down Ruler. And it's just absolute chaos. Abel surviving and now pushing the mid lane.
That's still a fight that went in favor of JDG. That ultimately ended up being a 5v4 for OMG, right? 369 didn't have TP.
Sorry, I think it's cheese.
It actually has just come off cooldown, it looks like.
Oh, sorry to everyone.
Make his way down, so still huge by JDG to not only come out ahead in terms of kills, force Abel to flash out of nowhere. And now we're going to be seeing Dragon up 10 seconds. I wonder if JDG
forward
goes
and
for this, or
will
they
just
opt
push
into
Zeka
playing for
away.
Herald
He
once
doesn't
again and
actually
just
get
keep
plate
what he
called.
dukes in
It
this
all
gold,
goes
because
to
that
Clit.
looks like the name
As
of
used
the
on Trinity
game
Force.
now, cannot be taken to this Scuttle Ground.
They have a good, really good dragon roll here
He's picked up a ton of first strike gold.
in the LPO.
Yeah, Kanavi
Look like gets away with this.
Looks like he should go down, missing getting here right in time. Comes out with the shield, bit of a heal coming out with that Sunderer, but then again, like coming out with the
I really like the Trinity Force Ezreal build when you want to buy Cyrodiil 3, and this is obviously Cyrodiil 3 against Wukong and K'Sante.
Able to survive. I'm actually surprised we didn't get more of that replay. Oh,
I guess it's because Shanji
That
been
makes
forced
sense.
to flash in the meantime. And almost gets taken out there. Will walk away with his life. Good little charm from Cream. Cream is looking pretty good in this game, honestly, in terms of the mechanics at very least. And we'll see with the Drake up. Remember, OMG got Drake #1 here, so realistically contesting this one.
All things considered, Kin has
Quite happy to go 1-for-1 on the Drakes. With Herald going there.
Kin has pretty good CS numbers.
Ruler trying to pressure this tower. Knight flashes over and
Might have to
basically
burn.
one-shots BB God. In the meantime, Abel takes chunk, but Ruler went under tower, so they have to back away.
This game looks already over, guys.
Go for it to bring him under.
Let's switch the focus over to LCK, guys.
Well, Zeka could be in a little bit of trouble here as Cuz is heartbreakering forward immediately. He does get knocked up by the Rakan, but it looks like
It is a bit late here, so I like the KT's posturing forward. Malphite has TP.
Does a bit of damage, but not the return. True variety of
K'Sante match base. This is really big for KT.
Won this game, and he did
Really
make a
big.
mistake to lead to that, but his decision making and his confidence has been unreal.
Confidence, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, he's just going forward. It's the only direction he's
Like here, red side, they connected so poorly. Like the fact that they don't get this Drake slows them down so much. Ezreal can
follow up. The True Shot Barrage missed as well.
reach critical
But he knows
mass.
he's got the back, or the Dragon has his back. The Hex Trek Drake is just keeping everybody away. So
And obviously
the
Drake
follow-up for
sets
HLE, the
this
burn is just not
Drake
really there.
X6
He can
Drake
actually
is just
kind of
broken.
single-handedly push everyone away with just the press of his R button, and now KT have tied up the Drakes.
Look at mid CS, by the way.
Win here, but a lot
Big Dick Daddy
is
is just
going to be Infernal Soul as well.
Man, this is exciting. There's going to be a lot of damage available for the team that manages to pull a little bit further ahead in this game. Right now, as far as gold, it is going to be Harmolife Esports that are there, but as far as state of the game, I feel like KT are going to be very happy with the situation. Life not going to be able to catch Keen there, as he does get the ward down, but the Rock is now in the bottom lane. Just the good old transfer of Via tanks, but looks like Viper is going to be able to get a fair bit of work done to this turret, although not able to take it as aiming is going to be here in the nick of time.
he was second best mid last bit for a reason. There was many reasons.
And Keen ultimate back online.
Meta was really good for him with the Veigar buffs.
So we're going to take a look at this for a second, but the real story is going to be this potential skirmish here top side as we've flipped
And the
objectives
TF
with that
pocket
timer
pick.
coming up here. BDD
And Showmaker
finally has that Leandri's now too, so
being
in a
bad.
straight up fight could do a lot of damage to King if he decides to join. And I really like the chances that KT have here of securing this objective. Still down on gold, but they have really been the ones who've been more decisive overall across the map.
And I feel like it all hinges off the amount of control that BDD
This game
has,
is completely
right? The
over, I
mid lane
think.
does give you a lot of inherent map control just in general. Yes, Harmolife Esports used the Herald there, but it didn't really change the fact that BDD has had full control. And they are now going to start
TF was not too shabby though.
And with Demolish here for Keen, he can actually just trade this for a turret. So yeah, you guys are going to get that Herald, but we're going to get a turret regardless here. Viper, though, reacts very quickly here and is actually going to secure first brick for HLE. That's a very
What are we saying?
Just a few autos away, unfortunately. But
You can take that Herald, but we're gonna take this turret on bot.
definitely the winners of this exchange.
Yeah, that the fact that they did have the Aphelios there towards that top side.
And then Viper quickly responds by taking his own turret.
But KT at least keeping themselves relatively competitive. Speaking of competition, though, Aiming got some competition here in this mid lane as Shirley immediately jumps onto the Rift here and will be able to knock this one down. So a big swing. Harmolife Esports creating a large lead for themselves in this moment.
Yeah, based off of just the teleport advantage of Kingen, essentially. And it's a good macro play. Much more decisive than KT in this moment. And KT kind of struggling to respond outside of Keen just pushing through and proccing that demolish on the turret.
That was just weird because obviously like the teams are trading side and there's no equal exchange because
they could have maybe slowly contested.
The objective is on the other side, right?
We're gonna trade. Gonna fall behind in gold. I think they're just so confident that their ability to 5v5 team fight in these later critical team
fights, cannon
objectives is gonna be good enough.
Bit of a zoom in there. Shout out to Jonah Strong. He's back with a vengeance as the cannon does.
This is a Mercury Zeka. Maybe they can just burn ult.
Not gonna find that stun.
He's cool.
Tried to predict where
He's
Zeka
cool.
was gonna walk. Zeka walked to the left. Clearly an advantageous move.
Yeah, Viper
Been chat with Rihanna about
might not have a great time playing this game.
So
he's not running cleanse.
we're gonna have a bit of a lull state here for the next minute or so, but I like the chances here of On Life Esports of actually getting the group up on this streak this time around. So they have a lot of bottom side. Was it Beyonce? Yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah, I think it was. I got a little bit confused there. As now Keen is
Holy DPM God X.
Warning, a damage was almost taken.
Yeah, there's been some good anti-Aphelios drafts lately, man.
Doesn't actually happen.
I just don't like that How Life didn't get that Drake. The Drake was important.
Infamous for getting references wrong confidently.
No, it was very confident. Like I was like, wait, hang on a second. Thankfully, Kane completely distracted us from it. As the Drake,
They should have fought balls to the walls
20
though.
seconds time, and Clid is already here. He like got to the birthday party, and not even the birthday boy's there yet. You know, he's just waiting. He's like asking kids.
He might go Quicksilver, but the thing is, like, that's a lot of gold to invest.
He actually avoids a knockup without using his flash or his ultimate. Now he's in position to challenge this.
Oh, Clid was still there, ready for the birthday party, and now it is actually time. So
Blue side looks very strong here.
This could be another 5v5 though. Good Charm is going to connect onto aiming. Because off to the side, making sure that he's going to be in the.
Guys are showing a mid wave. Zeka's on flank.
Life is now unseen.
Live doing his Hilly impression.
They don't know where he is either. This could be the engage that
Giving his flash cleanse.
Remember, Viper doesn't have cleanse.
Oh, nice from King N. Oh, E flash. They snacked him. Aphelios is hitting. Aphelios is hitting. Malphite ulted late. Wait. Wait. Aphelios. Damn.
This is what can happen even if your Ezreal is deleted at the start of the fight, and it felt like a botched engagement for KT because they were trying to force the Annie engage with the blast cone so hard.
Very interesting. I thought this fight was very winning, but Keen held Malphite ult very long, and I thought that was a mistake. I thought he has to Malphite ult Aphelios right away when he's in range. Right? But he got CC'd by Wukong and Rakan, I guess. Then he snacked on him, and then the enemy team just doesn't have any more buttons. I didn't see how Wukong died.
Unfortunately, doesn't have the same damage output as a Tibbers to compete at the stage, and if Ezreal lives there, if aiming is not caught, and instantly
is full build.
This fight is way more one-sided than it was.
Yeah, it's even worse. Yeah. And that looked like it was ideal.
I think next Drake fight, blue sides should look a lot stronger.
Shenanigans in there as well. Zumi's helping out and things like that.
Tibbers did so much damage this fight. I'm kind of curious to see the damage graph.
The Annie survived for so long. Tibbers getting so much work done. Absolutely fantastically played, and this is exactly what you were looking out for. You were looking out for that first team fight.
The Rylai's too for BDD is so critical to it, keeping the Cassante off of it, because he can continually slow this Cassante non-stop with Tibbers, with his abilities.
Yeah, the Arya smite, but the smite is on 300.
But in terms of the
that is crazy.
These fights go, it's kind of what we were talking about in draft is. Can you delete the Ezreal, and then, oh no, you have to deal with the Annie, and how much damage does the Annie do in these fights? Okay, Viego's now getting resets, and I really like the Leandries for this reason, especially with that Rylai's to kind of help peel against the Cassante. And now we're looking at a game state here again. HLE ahead in gold, but the confidence that they will be able to win consistent team fights is just not there. To give credit to Life, though, his engage was fantastic from such a long distance away. Ultimate into the grand entrance.
It's crazy that it's 10:30, man.
There with the help of King, and so
gives you
My
some
usual
more.
alarm just rang.
Oh yeah, it is definitely top side of the map versus bottom side of the map. KT certainly playing through King
I can
and BD
feel
right now, as you
the
can
lack
see,
of
highest
those
levels
1.5
in the
hours.
game. But Viper and Life have certainly had the number of aiming and Lahens, aiming just not able to play in the last team fight. We'll see whether it's actually going to be relevant, because Rock Press R and Bear from Sky are pretty good into no cleanse on Aphelios.
It also means that Zeka can't build, he has to build a Banshee's Veil.
I'd play this, but should I?
Bruno
might be
Sangi
relevant,
redeems
King is taking,
insult for
a bit of damage
30,000
here from
points.
Keen. Life is slowly strolling over. Keen is going to see the teleport and just say, Rock, go escape.
They're going to turn this into a Baron potentially, though.
Asking me to be creative at this hour.
And a very dead Rock, which is a weird thing to say, I guess. Half the health bar of this Baron, and it looks like Humble Life are going to be able to move on over. So
Okay.
Rock dead for no real response.
Yeah, very
unfortunate.
close to getting Baron with that Leandri's damage coming through.
Let me
here,
think,
but
Bruno Sangi.
Unfortunately, Klid is Wukong. Even without a flash, he has an opportunity to just go ahead and grab that, turn into a 50-50. An additional kill going over to Zeka, so the early laning phase wasn't fantastic for him, but now he's sitting on 4 kills. He's got a lot of money to his name. As this starts off
Bruno
with
Sangi, your League of Legends knowledge is so lacking that
there's not really any
instead of
vision or
waiting
support to back
for the
this up,
Gambas
so we have to criticize Keen a little
to
bit for
create
going hard on
additional
this,
wealth and
especially
value
considering Dante could basically
in the
beat him
point
in a 1v1
system,
if he plays it correctly. And if anyone else comes down,
you just spend all your points for me to insult you.
even without the Ahri teleporting through, he's losing out. Now he can't escape, and if it's all
The
a
thing
ruse
is,
to get the Baron, that mission also
one look at you and I do it for free.
Quite enough there, and just wasn't banking on the fact that Life was roaming down. If it was just the teleport, then it would have been a difference. He's going to be able to take this outer turret on the bottom side of the map. The stabilization here for Humble Life Esports was somewhat successful. Keen is still going to be a pretty happy Rock throughout this game, has his Jack shows as well as his Sunfire Cape.
There you go, man.
Builds for both of these top laners.
Happy birthday.
Absolutely glorious. Hopefully Orcs can talk to us about Sunfire Cape and whether it's still the greatest item in the game, even after all of the changes to itemization coming in this patch.
I would love to hear from him on that. I'm sure he's got some thoughts on it.
Zeka farming?
I have thoughts on
What happened to
Zeka?
Zeka?
We talked about Stormrazor earlier, and I kind of assumed that was going to be the build because it has been. I'll hold that thought. King.
Oh.
Okay, into the Thunderdome, out of the Thunderdome.
Alright.
There we go.
No CDI shoes for Malphite.
Bear does find Bird, as BDD is going to be able to land the Q. There it is. The
Boom.
Incinerator. BDD picks it up. Cannot even survive after the battle dance to the Fox Lady. And KT
Yeah, this game is looking very KT favorite.
The problem with the Rakan I was talking about.
This game looks kind of over, guys.
Control, trying to set up flanks is just Annie will kill you.
I don't think Humble Life can win.
Will kill you. Malphite will kill you. And if you get caught, there's not a whole lot of respite here, unfortunately.
Man, BDD is having a fantastic day today.
He really is. From laning to engages to skirmishes to 5v5 fights.
They don't have vision here.
Ooh, looking for Soul Point here on the side of KT, but Humble Life Esports, they've got red-white guns on Viper. They do so much
gold
damage.
doesn't matter. It's like blue side
Not going to walk into it.
scaling is pretty damn good.
Moving as 5.
Life has no ultimate.
The gold doesn't matter. It's more about the concentrated gold, and Aphelios will not be on curve. Like, Aphelios is not ahead. That should be 3 item when he is on 2.
Off to the side.
Ahri position is really good here.
Team is now Keen's gonna have to flash away. Everfrost is gonna miss, but the charm will connect onto BDD. Still, coming up.
Oh, 2K, 3K.
Ult is almost ready.
3K, 2K.
Well, this is going to be a 50-50 at best.
Oh,
we'll
they're going to take it over?
Away from this, the decoy going to be taken down by Baron. Baron just losing all of the attention that he wanted. And now Zeka and Rock are fighting in the mid lane.
This turret is dead too. I mean,
alright, they defended Nash, pushed them off, and they're gonna secure Drake now.
It's a bit of an odd situation, but I think in the end, KT kind of benefit as they take a turret and now can move
they
towards
can just take the Drake. Yeah, they can just go ahead and take Soul Point here now. So I think
21.
it was the right call for Humble Life Esports to try to start Baron, but they just didn't realistically have the tools to do so. If KT reacts slowly, they get away with it, but with Life being dead, coming to the fight late without ultimate, just very difficult to 5v5 this against the Malphite. And I mean, it's not a fed Malphite or anything like that, just sitting on Jack shows and the Sunfire Cape, but the ult is such a huge threat. As we go all the way back to why this started, BDD lurking here on this control ward.
Guys, Yuumi is not that strong.
And gets caught recalling.
Oh, Oh no.
You think this game would be different if they had a fucking karma, by the way?
At least not in the shop is life.
Maybe it would even be better.
Still not quite enough there and had to use so many buttons.
Yeah, really unfortunate. At least he was able to get the flash out of BDD, but ultimately not going to matter.
I think the league community sometimes measure champs too hard, depending on OMG comebacking. No way.
On his hourglass is going to be coming up very, very soon. Keen just going.
They got another Nash. What?
Too worried about it. And this is what we kind of thought about the Ezreal, is the fact that you can
no way
pretty comfortably, even if the outer turret goes down. But this isn't a composition from KT that plays around side lanes all that
Nah,
much.
Yumi is not
so you
Giga
don't
OP.
necessarily need that benefit, but right now it is certainly working out. As we
Zeri, Yumi is OP, yes.
Yeah, just having that extra prio in mid and the ability to safely farm and push and threaten that mid turret
So,
very late into the game.
so they lose the game because Knight is diving Nexus.
See a TP flank here. We'll see if aiming.
Nah, blood.
Got the speed up.
What is that?
Yeah, goes life. The Cyclone's going to be there. Cuz moves on over. Massive unstoppable force as Cleared is going to be in so much trouble, and now aiming going to turn this whole situation around. The Moonlight Vigil not doing enough. They do take down Tibbers, which is very, very important, but KT, they get rid of the jungler.
That's
around
Baron.
the Baron.
That's Baron, and Keen here, he doesn't have an ultimate, but everything is used from Hanwha Life as well. They have no recourse here. They have no ability to stop this. Teleport coming through from Kingen, because this may be game losing if they don't contest. He's going to come in here and try his best.
Come off, I ult.
Very low.
Well,
Maybe Viper can carry.
But it looks like this Baron is going to be taken out. Cuz will collect it with the only smite on the Rift, and Life is just dead once again. Zekker at 50%. He's not going to have the buttons in order to save Kingen, who is valiantly fighting, but he's...
Alright, let's look at the spice here.
Respects the answer. Shanji with the double kill, and JDG forced back once more.
They were too overzealous to get the perfect engage. Well, I guess not even, right? Hell, they just went in willy-nilly. They back off when you get the Kog'Maw flash. I'm so frustrated, Bunch, because they just went so deep, and you could see Ruler and Knight nowhere close to being able to follow up on the Kog'Maw. Kudos to OMG. They lived to fight another day. And now, potentially going to be able to use this Baron. They have 1 minute left. They've already gotten 3,000 gold off of it.
Yeah, I don't know. They assembled 3 world champions and then they added Klid.
Knight has his stun available, but no Tibbers. I don't think this is really a play JDG can make, and they've decided against it in the end. They were looking for an angle there where people have recalled, and maybe you can get a man advantage.
Bro, look at Knight, bro, with his build.
Look at the scoreboard right now. Knight's death cap is on cooldown, so perhaps a huge window for OMG.
I sent my bitch to the store because we ran out of money. What?
They should just outright lose, because the big difference was that Abel had his...
This is very winnable for sure. It's like Kog'Maw has enough damage. It's like I said before that I thought that I think their draft is better because they have like Lulu Poppy versus Rakan or Wukong. These champions can't play. And they can itemize for the Annie. Oh, look at Kog damage, by the way. Penta! Give me Penta, baby. Ghost is running.
And it's looking for the heads of JDG.
GG. Look at Kog'Maw damage, by the way. Holy fuck, bro. Kog'Maw gets to these places when he finishes like even 2 items. Kog'Maw is crazy.
They can just keep going, and at this point, like, gold lead means nothing. They're still down. They might equal it out, but in regards to just comps, again, how they scale, how it plays out, OMG definitely feel like the team who are in the lead now. 20-second death timers. Missing is going to be up in 10. I don't know if
at this point, they are pretty outscaled. Isn't Kog'Maw overcapping damage?
I think they're backing away with just an inhib. They want the Drake.
I mean, overcapping.
Just taking the inhib after being, what was it, like 10k gold down earlier on in the game. This is an unbelievable comeback from OMG. They are desperate.
You mean that he is over-itemizing damage? I think it's okay considering they have Lulu.
2 minutes in game 1.
And it's here where JDG trying to get some good damage in, but there it is, the apprehend coming out from Shanji. Huge damage able to come through. The whole time Abel sprinkling.
I think considering he has Poppy and Lulu on his team, I think it's okay.
Run the members down, sure. Might be able to find one because he's huge, can pretty much burst down anyone, but it just feels like time and time again, the way this was thrown has frustrated me, Munch. The way it was thrown, frustrating. I usually
Bro, Knight dove Nexus.
JDG, what has gone wrong?
Yeah. And do you know, the funny thing is, this is the team that for the last sort of 2-3 months, the compliment has always been that they're so consistent, that they're the team you can trust. They won't just flip Baron. They won't just throw games away. Well, they literally flip Baron this game, and they are literally throwing the game away. Like, or have, I think, at this point. Like, if they win...
So Nash got stolen by Ari, and then they dove Nexus, and then they lost the game.
Yeah, JDG.
Nice.
Clearly, still some work to be done. Perhaps a little disrespect towards OMG after game number 1, after feeling so strong here in game number 2. Not respectable.
Is title beta or you're gonna watch LCK? The game is in LCK is done.
Really deep on this one. 369 charges into the fray. Abel's in trouble. The wild
Oh, they got him!
Just one shots him.
They got him.
Has to carry the game, but it does
it's over.
Damage. He's 1 HP. Gets a shield, trying to walk away. Aki down as well.
Oh, is it?
Tries to peel for his team. Nice trouble, but no, taken down before he can finish the kill. 3 kills taken at JDG. They take a moment. They take a deep breath. And then they dominate once more. A fantastic flank from Knight. It is a 2-0 in the end. OMG did their utmost here in game number 2. But it's still JDG that are MSI champs. And they still come out on top.
Look, I am an OMG enjoyer as much as the rest of the LPL fan base. But this game should have been JDG's. Again, the fact that some of those engage attempts went as far as they did, really that one around mid lane where you force the Kog'Maw flash, you should probably just back off at that point because everyone else is too far. That got a little bit emotionally rough. But still, like you said, they come out ahead. We can see smiles and laughs on some of the players' faces like 369. They know that should have been a cleaner game, could have done a bit better. And you know what? You're playing a lot of series in a very close-knit time. Again, we have teams playing one day into the next this split. We've already had it twice, both LNG and NIP to play like 2 days in a row so far. So there's going to be some messy games. And yeah, here we are. Congratulations, JDG. I'm still frustrated.
The play in mid lane that you're talking about as well. I feel like that is JDG like buying into their own hype at that point where Kanavi's engaged, to be honest, nobody else was in range. Like, I'm kind of amazed that he got the flash from the engage. If they'd realized how few like they could have actually just killed Kanavi probably. Like, this is off of my memory. Maybe I'm slightly wrong there, but like, I feel like there's this mentality of when you're watching JDG play on the big screen, you know, you see one person go in and you just by default assume that the rest of the team can be here in a few seconds. Even if they're in bot lane, you just assume that they can walk that far quick enough to make the play work because it just always does seem to work. And I feel like maybe Kanavi like buying into that mentality of I could go in, the team will figure out how to get here.
You know, I also love how like missing, even though it was nowhere close when the play started, was the one guy that was like, okay, like flash,
we gotta find a way.
And then it's like, well, sorry guys, a Wukong Rakan ain't gonna take down this like Lulu'd up Kog'Maw. It just ain't gonna happen. So yeah, you're right. That really was like a buy into the mojo. And you know what? I guess it works. 'Cause at the end of the day, the mojo did prevail. All thanks to Knight having that flank and just waiting, being like, do I have my flash up? Yes. Do I have my ult up? Yes. Does he have his flash up? No. Okay, that's all you need. You just need to go through that simple, quick checklist, and then bam, the engage can happen. And it might have taken 10 minutes longer than it needed to, but Knight is king of the checklist. Knight is a checklist beside him at all times. So, you know what? I never lost
25 stacks on his book of checklists a lot of the
There
time.
we go.
So,
there we go.
Yeah, Knight, fantastic game on the Addy. Great little flank at the end of it. I think my favorite part of the game, it was a really great game. I think my favorite part was when we saw the TP from 369. Cream immediately responds and he just ults out. He's like, nah, I don't want this anymore. Screams cowards as he runs away.
369 had a few banger moments. That one, I think, is the cherry on top, but like the random ult into the wall after you've already gotten the one pick you were aiming for, and there's clearly a wall right next to you. That was another good one. 369's definitely had some memeable moments. And you know what? 369 looks like a huge meme guy.
The funny thing is, like, he still had a really good game. Despite these, like, ridiculous moments, he still has a really good game. And, like, there's not many players that have that level of variance within a single game, where they can have high highs like 369 and wacky moments without it being, you know, detrimental, I guess. Fantastic stuff to see. And I have to say, JDG still, if you ignore all of the bad stuff in this game. They actually look amazing. Like, if you only look at the positives, they look like probably the best team in the world.
We've seen that when JDG have a gold lead, half the time, sometimes their macro while ahead can be really good and maybe the best in the world every now and then. Probably the best way I could put it.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. That was so eloquent. Thank you for summarizing.
I tried to do the reverse summary, actually. You summarized it great. I'm like, no, we need the long-winded explanation. And you know what? Deserved damage coming out from Knight, who I'm actually surprised he almost did as much as the Kog'Maw.
I mean, when's the last time you saw a mid laner out-damage their AD carry in League of Legends in a top-level game? Like, never? I genuinely am struggling to remember the last time I saw that.
Especially in this meta, it's been a while. And like and it's sad too, because you'll see those damage numbers on the AD carries, and a lot of the times they'll get the MVP, and it's like, no, but this guy just set that guy up. Like, yeah, that guy, pressed his buttons, position pretty solid, but nice to see that Knight's damage reflecting what is probably going to be his MVP. Let's be real. It's nice getting it.
If Knight doesn't get the MVP after that final fight that saved the game for them and won it, like, he was already an MVP candidate before that fight. If that fight doesn't clinch it, then I give up. I give up at that point. Still, I've already got. I was going to say I'm going to do something if it doesn't happen, but I already have a hat to eat on the list. So
you do have to eat a hat, but you're already moving on. For anyone who doesn't know, Munch is going to go become like the marketing guy and come up with slogans for the LPL because he's a lot of great slogan ideas. But I guess it's a future day. That isn't today just yet. You're still meant to be building up JDG, the purveyors of Mojo, the majesties of Mojo.
Do you know, the thing is, I don't think I'm the guy. I don't think I'm the LPL like marketing guy that they need. They need to talk to OMG and find the guy that came up with the slogan, Dawning Beams Shine and Planet Sparkle. Because whoever that man is, or woman, they are the marketing genius we all need. Like, I, for one, love OMG, and it's nothing to do with the gameplay or the players. It's that slogan.
So, but, Planet Sparkle, I guess no one was sparkling. Munch, who's the I don't know. The slogan still makes no sense to me. Shanji was kind of sparkling,
and he definitely was as big as a planet in that game.
You know what? He at least gets the points for also just peeking the Darius. And honestly, to actually bring it back to being a little bit serious, that'll be one praise I give OMG overall as a team, is the adaptation from Game 1 to Game 2. And again, Game 2 was still them getting smashed, but them being like, okay, we're going to take this Kog'Maw Lulu, which at least enables our scaling further if we fall behind. We're going to give Shanji something he can pressure in a topside matchup. Like, there was some good adaptations coming out from OMG from Game 1 to Game 2, even if those adaptations couldn't result in a win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, bringing out the Kog'Maw, like you say, just the fact that we get our second Kog'Maw game in the LPL, it is still 0-2 now, 0% win rate on the Kog'Maw, but I'm not sure that was necessarily Kog'Maw's fault.
No.
It did look like it was bringing out a lot of strength later on in the game, and the whole comp on the side of JDG was designed to ruin Kog'Maw's life. So, tough one there for Abel. And I will say, Abel didn't get caught mispositioned as often as we've seen in previous series. I feel like Abel has had some really dodgy moments in the previous series so far. The split, the Kog'Maw game, I think, was maybe one of his cleanest games of the split so far. So, positives there.
I feel like as a whole, it was kind of more of like a failure on OMG as a team to like consciously play around these engages. And if you want a really good example of how to do it, Ultra Prime against WE yesterday, Ultra Prime lost, and eventually the Shanks did find an engage angle. But there's just 10 minutes of them checking like every brush around them in all angles to be like, where's the Annie? Where's anyone who could flank us? And it's like, yeah, that was a great example of how to do it, because they just could not dodge Knight this game. He gets it, Munch. You don't have to go... Actually, you weren't going to do anything anyway, but you don't have to go do the things that you weren't going to do now, all thanks to this man and the people who pick MVPs.
All right, sweet. I don't have to do something. I don't even know what, but thanks, Knight. Appreciate that, mate. Yeah, absolute domination coming out from Knight. 9-2-8, and like we said, that final flank was something special, honestly. Really, really good stuff coming out from him. And I feel like Knight has been so consistent as well. Like, even in the issues that we've seen from JDG, I'm not sure it's really ninth that could be held responsible for that. This roam down to the bottom side. I still can't believe they got this kill in this play. That it was like 2v3 and basically not quite a dive, like the opposite of a dive actually, but they still managed to get a kill.
This one's crazy too. Again, just thinking back to how Kanavi didn't die, like there's...
I love how, yeah, he dodges the orbital deception, then goes back in. Like,
yeah,
the cojones on that, man. This combo was nuts too.
That was just beautiful, right? I mean, they were just there and then they weren't. It was honestly just one of the best like combos, like chain engages I've probably ever seen. It was just great coming out from them. And then there it is, game-winning play coming out from Knight to make sure the job gets done. And JDG don't troll and piss us all off for having to sit here and watch another game when they should have won this one. But still, yeah, JDG on a nice trajectory. The next people they play as we pull up the all-being schedule is LGD. So LGD into EDG. So a series they're expected to be heavy favorites in, right? LGD still trying to find their first one, but then EDG, that should be a bit of a banger, a close one. EDG sitting 1-1, so we're tied with JDG coming into the day. Of course, now JDG moving a bit ahead of them with this win.
Yeah, I think, as you say, against LGD, you do expect pretty much everyone to be heavy favorites. They are living up to their expectations as an organization in recent history. It's, yeah, a solid win from JDG. We're going to jump into a break. And I'm going to say goodbye to Mr. Lyric here.
See you
He's
much.
going to be leaving us forever, or at least for today. I'm going to be joined by Kitty after the break as we head to IG versus RNG.
Yeah, I mean, both sides lost 30 carries in such a short period of time, and a lot was used to try to get on top of the Ezreal. They used so much engage on that they had in their comp, whereas on the other side, it was like, okay, one anti-stun, one Malphite doing his job. And at the end of the day, you're playing up against Viego, who can just reset over and over. So if the fight gets really scrappy like that, it's just going to be...
Yeah, it's really a combination of Viego, like, resetting and continuously getting those off, and then also no one can really, even that early in the game, can really damage Malphite, right? So you're not going to win that longer skirmish, and already falling behind and losing those early Infernal Drakes really ended up mattering in the long run.
Yeah, well, we do have a second highlight here as well, which was a play around the mid lane. We did see aiming kind of get TP'd on, but at the end of the day, it's Ezreal Yumi, and they go very deep into KT's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, super safe when you have the combat summoners available with the cleanse and the flash to get out of this. You're an Ezreal as well, so much mobility. But even if they had killed Ezreal here, I don't think it would have saved them this turnaround. Huge Malphite ult comes in, the momentum's there, and it's kind of just Hanwha Life, like, we've already burned so much. Jungler down, just disengaged from the situation. You see the ult comes down from Viper and doesn't even do that much damage.
And from this point on, KT are in full control. There's no enemy smite, so as long as they don't get wiped in the fight, they should be able to pick themselves up the Baron. And then from this point on, there isn't really any opportunity for Hanwha Life to get back. They desperately try, but again, don't have smite, so you basically need to guaranteed win the fight. But it's not like you have a lot of setup, right? Aiming goes completely unchecked, can play really far forward and without Viper's damage. There's nothing to be done. They look very disjointed here, Hanwha, and this is a problem they had throughout the entirety of spring as well.
Yeah, and even there were some rough decisions in the early game where, like, we saw Viper and Life come out really far ahead in the laning phase, and then Life got a really good roam, and then he kept roaming, and then he roamed some more, and Aiming got a couple of plates, and he picked up the difference they had in the bot lane, so some weird decisions that definitely held them back, but KT definitely felt like they knew exactly what they needed to do, and in the team fights in particular, they were on point.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have to pick one POG here for the first game. Let's see who it is going to be. I think there are probably 3 good choices you could go for here, but let's see who did end up getting this one. It will be Cuz on the Viego, probably for what he was able to do in that crazy team fight early on.
Yeah, I think the entire topside of KT, much like Spring, it just had a really good game. Cuz, even though early on there were some decisions that looked a little bit silly with him going in really aggressive, I actually really like that because, to me, Cuz's ability to start fights is really important here, because if you engage with anything else, it's gonna feel kind of rough, right? If you, for example, use Malphite ulti and that gets flashed from, you don't really get a lot done, so Cuz playing really aggressive, but it working out very nice.
And having so much confidence in a lot of these plays to keep going forwards. I love how in the highlights we showed, this one and the layer one, aiming is kind of just like a little worm on a hook to kind of beat the rest of the Hanwei in, and then it's about those resets, about finding those big ults, and Cuz there for the cleanup and performing so well in these scrappy, very intense fights on the Aphelios, getting those resets, getting a lot of value out of each champion that he picks up as well.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people maybe didn't want to go for the, Malphite, I pressed R and everybody was grouped up vote, but we were based enough to go for exactly that. And in fact, he did get 5 votes on top of that as well, but it ends up being the tiebreaker there from the Korean analyst desk, I suppose, and it is Cuz who does get the victory in the end. There was the 1 vote for BDD as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty fair. I think we said like that the whole top side was good. I think both Cuz and Keen had a pretty strong start in this series.
Really, going into the next one, I want Hanwha to kind of pull it together. We need to see more cohesion from this team because the early game actually a little better. They got like a 1-2K gold lead, and then from there, didn't really accelerate it.
Yeah, well, we also wanted to show you guys what the teams were doing during the break. HomeLife Esports huddled in the coach's booth, going over the replay. They got Mowgli in there. They got all the coaching staff, of course, and HomeLife Esports, they have decided to choose blue. Not too surprising, what with Red Side not having any bans. I said that in jest because they have to ban Melio, Zeri, and a lot of other things.
Yeah, there's just so many things you have to ban in this situation. The fact that you banned the Zeri and that still left the Yuumi open, like obviously you can't leave Zeri Yuumi, that's too broken, but you still end up giving Lehens the Yuumi, which is problematic. I will say, coming in this next game, I really want to give them to give Viper an easier time because it's not like they picked the Aphelios in a spot where the Malphite Annie was open, but it ended up being a situation where he couldn't play the game, and I think so much of Hanwha's strength is about Viper being able to function in these team fights. So if you are going to end up in a composition where you're very reliant on your AD carry for damage, try and put him in a spot where he's able to have an easier time in team fights.
Any other further thoughts?
Well, yeah, no, because particularly in the current meta, we also see, even though I think Zeka, when it comes to mechanically, had a good game, how good you are as a mid in the current meta feels like tied to how well you can enable your AD carry. And Viper didn't get to play the game. That's not fully on Zeka, but I would like to try and see the pivot. It's not about what can Ari do, it's about how much space can you buy for your AD carry.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have game number 2 on the way here in just a moment. We'll have to see if HomeLife Esports can do a little bit better job of drafting on the blue side and perhaps enable a Viper, as the guys have been saying. But let's go back to the casters now for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Spacemen, for your breakdown of that game number 1 KT victory. We'll see whether HomeLife Esports, with the power of blue side, whether they can bounce back in this game number 2. Wolf, what do you think?
That is the question. I mean, I think that a lot of this is going to come down to draft because despite what I felt was KT having a much better draft, it was still a pretty close game, right? And some of those skirmishes were played really well. There were some good catches. I think the Synergy, although, as Kronk would point out, wasn't perfect, it was definitely better for HomeLife Esports. And, before we started the series, people asked me what I thought. I said I think it's going 3. I still think there's a pretty good chance of that. I don't want to take that first game and go, well, KT bopped him so hard there's no chance. Because I think it doesn't really tell the story of the game. And now with blue side priority here for HomeLife Esports, they could definitely change things up. I don't think they'll be willing to pick the Yuumi and go into an Ezreal Yuumi comp. I think that's a KT exclusive. But let's see what their take is going to be here going into this draft.
Yeah, and I think you can change it up on blue side as well. You get to control bans just that little bit better. If you want to first pick your jungler, then perhaps you don't need to ban things like the Maokai and the Vi. Take a few extra things off the table and potentially have a better experience that way. But we'll just have to see, as now we are into pick and ban for game number 2. I just hope that we get more Rock, because Rock made me very happy. It gives the good brain chemical when Rock does good stuff.
the Croc is so
Croc's
far been
gonna be,
absent.
yeah, going to be playing later on this week.
Later on today.
Yeah. There's the Croc O. Different one. Cat going to be banned.
Okay.
Goodbye, Cat. There we go.
So
Love
this will open up one of the Lucian, the Maokai, or the Vi, and I think it's going to be the Lucian that makes it through of these three. Unless they want to pick that Vi themselves, for example.
Yep.
Nico going to get banned, but this is what you're talking about now. KT have to think a little bit carefully about what they want to do for these final bans.
You be banned.
In order do they ban Melio and Zeri?
Yeah. It is going to be Zeri first. Let's see if this Vi is going to make it through, or if they're just going to ban that away, leave the Lucian. As, you know, Viper, very good Lucian player himself, not as known for it in terms of what we saw in the Zeri Lulu, Lucian Nami meta.
Yeah.
It's not definitely Aiming's mainstay pick, as we're ticking down. Will be Annie, actually. So banning two of the critical champions here for KT's previous composition, leaving
Vi Lucian Nami?
the Vi and the Lucian up here in this case. And I think the Milio still needs a look here. I think KT definitely going to ban that one away, but I think now using this time as to what the response is going
Vi
to be.
Lucian Nami Milio.
Vi or potentially the Lucian pick.
Yeah, actually, I kind of like just banning Melio and letting them have Lucian. Okay, never mind. So, still
Milio for Vi.
Of course, KT banned it on the blue side last time around, and now
You played D4 all night or what? No, I just...
as to whether Life is going to be picking up the brand new champion that
What's
is...
it called?
A little bit
Woke up early.
I could say, or whether they've got a different plan in mind. Jax will not be the first pick here for King.
No, I hope not. I think it's a very weak first pick. Will be the Vi instead.
That is a gamble.
Yeah, it certainly is, but it does allow you the freedom to say, okay, if Aiming is going to be playing the Aphelios here, we have one great guaranteed lockdown for this champion, even if it's Milio. Because, yeah, Milio's pretty good into hard engaged champions like this, but you're going to have a lot of other follow-up champions. It will be the Aphelios first. I don't know if they'll show the Milio here, but this is another tough decision because normally Milio is never open. Yeah. So when it gets open, it really warps both sides of the draft. Like, do we grab Milio here, make it transparent? Do we get our own jungle pick?
It's not that extreme.
If we leave the Milio open, they're going to get it, and maybe Milio Jinx comes through into our Aphelios, so that's a problem. I don't want to deal with that. I think it's probably wisest to pick the Milio here because it leaves too many holes in the draft otherwise. And there's not a lot of prio picks here you'd want to get anyways.
Time for Lulu Jinx.
I like Ophelio. Ophelio is one of my
Ophelio.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just give him that extra range. Of course, the Crescendum doesn't benefit quite as much, but Calibrum, you're going to shoot people from years away if sitting under the cozy campfire. Blitzcrank Jinx.
All right, well, this is a pick comp now, and it will continue to be built as such. As you need a front line of any type now, you're like, okay, I'll take the Sejuani into the Vi. Thank you very much. But one of Cuz's more successful picks throughout the spring season. One that he played in inexorbitant amount of times on, and we made jokes about it because he played it so much. Clid played it a lot too and had a very bad win rate, but we'll be locked in here now, and I think the Ahri...
Good morning, team.
It goes unsaid in terms of what it offers this composition here for Honda Life Esports. That KT should absolutely remove that pick.
Yep, or just pick it up themselves. They could take it away if they would like.
I miss the LCK music.
A little bit different, playing around the Sejuani a little bit here for KT. You could potentially go for a bit more of this split push vibe when Honda Life Esports are going to be playing towards a lot more of these skirmishes and team fights. As LeBlanc going to be taken off the board here. Zeka not
Vap is a strong player, yeah.
Champions this time.
Does lean into potentially picking that Ahri up themselves like you were talking about. As the Jax is going to be taken away, another one of those split push champions. Fiora, potentially, if we are going to go that way, is KT. Another one to look at here, but they could also just go, nope, we're going to play this front to back.
EDG was a team that really set up Viper for success.
Picking up the Ahri here, maybe they just ban King and Zorn.
And rightfully so, because Viper deserved it and won them games.
Will be the Ahri. I mean, it's just so easy to ban this if you're not going to play it.
Yep, and I think that KT, they can then pick a split pusher of some
What will they blind mid?
And then threaten the Twisted Fate composition if they would like to.
Because Santa on 4 is so obvious. It's like...
Yeah, 100% agree.
I think Blizzard should ban Santa.
Right now. And it's one that BDD's been playing a lot in solo queue, as he always does.
The Trinity Force, Twisted Fate, is it going to happen?
I mean...
It's 11.
Probably not, but like, it's still good.
It would be fun. Rock, no!
Easiest Kisanta on 4 of your life.
Considering that it's a very different comp you're playing into now, and there's a lot of space that Jinx has. She's very high range.
I don't know why you give Kisanta when you're showing Violets.
Kind of forgot to talk about here in terms of what You know, I'm like Scion, Ornn, okay, Cassante is the better version of those three. We'll get locked in here. Now you have the counter pick for BDD here against Zeka's mid lane of choice.
Ooh, that could be Zeka's Gragas, of course. You'd prefer not to think about Zeka's Gragas from last season.
I don't think it's going to be Zeka's Gragas.
I'm hoping for a King in Gragas, absolutely. But let's see what is actually going to happen here, because the final pick will probably give us a little bit more information, unless it's Jace, in which case we'll just be confused forever.
Okay, I was going to say
Malzahar.
something like Orianna, where you just have some sort of more lockdown. Like, Malzahar is actually pretty good here.
I mean,
it's a lot of magic damage, but I mean...
Milio can't cleanse that.
Yeah,
you know?
I actually like it, but it's going to be Gragas mid, it looks like, and the
Malzahar blind is good here.
Cassante. And now as
Wokage.
KT, like, you could just go all in on just front to back and pick Victor here. Like, you could pretty much do anything. You could play the Twisted Fate you were talking about. A lot of map control with this one. Pretty decent into the Gragas. You're going to have the ability to lock down this Vi if she engages.
Oh.
Okay, Cassante mid, and Kale for the counter pick.
Wow.
And we have seen this in solo queue a lot. Every single top laner is spamming
That is
Kale
nice.
in solo queue right now. Like, every single one, including Kane, including Kingen. Everybody's playing it right now. And so
I think red side is full on Wokage, dude.
kind of
It's
responses to Gwen. It's a lot of scaling. It's
I
a
really like red
variation
side.
of like, okay, let's front to back team fight. We're gonna
I
scale
still
up,
don't get how they get
put the Cassante mid. You play the
Cassante
Kale,
on
you get
4
the
here.
whole
Like,
thing later on. You're expecting the
it's
game to go
illegal.
that way, and it's a lack of confidence as well in Hunter Life Esports.
Cassante is such a denial, man.
Because what we saw in the last game, what we saw all of spring season is Hunter Life Esports not always on the same page. If you're playing Blitzcrank, Gragas, you know, Gwen, and you're trying to say, all right, we're playing this Jinx reset comp, you have to be on the same page. I think KT's coaching staff is like, I don't think they could do it. We're just going to sit back, scale up, hit that Kale level 16, and then pop off.
Yeah, and Kale ult plus Milio ult just seems like a lot of Humble Life Esports are not allowed to do stuff. Like, they're going to press all of their CC buttons and their damage buttons, and Kane's going to be like, cool, guys. And then Lehens is like, yeah, really cool, guys. And then no one's going to take, well, like, one person.
I really like red side here. It's a turbo Kale game.
Single target CC.
It's
on the Humble Life Esports side of things.
And I don't think Jinx Blitz is that strong of a lane.
Feeling good against this Humble Life Esports composition, but we'll have to see whether KT can.
Is that the Samsung White Dandy? Yes, it is. I think red side won draft, yeah.
BDD has been spamming Cassante in solo queue as well. Certainly feeling confident on this pickup. Excited to see what KT going to be able to do with this composition, or whether Humble Life Esports can respond. I don't know whether we're on the KT side, but it's
Sejuani skin is so cool, actually.
are a little bit louder here in LoL Park. We'll see whether Humble Life Esports can win this game and fire up the fans, because
She's riding Rengar or what?
Feeling a little bit one-sided, Wolf. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I feel like KT is really
okay.
Riding the wave.
Nice analyst research.
A successful spring season, and moving into summer, already starting things off with a bang. Great performance.
Yeah, you think how a live draft is mega favored? No.
Just looks good.
I think red side isn't mega favored.
Be a KT fan, but I look at this draft for Hunter Life Esports, and I think in isolation it's very strong. If you take the nameplates off, especially, you're like, wow, this is really good. And you look at the 80 carry only.
Bot lane?
You're like, yeah. No, I see that.
I don't think Blitzcrank Jinx is that strong of a pairing.
The single target being so easily denied by the Milio, the Kale ult, feels a little bit less great here. And it feels like KT have come into this series with sick preparation, you know? Like, they were willing to play Ezreal Yuumi, which nobody really saw.
Alright, I will quote you.
Now they're putting Keen on Kale, and Keen is the
I will
guy
quote
who
you
has
this
like, the widest top
Luminance.
champion pool in the LCK pretty much since Khan left, it feels like.
What is it?
And this is not one of those things where it's like, oh, this is a really niche pick. Everybody's playing it right now. But he's the first one to do it, right? And you trust that in his first game of it this season, he's going to play it well. You know, when Keen brings these picks out, even the Urgot he lost on last season, you're like, well, it wasn't his fault, you know?
And he lost on it the first time, but then he had that really fun, like, Birtle drive-by
the fear
game. That was a real roughie for Birtle in that particular game. As this is the Milio debut, we saw that pop up.
Yeah, they put it down really fast.
Yeah, here we go. Milio's support debut. We'll see when it's played in the jungle, as Hook is going to miss there, aiming, doing the continue walking strategy.
like that.
Yeah, matchup-wise,
Now life, level 2.
I don't think Billy Lane is that strong,
Punch happening here.
personally.
He takes a bit of damage from the zap as well. And
EDG is just
ordinarily low.
But I think the matchups on solo lanes is pretty good.
Absolutely pounding both of these games. Like, this time much earlier than he did the last time around. Zeka, quite a bit of a struggle here. This does have a lot of mana to sit on here, and he is Gragas, so some sustain, but this wave is going to crash through. A bit of an awkward spot here. We'll lose a significant amount of CS on this crash.
Oh, and with the amount of mid control that BDD did kind of forfeit there just a little, could be a bit dangerous for Clid, who's at 50% HP as he takes on these wolves. It looks like the
Right,
blue
Cuz.
buff is going to be where Cuz is going, and Clid should be able to spot him before that does go down. We'll see what kind of scuffle is.
I don't understand this, right? It's like, we just watch Clid clear camps for like half a second, and when he's not even kiting them. You know, he could have been here earlier at the blue, but he's just not kiting them. He's just standing there punching small wolves. Not even kiting them.
So successful heist of the blue buff.
Yeah, a level 3 Kayle versus a level 4 Gwen in this 2v2. Definitely not one that you want to be getting involved in at this point in time, but it will get away with the heist, as you say. BDD once again hitting a
Imagine a whole team stages, like imagine 4 players on the team stage a walkout, and then their demands is that they replace their jungler.
A lot of bottom side control right now, so I don't know if he'll be successful in that endeavor, if the communication is there for aiming and
How Alive just do a walkout.
Looking for a bit of a combo there as BDD
That would be super base, not gonna lie. That would be so mean. It would be like the meanest thing ever.
Take that Rift Scuttler and Clid. Falling behind a little bit as far as the jungle is concerned. Cuz kind of running it at the moment. See whether that is going to change, though. Of course, Clid can really change some of these earlier fights if he does get to that level 6.
Emilio is insanely impressive, as this is, of course, when we saw this about a year ago when Kayle suddenly became meta again in 2022.
Yep.
And was meta for like 2 weeks, and then that was the end of that. But, yeah, Emilio is super impressive in lane, so the Blitzcrank needs to hit hooks in order to have any sort of presence there. And, you know, we did see some aggression in the level 2 opportunity that Life had, but now it's just bottom side control nonstop. So unfortunately, Clid's not able to double scuttle down there. And in this mid matchup, you know, the sustain of the Gragas is really helpful.
Yeah, well, Life don't have the...
It looked very disastrous in the early levels.
Yep, currently should be a-okay here.
Well, How Alive, they have a...
This particular matchup,
Apparently their baseball team is also a meme in Korea.
A bunch of times and claps his hand and stuff like that. He should be a-okay. Here on his top side, Keen just trying to do some laning stuff, but Kingen having a pretty good time of it at this point.
It's almost time for the first hand of the clock, you know, the level 6 is gonna come in.
Like, when I was in Korea, it was funny because their baseball team was winless and their league team was winless.
Advantage has a 12 CS lead, so Keen's gonna be second. At level 6 timing.
Yeah, Kingen just throwing down that needlework. Keen underneath the turret, the flash, and the flash response is going to be there. Keen doesn't have that level 6 just yet, but is out of the woods for the moment.
Kayla's not the strongest laner, but he's going to be a ranged champ soon.
On the Gwen to have these moments
On my wings.
Showing us that at MSI, and Kingen going to try and repeat the process. Keen quick on the trigger finger on that flash, though, is Clid going to answer with a bit of a Drake after the top side aggression.
Yeah, so Drake picked up here.
I don't know, just like at some point when you... At least from outside, right? And I say that for a reason. With the limited information we have from outside, it does look like How Alive would be in a good position to just, you know, take a risk on someone that shows a lot of promise through solo queue. Because keep in mind, the coaching staff is Mowgli, and their coaching staff is also Dandy. Trinity Kayle a thing? I'm not so sure. I thought you were just go Nash's Tooth and eventually go Rage Blade with AP. Especially in this game because they need AP damage. All out. Oh, BDD.
For the last hit as Life comes in and says, welcome to the party. Lehens is here, he's in position. Warm hugs on offer, but I don't know whether they necessarily want to do it. He's baited.
Oh, Clid missed Q. Oh, he missed Q.
To get the kill onto the Vibe, but it's a slaughter here in the river.
Ancora Messi, ancora Messi, ancora Messi. Oi!
Forward from Zeka with the immediate flash response, and Lens should. Oh, never mind. The barrel finishes him off.
See you later.
Alright.
And KT rolls.
Well, I started with BDD like missing lethal with the flash Q, like he didn't have lethal. And he flashed pretty late too.
So neither of these junglers has level 6. BDD has arguably a little bit of prio. He's great at these types of skirmishes.
And also here, like missing this Q3.
Clid here able to flash over the wall, and the Q is
BDD played it kind of wonky, guys.
And from this moment on, you really got to think, okay, it's done. It's definitely not going to work, right? But then they actually double down here on trying to kill Clid and Zeka. And unfortunately, this ends up being
I can only think about TVT when I see this Blitzcrank skin.
Even with Clid's Q missing and the additional kill going over, KT lose out big.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, that was not the cozy campfire and warm hugs that you really want as good old Melio. So yeah, Lens just getting into a little bit of a rough situation. But
He's catching up in CS now.
Control of this map for the moment.
Probably dynamic changes a lot after KL6.
But now Cuz could be in trouble, but no. Be able to back away. The mid lane control there for BDD certainly helping out.
This early game is.
Wasn't Vandal Gragas a band skin? It is. It is a band skin.
Winning skirmishes, they're taking objectives early. They were able to take the Drake last time, but nothing else really went their way. Now they've got Drake plus Herald, and I mean now you're seeing.
Why is it banned? Basically, when you auto with W, your W animation doesn't stop if you press Q or R.
All right, well, there's some divine intervention for the top side of the map, but King not really going to get too much value out of it. BDD gets the slow, though, wants to go all out, and King is...
Oh, BDD! Oh, miss Q again!
Comes through as they trade top laners. Now BDD is fighting the jungler. He should be able to win this one because he does so much damage with the ulti available. There it is. Double kill for the Cassandra.
This is not Vandal Gragas, by the way. This is...
The bomber comes in, though.
This is Asmongold.
Get enough damage down. The answer's no.
Gragas.
I shrugged.
Yeah, unfortunately this one.
Super Mega maybe
Wait,
not
hold on.
happen, right? Oh, never mind.
It looks scary. I think it kills him now, maybe. I mean, he's got full health.
Yeah.
He's gotta do it fast.
Woody.
And there it is. Belly bop the combo, and Zeka
Nice.
is going to be able to finish that one off and take a plate as well.
This is bizarro world we're living in.
Yeah,
now.
it's a weird game.
I thought
Woody
the
Fruity.
top matchup was in, or the mid matchup was mid, not top. As we're seeing Gragas versus Cassante up here in the top lane, and the observers about.
I think that Neon and Trimby is going to be really good.
As now King is going in mid, of course, to catch this wave and push this one out, but.
I think it's too soon to say if they're going to be the best.
We were like, ooh, Zeka's Gragas, not so good. But
Like,
pretty good.
keep in mind,
yeah, looking pretty good.
no offense to Neon at all, but he's on Academy, right? So he probably didn't scrim like all of the LEC teams.
Keen comes in with the ultimate here, but look, it's a Gwen. She's going to do a lot of damage back. They're able to focus down Keen at the perfect timing as his ult fades away. And yes, BDD...
Tolkien Gragas.
This actually gets extremely close. And then some fancy
I do remember that.
allows him to escape the initial engage here from Zeka. And he almost is able to sidestep the cask, but ultimately when the rocket comes through, it's just too much damage.
The rocket's actually clutch.
Can choose when he wants to kill him. At least he gets that CS, you know, before he goes down.
Hey, that's true. That's those sorts of things. Oh, BDD. It's okay. It's okay.
Been a bit of a roughie for the mid laner here.
Sometimes you get hit with a rocket from downtown. The rocket did go over a lot of different vision, which is why I kind of thought that BDD was going to be able to avoid it, but he was dealing with the Gragas there and he had 300 health. So you can give him some benefit of the doubt, I believe.
Yeah, when I saw it on the minimap, the angle looked like it was just not going to be anywhere close, and then...
Yeah, Trinity Kill is really good here, guys.
Those minions and then didn't see it and no one communicated to him, so... KT now going to try to group up for their first objective fight here on this Infernal, but they don't have a lot of map control and they don't know where Clid is.
At least the enemy's not going to be able to buy that much armor, so...
I just think this is a bit of a lost cause to actually try to hard commit to this.
Could be with Send, yeah. But with Send first feels kind of bad to buy, I think.
The buy is going to show up. You've got the Blitzcrank.
Because the Witsend recipe cost is insanely high and the components are very weak. So,
yeah, not having a
I think it's
time,
just bad.
And so this Infernal Drake will go over to Harmalife Esports. Control of the river is almost absolute. And there is some vision, but it's been switched off. As Lens just throwing some things around that have a very scary name, but don't actually do much. And here we go! Finally! My first Cloud Soul of the season. It took us our first match to get there.
And our first Stormrazor, first Aphelios here with aiming, finishing that one up as well. We're trying to return to lane here. Some of his plates are taken away.
Yeah.
And, you know, rushing Gale Force, I feel like actually was a pretty viable option here for aiming as well, considering how much pick there is. I'm going to have to hold my thought as Viper.
I think Witsend is not a good first item to buy, and the components are so trash.
Going to come down as well. The ulti comes on in, and
What's
now
Kaz doing?
is tanking a turret.
What's this?
Gets Viper excited.
Mate,
aiming. Can you
what was that?
turn this into a good scenario?
He needed 4 Sedge ults to find lethal, man.
He threw out an ult to a dead Blitzcrank. That's how much he wanted life to die. As, all right, Klid's going to get thrown back there. And Zeka comes down, and that is going to spell the end of the aggression. 1 for 1.
Almost disastrous here for KT, but as you say, it ends up being a 1 for 1 in the end. But these are trade-ups that you don't really want to be taking as KT. You want to get through this early game in stable fashion to where your Kayle will be relevant, your Aphelios is going to be relevant. You're giving additional gold over to Viper here, and he will survive here. Yeah, some plates getting picked up, and yes, Aphelios is getting some gold here, but I feel like the types of trades we're seeing KT take are both high risk and not really the kind of speed at which you want to be playing this game. We'll see if this is going to be a successful gank for life.
Yep, Keen
Here comes life.
to use the ultimate. Does do so as life
Oh.
is gonna miss the hook, unfortunately. And
Oh no!
back to the turret.
Live just chop suing. This looks like my Blitzcrank from.
Sacks, ladies and gentlemen, is now cleared. Volt breaking.
Oh no, man!
It's getting down and dirty.
Yeah, there we go.
It's getting down and dirty, Atlas. I'm pretty sure, well, last I checked, I was
Jesus Christ.
commentator. Pretty sure it's the LCK that we're casting here, but it feels like I'm watching.
It looks like my Blitzcrank from Clash.
It's almost a kill per minute here. And a lot of these kills have just been overextensions on both sides. Both these teams getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
A little bit of limit testing. One could say limit testing here.
I don't know about this Witsend,
Life
but
is on a control ward.
I guess it's okay.
To take some shellfish and then wander his way out. And I wonder whether we'll get to some normalcy, you know? I kind of feel like, you know, we need that guy from And Now for Something Completely Different by Monty Python.
Yeah.
And it says it's getting a bit too silly.
But he's just going to say that we're going to transition to another.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be silly again.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little bit
I do feel all the grip of iron. Like, I feel like I'm 50, man.
Yes, we did get a kill topside for Keen with that mistake from Lehens.
Bro, I take a nap in the middle of my stream.
Here. Now the Vi is kind of fed.
You think I do that shit if I'm fucking young and vibrant?
As much as his experience, right? I mean, Kayle
Fucking falling asleep.
He's not a champion that normally gets that much of a value out of getting a single kill, 300 gold, or even first blood, like 400 gold. Not that Kayle would ever get first blood in a pro game, but it's really about the time and the experience.
I was like, Witsend as a completed item is decent, but the components and the recipe cost is very expensive.
And I got him.
Because look at this, right? It's like the recipe is 850. Components is no magic mantle. In the past, it was Negatron, so it was much stronger. And the damage. Look at how the scaling of the damage is. Okay, so it's like it's 15 to 25 level 9, and the scaling really picks up later, right? The scaling really picks up very hard later. You see? That's why usually you don't rush this item.
Would prefer to have not have watched that one again. As side lanes in control here by Harmalife Esports, they managed to take the outer turret on the bottom side. BDD up here to protect this outer on top, but it's getting relatively low. Harmalife in a pretty good position. We have said that before though, and in game number 1 they were ahead.
Well, Trinity is a mythic and it doesn't give MR, so it's like you were comparing apples and oranges.
But everyone has a pretty significant advantage here on the side of Harmalife Esports, and KT, they aren't necessarily going to get that time because they haven't been able to get this Kayle, who's the least bad gold situation at like 90 gold, the deficit. They haven't been able to get to a position where they can say, okay, well, we're going to get this one Drake, so we have 5 more minutes of time to get that additional experience. To get to level 16.
I'm excited to see Milio Kayle. I'm excited to see Milio Kayle take a big shit on the enemy.
And I think that KT are awkwardly now trying to decide, do we make a stand for the solo Cloud Drake?
I don't know what aiming is buying here, guys.
Traps they might spring here with this control ward.
What the fuck is he buying?
And we'll give away
Do people usually guess your age roughly correct, Yamato? Recently, yes, but most of my life, no. Okay, Keen didn't press R. It's a very weird fight from KT. Like they are trapping in the bush and then they overstay and the enemy places Herald and then 3 people are out of position and they're split. This game looks very over now. GG.
This is a completely different game here, and a lot of it on the back of KT's early game errors, but it just looks more.
I'm quoting Nathan69, said Viber 1v9.
Have the opportunities to just force fights on their terms. We saw the teleport come through from Kingen.
Snip, 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 boom.
Didn't have a place where you could actually teleport.
JZ91, thank you very much for the Prime game, I appreciate it. Yeah, the quality of this game is piss low, by the way. Like, I'm watching LCK, I mean LPL, and LPL has been looking juicier than this.
You're trying to follow up on nothing. I'm following up on my teammate is dead. I'm coming in. You're in a Aphelios. You got Stormrazor, but that's not going to save the day in this case. And really just KT trying to force that fight because they know that was maybe the one.
Oh, this is the first kill I see in a long time.
But once the hook went in onto Keen, it's like you gotta abort, you gotta back out, and they give up even more than just.
I remember when my team gaslit Wunder into opening, convincing me to open GP against.
3-0-4 here
against Alfari. Then we played Kale.
So not a bad KDA to begin the season.
Oh, I thought you were going to say his last Gragas game. I was going to be, oh, it wasn't that good.
Yeah, no, we're not going to talk about that. That's one that can stay in the history books, I think.
I will tend to agree.
Yeah, I don't know where Keen is going with his Ruby Crystal.
He's been everywhere he needs to be. You know, it hasn't really been the mechanics.
Is he buying Riftmaker? Is he buying Nash's Tutti Frutti? How did it go?
And he's constantly been where his team.
Well, they got Dove level 3 exactly as I told them.
Ult steal?
Yep. Yeah, that'll do it.
Viper.
Sick play from Viper. He's really feeling himself, as he should. And yeah, I think we're headed to game 3.
So based on the changes to red, does that mean now Clid can go over to the enemy red and take another red?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I guess if the timing worked out, I think he might be a bit late.
Wow. That would be broken. I haven't actually seen what happens when you steal a red.
Guys, that's 13-11. What the
never mind, has to be your own.
Aren't these matches on are they not on 13-10?
Your own side, yeah. Stolen one in this case. Well, Atlas.
Yeah.
Or is it 13-11, guys?
It's looking like we're going to a game 3, Wolf. It looks like
I thought they're playing on 13-10.
Should have this one in the bag. And now, we have said that before.
The
things did go kind of well for Life Esports in the early game last time around, but the first decisive fight was won by KT. This time around, the first decisive fight definitely won by Life, and now Viper just stands back.
Yeah.
And can just shoot everyone from a really long way away. And look at this, yeah. About as free as you can get.
Shirelius to try to get to the Baron, and yeah, this is a disaster.
Yeah, Cuz desperately trying to make their way in here. Baron is going to be taken. Zeka will be taken down. It's now KT.
Okay.
For an opportunity. Moonlight Vigil goes wide though. Absolute disaster.
They get the net just like that.
So much
Boom.
Of the damage. And yes, they managed to get a kill, but it's traded back, and there's a Baron.
Yeah, the game is going way too fast for Kale to be useful.
Better Moonlight Vigil, or perhaps KT being on even footing, we would criticize that decision from Zeka quite heavily, but in this case, he's just holding the door, he's blocking out the choke point, and is punished for it, but buys his team enough time, and they still are able to trade it 1-for-1 here, plus the Baron buff coming through. And again, we keep taking a peek at the scale because like, what's the experience at? He's a whole level down here.
Yeah, Klid's having a solid game, man. He missed some cues, but
before he hits 16, it's just looking that way. And we're only 21 minutes in. It's not like we're hitting the 30-minute mark or anything like that. But there's just so much.
Game 3.
Yeah,
that's all they're doing.
Yeah, I think the clock memes in the chat probably slowing down a little bit right now. Is yep, this is Zeka a little bit too far forward here. Gets pulled back by BDD's all out. And is permafrosted. And then Viper just positions really well, kites back. The Moonlight Vigil does not connect, and they just get a successful Baron, free as you like.
Yeah, and you saw, you know, the Cozy Camper trying to be utilized for that extra range onto the Aphelios, but didn't.
What a silly game, though. Like,
you can see total damage hasn't been the
Viper getting ahead in the most absurd way possible. He's getting ahead because Cuz dives bot with Sejuani and he gets an assist on top lane.
Like the Jinx damage you see, and half of that feels like it's just from her ultimate alone. And then she's just hitting objectives. Like, I'm killing minions, I'm killing the Baron. That's what I'm doing with my
way too dank.
Slayer is really hurting the monsters in the game.
Yeah, how does Viper have 2 mythics, Wolf? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Too many mythics for this Jinx.
It's really unfair, isn't it?
Yeah, well, 1 mini. Because you are allowed to have one. It's KT
Life
all
with
grouped
the
up
angle?
underneath this inner turret.
Oh.
Yeah. Aiming.
Nah, aiming wouldn't do it to us.
No.
Ruler
Life might,
maybe.
though. Oh, ward goes over, so they have full information. So aiming will be all right. Still, Life Esports with Baron still available. Zeka doesn't have it, but the rest of his team still has it for just under a minute.
I mean, it's not the biggest Baron power play we've ever seen. It's certainly not critical damage here, and they are surviving. And where there's a level 16 Kale, there's a way, and now we're only 2 levels away from that. Is Cuz looking to engage here.
Yeah, going forward,
Oh, gets one.
maneuver here as Lance
Rip.
is just going to explode. Viper going to grab that. It's going to make him
Boom.
real nice.
That's the kill over the wild, but it doesn't matter, no.
And he's destroyed. And with Melio already dead, there's nothing they can do about it. PDD turns
Thank you,
up
friends
way
of the
too
Force.
late.
Appreciate it.
Life Esports win another
GG,
fight.
guys. GG.
Zeka with another big bomb.
Viper did 1v9, guys.
I mean, the fight looked pretty doomed.
Shout out to
before that, but
Nathan.
it really just ended the game, honestly. I mean, now they're just going to push in to try to kill this Nexus. No level 16 on the cards.
Viper has just been basically
What
doing
the
whatever
fuck?
heck he wants this entire game.
I guess Zeka doesn't have teleport here to go into mid, so they will just back away. But, I mean, the amount of control they have in this game cannot be overstated. That's an inhibitor down. That is going to be Soul going to Life Esports on top of it. So Cloud Soul 4 already, you know,
But keep in mind, like 11% max HP is not that
really nice
not that much.
and run fast and just have that additional movement speed.
Yeah, I don't think Viper even needs to get excited anymore. He just presses his ult button and basically getting a reset.
He's just waiting here.
So keep in mind, you need like 2,800 HP, but it will definitely turn into a bruiser room.
Put exactly where they want him. This is just
Will be a it will just be a bruiser room.
I think a lot of this game goes down to, I think some of the stuff we said about this, you could see it even in that fight, like, oh, aiming.
Holy, I will go overheal Gwen.
A lot of this game came down to KT just really botching.
Overheal Fiora, overheal Camille, overheal Irelia.
The space was talking
Holy shit, you can play overheal Shield Bash Irelia.
This game, Viper's the only one in the bottom lane that's allowed to play outside of Life. He's just like running around doing whatever the heck he robotly wants to. But Viper is just so much agency, can just shoot whoever he wants and do whatever he likes with this massive range advantage that he does have, because KT, they just haven't been able to get this composition to work the way that it could work on paper, right? Which is you set up the sort of situation with the Melio providing range and providing CC immunity, blah, 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 AoE cleanse, things like that. But if Lehens is just dying at the beginning of every fight, I mean,
Yeah, Zeri is ripped.
Yeah, he really could.
Teemo, and it's not going to be working out.
Exactly. I really feel like the amount of damage that Zeka has in this game too is so high that Kale can't really carry these fights. Like, they can just disengage against her ultimate, and then when Keen wants to go in and do that big damage, they just burst him down. He doesn't have, outside of his ultimate, a lot of survivability in these 5v5 fights because there's no other frontline. Cuz is so massively behind.
I think a lot of people in the chat don't know how overheal works.
He's not a frontline, he's not a tank, he is just a ult bot. Like, he's like, I ulted, and hopefully there's something happening, I can permafrost somebody, and I'm dead.
Yeah.
And that's
What the fuck is overheal Mundo?
has been permanently banned in every single game that we've seen.
Yeah.
You want to ult so you get a shield
Every single time.
instead of saving it for when it's useful?
Champion last season. She
Like-
is only more good now, and you can see 5, 2, and 8. He's having a very, very good time on the Rift right now. I don't know whether necessarily the game has been about Cliff.
Full CDR overheal Mundo. Redemption overheal Mundo Ultimate Hunter. Transcendence.
Now KT going for it. Cuz gonna get picked off though.
Oh, Viper's low, but he flashes out. Woody Fruity.
Oh, another great cast. Yeah, gonna be cast to oblivion. And yeah, I mean, that was, it felt like a...
They drafted Kale on level on R5 into Gwen.
Such a bait and switch. Like, Viper's sitting there like, oh no.
Isn't 11 max percent HP a lot?
They Shurelius onto me and kill me while Life
It's like you need to keep in mind who uses it.
He's got Gale Force. And then as soon as
Who the
he's
fuck
out,
uses
it's
it?
like, all right, we just turn on to KT here, and now Baron is taken TP to the top lane here to take out this top side of the map and just push to potentially end the game. I mean, look, all they need is a single pick here, and they've been getting them so consistently. They don't have to end now, but I mean, this game couldn't
It's
be
like
more
the new
open.
overheal. You could be Aatrox.
I think that Hanwha Esports honestly playing
You
this a
could
little bit
be.
conservatively. And if
You think it'll proc Graga's passive?
Oh, it's a Kale, you know, it's still a Felio scaling.
It should.
I think they can do whatever they want as the chase on the Viper.
But it sounds
here
pretty
with
useless.
The ability to snipe with Calibrum, like I see it, it's a good target, right? It's a good game plan here. Aiming in crew with the Shurelias coming through. Maybe I could snipe him with that Calibrum damage.
It was pick out 5.
No, it certainly is not. And look, I said that the ult went to Narnia. At least it did get a flash out from Viper. But
It's like Fiora, Camille, Irelia, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's really under any pressure.
Maybe Rift make a Gwen.
Time where he was under pressure for like half a second.
yeah, well, there was that time where pressure was being considered, but didn't actually ever come to fruition here. KT have been on the back foot.
A 4,000 gold lead for Clit alone in the jungle matchup.
He's got a GA, just chilling with his casual GA. Multiple items ahead, just having a great time. So, KT, it's gonna take a miracle if they are going to come back.
Can be fine on Gwen.
Level 16.
You're taking the tree anyway.
On a KL I've seen in a very long time.
And Present Mind is definitely not like a must.
Life was that close because that looked like a very opportunistic hook.
He could have flashed for it, honestly. He might.
Yeah, you can see. Trying to get in position.
I mean, they're just going to get the...
But the key thing is like 11% max HP is not that big.
This bottom inhibitor turret, as unfortunately Keen and Cuz have to defend the Nexus turrets against all this pressure.
Yeah, Kingen just going to be pushing all these minions towards the KT base. And with the Baron buff, it's going to be...
Kale here with Melio can do some damage.
As well. Elder's going to be up in a minute if they would like to. They can prolong this game for a little bit longer, but I think that Life, you just need to grab that 50 gold that's inside the Nexus, and we are going to be moving towards game number 3. Zeka finding a nice...
I think this change is really useless, if I'm going to be honest, guys.
Connects onto aiming. VDD trying to get something done here as the turrets are going to be taken out. Cuz dives forward, finds a decent prison, and KT are holding on to the best of their ability. And maybe if they weren't a bajillion gold behind, this could be better. But it is not, because Viper says it's not.
Nice.
That's the double kill. The hook is going to connect onto Cuz as well. And there goes the Nexus. Hanwha, bring us to a decider.
Group of Iron, they are 12k gold ahead.
Involved in so many of those early fights, but I think this is really a story of, once again, Clidemption is back.
Yeah.
And the man on Vi, he was making aggressive plays early, and every time it looked like maybe he overextended. Every time it looked like, okay,
Patch knows now?
This is an opportunity for KT. KT tried to punish him, and the first 3 really big skirmishes,
This rune is just trash now.
This the ball and gave over a ton of gold. And yes, they traded a few times after that. We did
this is garbage, if this is true, by the way.
Mostly irrelevant. The hard force attempt bottom side where aiming unfortunately holds turret aggro too long. They fail to dive. They give over additional kills. I mean, this was Hanwha Esports bouncing back in a big way, but I think the early game here for KT just not playing to their win conditions at all and really tripping over their shoelaces a lot. And, you know, I think you and I both agreed that on paper in an even game state, KT's comp looks fantastic and he's so strong in the late game. But if you're 12,000 gold behind when Keen hits level 16, we just don't get to have that conversation. We don't get to talk about those win conditions anymore.
Yeah, and I feel like they kind of outplayed themselves in
It's a fucking Bible.
Given the flexing of the
whatever, let's do this.
To make sure that Keen can have that matchup and
Let's do this. Tanky, prepare the thumbnail. Ladies and gentlemen, people of planet Earth, if you've missed, I do LPL co-streams, LCK co-streams. Check them out live, if that's of your interest. If you missed them, you can check out my Yamato Cannon VOD channel. Ad-free. enjoyment. League of Legends patch 13.12. Let's take a look what is going to land for us. First shot, so this champion boss. First shot bonus damage increased from 150% to 120%. Volley based damage increased from 10 to 10, so basically they increased it by 10 damage. Enchanted Crystal Arrow AP ratio increased from 100% to 120%. So basically, they've tried to cover all of the marks in terms of the builds. I think there is something interesting going on with IE and their interaction with Infinity Edge, but currently Ashe doesn't really stand out like something that is super great. I think that maybe you compare Ashe with Milio. Let's just double check how Ashe is currently doing. Ashe on 13.11. So we have a blade variant, so that's where the AP scaling becomes slightly relevant, right? 20%. This is almost borderline like it's borderline like a fucking Silas buff, more so than an Ashe buff. We have the Qmax variant that people are doing, right? Qmax, and you don't max W anymore. That's like the changeover in terms of the power. I've seen a lot of Trinity Force Ashe. I've seen a lot of Infinity Edge Ashe, and that's where like I would experiment a little bit more. I feel like Ginzu. I think that Ginzu is very interesting for champions that can actually leverage the mythic passive, where they double dip with the magic pen and also the armor penetration. But so I would like stay clear of this. I don't think it's that great. I think in general what I would experiment with is Trinity Force and also Infinity Edge. But Infinity Edge is a very hard item to slot in because you're losing the mobility and additional stats from, let's say, a Storm Razor or a Trinity Force. But Ashe, I think in terms of the 10 damage buff on volley, I think that's pretty fucking big. And then the bonus damage increase, I think that's pretty decent too. Just to show you guys how the passive works. Ashe basically normalizes her damage output in regards to critical strike. Ashe support back on menu, I wouldn't say so. I think that there was some abuse cases definitely with Echoes of Helia, and Echoes of Helia got nerfed, and I think that was a big enough hit to her. And sure, there's circumstances where you are going to have a good time, and you're going to pretty much scale well into the game because you're going to reach mandate and so forth. But these are all very, very expensive items. Good morning, Dom. So as you can see here, basic attack against enemies with frost are modified to deal 150% plus 75%, 35%. So it scales with crit, right? It scales with the Infinity Edge. And the unique thing here about Ashe is that she is a champion that can leverage the full effect of IE already on lower percent scaling. You get more viewers when sleeping. Not sure what that says, honestly. I might just turn into a sleep streamer. I might just take a nap in a bathtub. Nipples out. Who knows? But nevertheless, I don't think Ashe is super exciting as a champion, but that's what I would explore if you really want to play Ashe. Gangplank, Powder Cake, E-Recharge timer, 18 seconds to 14 down. I think that the change to... It's like Navori. Do you got pepperonis like Gilius? No, I don't. Powder Cake cooldown down. I think that this is a decent buff. I think that a lot of the things that you're doing with GP is heavily gated by your barrels. And considering you lost a lot of ability haste on Navori, which is a core item for GP, I think this is a very welcome buff. Kaiser, AD per level 2.6. This is going to definitely change some of the evolve windows for Kaiser. And I'm wondering if like one AD item plus a pickaxe, for example, should be enough for you to evolve, which is a very interesting buff. But I think Kaiser's biggest issue still is the fact that she is just lanes very poorly against most champs. She lanes very poorly against most champs. Passive lifesteal, 9% to 11%. Arc cooldown down 120. Okay, I don't have a strong opinion on Nasus or a strong feeling about Nasus. I think this is not something that we necessarily will see in pro play. So I think this is kind of irrelevant, but for solo queue, that's cool and all. I think that he probably felt the pain from Divine Sunderer changes, and they're kind of giving him power back, is what I imagine. Orianna, our AP ratio 90% to 95%, which is like this champion just keeps getting buffed. Our base damage is 400. This is starting to get a little bit wild here, Orianna. I think that the big buff for Orianna was, of course, the changes to how mid works. I think that's, of course, in terms of how the minion works, is very big for Orianna. This is a massive buff too. I think this is huge. Like, eventually we'll reach a breaking point where mages are going to be very, very strong. Like, Riot clearly are signaling that they want the damn mages to be played. Passive AP ratio 6% to 10%, EAP ratio 45 to 50, E missile speed 3,500 to 4,000. So Ryze is definitely a champion that got hurt by the fact that the minions got changed, in my opinion. I think that even though this is a decent buff, I think that the inherent problem of Ryze, especially when champions like Orianna are getting buffed like next to her, are not going to be addressed here. I think a lot of the AD carries that are being played too, the long range AD carries, are champions that Ryze struggles against, and it's rough. I think though, if anything, I'm trying to think if there's any like top lane matchups where I'd want to play Ryze, but nothing really stands out to me because yeah, nothing really stands out to me. But at least here, like with this change, I think that I might just go back to buying like Death Cap on third, you know? Death Cap on third is an interesting angle. 80 per level, 2.8 to 2.5. So we got nerfed. Ricochet AD ratio increased from 25 to 30 to 50. So we get 5% AD ratio on Ricochet, which is pretty big. But we lose some AD. But once again, I think Sivir is in the Kaiser box. Like these champions just struggle a little bit too hard against what is in the meta. So finally, Gragas is nerfed. Passive cooldown 8 to 12. I think this is a decent nerf. I think that this Gragas passive is what is allowing Gragas to nerf against, like, lane against any champion. It made like it allowed you to make so many mistakes in lane, and as long as you didn't die, you could recover anything. So I'm happy that Gragas is finally getting nerfed. Kha'Zix is a menace in solo queue. Even after the Yumu's nerfs, Kha'Zix remains a heavy outlier. I think it's good that it gets nerfed. Kog'Maw W% HP damage 3.5, so basically lower the damage by 0.5. This is a pretty hefty nerf. We saw it today in pro play, and I think it showed some potential. OMG played it, but this is a pretty hefty nerf. Especially when it comes to these champions that see play very rarely. I think that in the context of pro play, these type of nerfs kind of weigh heavy on you. But in the context of solo queue, Kog'Maw is something that's been doing well. So I understand why this change needed to happen, so to speak. K'Sante footwork E cooldown increased by 1.5 seconds. Okay. Not the nerf that I would aim for, personally. Like, I would maybe target like the mana cost of Q, or maybe the W cooldown. Because I think that largely K'Sante will remain as the same champion. I think that Riot has a problem in the fact that K'Sante is very strong in pro play. Like, I think people misunderstand often that people think that K'Sante, they see K'Sante doing K'Sante things and they think K'Sante is easy to play, but K'Sante is not easy to play. Like in solo queue, K'Sante has been doing bad for a very long time. Like, this is pretty poor. Kaysander looks like the most OP shit when he's dominating, but in a lot of games, people don't know how to use his kit. And his abilities are not super easy to use in terms of the combos that are available and also knowing when to do all out, you know? It is, you know, something to think about. So I think Kaysander is one of those champions that is like in the Azir tier, right? And I think that it deserves a little bit of a heavier punch to the forehead because... At least in my mind, I think that these Entufu strikes, you see that the 50 mana, right? 15 mana, and I think that this is kind of silly. The ability's cooldown is reduced by bonus armor and magic resistance, and its cast time is reduced by bonus health. I just read that, and I just wanted to read that out loud because it sounds silly. 15 mana, I think, is a bigger issue because similar to Gragas, Kaysander can get away with laning against almost anything due to the fact that this spell costs 15 mana. So, I think this is where pro players are leveraging this champion the best, and the fact that it can go mid and top, I think, is a little bit problematic. We continue. Lulu. 3 armor down, passive damage down, which is pretty big, pretty hefty. Lulu has been way too relevant for way too long. It's like in pro play, Lulu's biggest strength is her level 1, 2, 3. There's almost no suppos that can contest her. She's way too strong level 1, and this definitely targets that. I believe this makes sense. I don't think that Lulu's identity of what she is later on in the game, sure, maybe you could argue that polymorph duration is a little bit too big. I think that this is a decent nerf. Milio is getting a similar nerf. Passive damage on hit damage. Wow, this is a big nerf. This is a very, very big nerf. But not surprising. It's like this, the damage on this passive was way too much, and I think that this nerf is going to remove Milio from the first pick prio list. This is going to make the champion a lot more niche. This is a massive, massive nerf. Milio is getting completely headshotted here. Complete headshot. Like, Lulu is having a great time. Like, Lulu is very, very happy. So if Lulu has to tank such a nerf and then Milio gets this at the same time, I think Lulu is very happy. See Riot Raptor. Let's pull up Riot Raptor. Rel has been very healthy. Don't let the win rates you've been seeing for 13-11 fool you. They are held down by her one-day rate. Her win rate super has been climbing to around 55% with jungle side behind that. Cast time 4 seconds. Okay. Alright, percent damage cap. This was a very, very important nerf. Very, very important nerf. Like, I don't know if you guys saw the clips of Rel one-shotting Drakes, but this was just, I think, I knew right away when this happened that, oh, this is just a Riot completely trolling. Completely trolling. Monster mods. Converting our helper in the jungle from multiplier on total damage to flat numbers. This will make balancing around things like AP a bit easier going forward. These numbers should be only a slight nerf to the early clear, primarily from percents email and bigger, but not crushing. Hit it to her middle to late game clear. Alright, jungle damage for 300%. Bonus damage. Bonus damage. Bonus damage. Okay. I have to say I didn't really try too much Rel after the micro patch, but the micro patch buff was really massive. Like, that was one of the biggest buffs that I've ever seen in in the history. Like, this buff, I've never seen a champion get that big of a buff in one patch. Like, this was crazy. So I wasn't surprised that this really ramped her up to a whole different dimension. Yeah, these patch notes were bigger than some other patch notes. Still think, I don't think Rel has found her place just yet, but I think this cast time change on Q is a really big buff. This cast time change is really, really massive. So I think this is a really big quality of life, and it will make it a lot easier to actually queue people. This is really, really big. You can queue someone into W, and I think this will feel like a lot more alive. I think this is a massive buff. Right, we're in draft. Let me see like a good breakaway point. I think that we do champion nerfs and then we continue. Yuumi E attack speed buff 35% to 25. AP scaling remains the same. Heal per hit down to 25. I've already said this before. I don't think Yuumi is that strong. But I'm happy that they nerf Yuumi. I think that Yuumi should be piss useless. I think Yuumi should be troll to pick. So I'm happy that it gets nerfed. For example, the item nerf to Echoes of Helia is... The item nerf to Echoes of Helia was a big nerf already. Because Yuumi got so much play just because of how OP the super items were, you know? Honestly, I'm surprised by how well Yuumi is doing in solo queue. So maybe I'm wrong on this. I'm surprised by how well she's doing in solo queue. So maybe I'm just wrong. Could be. Could be that I'm just wrong on this. Maybe it just doesn't matter. Like there was a point where she bought Echoes of Helia, right? And at least my take on this champ, right, is just that you should just try to find AP numbers, you know? Like when I was playing this champion, I was still buying Mandate first. Because at least my take on this champion is that you just want to get as much AP as possible. As like Echoes of Helia with Font of Life was really, really popping off. And it seems like even on 13.11, after Echoes of Helia is nerfed, that it's really popping off. I think the biggest buff to Yuumi was, of course, that all the super items became really, really insane. All the super items became so cheap, and Yuumi can just carry them without risk, right? But yeah, I think that my read on how strong Yuumi was, this definitely tells a different tale. And if this is the number currently of Yuumi, I think that she should get nerfed even harder. Like way harder. Like, I think that they should hit this even harder. Like, this is too little. This should be nerfed more. Zeri, shield passive removed. Q no longer procs Sheen. MS 330 to 335. E damage 065 to 085. So let me just read real quick what Zeri damage we're talking about here on the E. So I think that Zeri passive, basically her passive, Living Battery, she doesn't absorb the shield, but she removes the shield. Q no longer procs Sheen, so obviously Trinity Force is completely dead. And now I just want to see the compensation on E. So basically, afterwards she gains lightning rounds for 5 seconds, empowering burst fire to deal bonus magic damage to first enemy hit, increased based on critical strike. So at least in terms of DPS for crit, it's a decent buff, but like you lose all the survivability, and Zeri needs survivability because she is relatively short range, and she needs to be able to trade her HP bar for space. All in all, I think that yeah, Zeri is kind of murdered here. Trinity Force really kept her alive, and now she has no shield bow, she has no access to anything. I have to say that the MS buff, the 5 MS buff, is pretty decent considering how her ult works, right? That she gets percentage move speed. For each stack, she gets percentage move speed, so that you're gonna feel like a pretty decent level of amp up here, and the crit builds will definitely be like rewarded in terms of the damage that you can output, but it's not I think the nerf is way worse than the so-called buffs, so I think definitely this will really hit Zeri in the jugular. We just have to see, like, you know, jungle pool remains heavily the same. Maybe when Vi is out, maybe Zeri can still lane. Maybe people can play the crit Zeri with Lulu, and maybe it could work, you know? All in all, I think that we watch LCK now, and then we continue with the rest of the patch notes right after that. Let me just make a note for my editor. Okay, ready.
AD carry that doesn't have an engage support on him. It's just a Yuumi. It's really just asking for Jinx to get resets, and it feels like I'm watching a different version of what happened to the LCK and MSI.
Oh no!
Like, oh wait, hold on. You gotta think about the range. Think about the ability for Jinx to actually win these fights, and how are you gonna get into range as Aphelios? There's an issue that a lot of our LCK teams had at MSI, and that KT Rolster are gonna have to try to solve in this draft. I think I like the Volibear more than the Sejuani. I think it's a
Mato's asleep again? No, he's not.
Shit.
Look at him. He's. How do you sleep like that? How do you sleep like that? Mato's asleep.
Bro, honestly, I was quite comfortable. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see the draft here. Oh damn, look at that Volibear skin. That looks sick. Kesante, Viego, Jinx, Milio, Gragas.
There we go. Hanwha fans finally finding their voice as we dive into game number 3. Hanwha Life Esports desperately wanting to get out onto a good foot. Remember, the week for both
I was
of these
like red
teams
side more.
is a real difficult one. You've got Gen G coming up next for KT on Friday, and on that same Friday, Hanwha Life Esports will be taking on T1.
Yeah.
So
I like red side here.
definitely some hype here and momentum.
I'm not
for
a
this
believer
game.
of Volibear, man. I think Volibear is kind of clapped here.
It's a very
I don't know how Volibear is gonna play the game against Ankara, Messi, Kesante.
and T1 who will face each other.
I think when I see
you just mentioned, the teams we have on screen.
Viego's gonna be able to carry the early game, but let's see if Klid is gonna completely vibe.
We will probably not be referencing the results of the series this week when we go into the round.
I think red side is just complete through in here. So
it is important.
let's see.
And you could say almost advantageous.
Let's see. Maybe Yumi's just OP. Maybe I'm just like completely. Maybe me and Yumi, our relationship is just so done.
That matchup against Hanwha Life Esports, for example, so winning against KT here could be massive. Easier.
Exactly right. And now I want to talk about this Volibear skin, which is pretty cool. Kind of looks like a...
Why does everyone call Milio Messi?
Yeah, I feel that a little bit.
Because it was just at the time when people started saying Ankara Messi, Milio got released and he has a football in his queue.
Kind of all about it. So KT here with, once again, Lehens.
The meme came before the skin.
Time with an Aphelios. We'll see whether Life is going to have a good time with his backpack and kicking these things around and trying to cause a bit of a ruckus.
So at level 1 with Yuumi and Aphelios, you know, you have the ability to try to poke most low-range AD carries with Crescendum. You can sustain up with your Severum, right? But against Milio Jinx, you're like, nah, not doing a whole lot here. It's just not going to happen.
Ronaldo GOAT.
So the initial level here, as you can see, is going to
Someone had to say it.
controlled by Viper and Life. So
Bro, this Volibear skin is crazy good.
We'll see how much first strike gold BDD can pick up into the Gragas, because it's really easy to set that up with some good combos, especially if Zeka has to use his body slam or his Q to clear waves to last hit. Then it becomes a lot easier for the Annie to start stacking up money. And the start of the laning phase for Game 2 for BDD was fantastic. Obviously, Game 1 completely gapped Zeka, so that's the one shining
Thoughts
light
on
to look
Quid
at
mid?
just in the
Yumi is not a counter to Milio. I think lane-wise, Yumi is really good into Milio.
Like, okay, let's see what BDD gets done.
Yeah.
I don't think Milio lane is that strong in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and his Annie definitely looked very different to his Casante's.
I think like Milio lane reminds me a lot of like Renata lane. It's not super easy to punish.
Strongest suit.
It's not super easy to punish. Milio is very similar to Renata, I think.
Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Cuz is poking his head around, but
BDD
going for any dives or anything.
He has no idea.
Thoughts on Quinn mid as a pick?
This comes down, the flash does come forward. Zeka didn't invest his.
I don't have thoughts.
And so BDD will be able to get back into some control, but without flash, it means he's a sitting duck here for Klid, who may just rotate around. It's going to take some shellfish first, but then could be looking to pay.
Klid had a fine Vi game. But even there, he missed some Qs.
Pretty significant for Annie in a matchup like this. You know, a lot less agency, a lot less kill pressure now. Cuz was going for the bottom scuttle and trying to punish the positioning there of Viper and Life in the lane. Only gets the scuttle. And PDD
Zeka Kali vibes.
So hard will dematerialize here as well. And
You don't look for an E there as Volibear? I'd look for E.
Some shenanigans potentially here.
Yeah, Cuz being there, able to let BDD push forward, get himself a better back timing if he would like one. As you can see, he's going to go back now. See what he is going to purchase. Is Keen versus King in here. The
Clid is just the worst peanut.
One of the most incredibly
That's his whole career.
Get in League of Legends.
His whole career, he's just been a worse version of Peanut.
As I possibly can.
Hint sarcasm.
Yeah. /S.
/S.
You know, being sarcastic on the internet, Wolf. You know, it's a difficult thing to do sometimes. I'm glad that you're there to help me make sure that everyone knows.
Guys, Peanut was the best jungler in the world at some point.
It's been a while since we've used that one. That's showing our age, I think, on the slash.
Guys, it's not that harsh. You guys make it seem harsh.
We don't need to do that. Jonas Strong, take notes.
But Peanut was insane. And that was during the time Clid was insane.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a...
It's like Clid and Peanut were really good simultaneously.
Unfortunately, not able to find anything with the volley.
Did you know that John Medic streamed? Really?
When level 6 is hit, also not a lot of kill pressure. Is okay, hold on. Look at the top
Wait.
briefly.
Yeah, Kingen gonna have a minion thrown at him, but it looks like they are gonna be all right. As in comes the bear. All right, Life
Peanut was on rocks.
Obliterated. Milios are being bullied today, Wolf, and it doesn't matter which side of the rift they're on.
Nope. And there's the value of the volley bear early on. A little bit too far up in the lane, a little bit of punish coming through. Pre-6.
Rocks and Rocks Tigers. He was on Cool Tigers.
There to the best of his ability to save
he was on.
Is going to end up losing out.
Was he on Longzhu?
Really nice gank timing here.
He was on LGD.
And I mean, we've seen both Cuz and Clid have
Dragon X
volley bear games across their career in the early game, and both of these players, Clid, like you mentioned in the draft, one that did a little bit more often, especially in his time at Gen G, but often playing it when it's not really meta. It's kind of.
I don't think Peanut was on the Freak of Freaks.
Yesterday, but it's
was he on the Freak of Freaks? I don't remember that.
Early game agency, a lot of punish power. So watching.
What is Medic doing to me?
Up Viper and Life are here with no vision in this tri brush, and Viper
Shit,
just trying to get some, additional.
Oh, I'm just chilling. Oh, you removed me, man.
Strong. We haven't seen evidence of it just yet. I'm hoping that Life does find an avenue to get some of that later on in this game. And of course, the Melio value is about giving Jinx, who already has disgusting range, even more disgusting range. And whether or not he, dies for first blood or not, he is still going to be able to offer that. As BDD throws a bear on top of the Gragas. Gragas answers that by drinking. And is going to be fine.
It's some tempo in the lane. It is going to, of course, be some first strike gold BDD picks up. You see this a lot, especially when you don't have flash. You're like, yeah, just toss this one out. Not going to commit any further, any harder here for a kill.
Kiko plays versus Aegis.
Moving up here with Cuz, and there's going to be able to get plates here.
Gragas is coming, but he's kind of
too long against Zeka, who does have that cast, could be a big problem. As when the white gun is ready, Aphelios wants to do as much as he can. I think he's going to get one more plate here.
What's my stream quality so trash?
They got back is ridiculous.
They only have 720p?
Setting his bear off on Zeka.
Hey, let's check
really
YouTube.
Struggling to...
We need 1080p, man.
As when the white gun is
there we
ready,
go.
Aphelios wants to do as much as
there we go.
The white gun is ready. Aphelios wants to do as much as he can. I think he's going to get one more plate here.
Could certainly, because of course the extra damage that they got back is ridiculous.
That's beautiful.
Man, BDD is just setting his bear off on Zeka, and Zeka is really struggling to cope with it.
Yeah,
as finally times out. But BDD, not going to be too worried about it. Doesn't get the stun back there, but throws out yet another ulti. Is okay. Final chapter going to come down. That gets the flash out of life. Thankfully, he didn't use it the last time around because he knew that he was dead. And so
which draft you preferred? I preferred red side.
He didn't get the plate earlier. We had the cutaway, but now with this.
But yeah, my opinion of Yumi is flawed, so maybe there's something I don't know.
Be able to secure it at least here is Viper and Life getting level 6 very soon. Life very low, as the Calibrum shots here from aiming have been so good. And yeah, just going to be able to guarantee
Did
that
you
plate
just
in about
quote
half of
yourself?
another one here as Viper desperately tries to CS under turret.
Yeah, and I think the other 2 games have been aiming, and now it's
Can tank volleyball? No.
There you
That
go.
item's
He's
trash.
definitely doing a good job.
And he doesn't need
especially
magic
in this
resistance to
laning
skim.
phase. And this is the first time that we've really seen KT having some control of this bottom
Damn,
tower. As
cannon.
I say that, he misses a cannon, but that's fine. It's just what happens when you leave the camera on them for too long. They get nervous and they miss
Is
cannons.
volleyball strong now? It's okay, but not strong.
Is a bit bold here, considering
Guys,
how much resources
if
he's been
Wukong,
alongside of
Maokai,
them
and
to
Vi
try
is
to
banned,
sneak this one away.
besides
But with the timing of the
Viego,
back
all
here
junglers
for
suck
aiming,
ass.
They're going to try to group up for this. I just think this is a bridge too far, stretching too much butter, or too little butter, rather, over too
Bro,
much
Kaz is
bread.
playing volleyball. Why are you flaming clit? Kaz is really dead. Oh, okay, ult's out. Good ult from BDD. Pushes out. Being flashed by space. Here comes Viper.
In the end, it's Zeka that takes the most punishment still. Body slam's going to get him out, and Shelly just wants none of it. She just says, no, that's enough shenanigans. I'm going back home. And in the end, yeah, Summoner spells.
I mean, the fact that aiming wasn't there for so long in that fight, and they still
play
are able to
Nuno and
contest
go
and
bot.
deny the Rift Herald, I think is both a testament to KT's juggling there on the Rift Herald itself, but also somewhat of Life Esports' indecision, right? They were very split up in that fight. By the time aiming and the Hens get there,
Kha'Zix not bad here.
They're just going to completely split us apart and rip us to
Oh,
shreds.
save him. Yeah, save the Prom King. There you go.
And, you know, now we're just swapping lanes. Aiming's going to take this opportunity after you rotate over to Herald to stick around topside, try to grab some plate gold here against this Kingen, or rather this K'Sante. Kingen playing it.
Yep.
Up on the top side, and the slower response here for the side of HLE.
Oh, Zeka manages to get the cannon on camera as well. Absolutely amazingly done as Keen explodes, and we'll be able to collect all of that farm. You can see Kingen, yeah, does have that slight advantage. KT just going to move on down and take this Rift Herald that everyone was fighting so aggressively over, and then they just move in and take it for free.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, this is the power of denying a Rift Herald like this, and then your enemy AD carry goes back to lane, and you're still topside, because then you could say, okay, well, I'm going to push this in. K'Sante is going to have to now come up here topside and deal with this, and I've got Prio, and I've got the Rift Herald, and you guys can't even contest it. And then by the time that you see the Jinx,
I'm just a Kha'Zix hater, dude.
She's lost a significant amount. She's going to then deal with this, and no farm is lost for aiming. And all the while, Keen is just waiting. Like, he actually is just waiting down there at the bottom brush. They have no idea. They're assuming that he's walking topside here. He can commit to a kill here, then just teleport top. Like, this is a long con play, but I mean, it might very well work out here.
That's some severe alcove gaming.
Sinus
going
gaming.
on right there, as Cuz gonna get zapped.
Tokyo
But
Drift.
He is the zapper. He is that kind
He's
of guy
spotted though.
on this volley bear. Of course, you know the Lord of
They
Thunder.
unleash the Drake.
So not
Smart.
too worried about zapping.
Loyal.
Kingen also just left.
Kingen
alone,
has TP.
lonely up there towards that top side. It's the K'Sante. Shelly gonna come down towards his bottom lane, try and grab these last couple of plates for aiming.
They don't want to dance.
Like, in a lot
I guess
of
it makes
ways,
sense they don't want to
Esports
dance
can roll
because
out macro
this is
here,
Storm
Kingen will
Razor
get some plate
Philios.
gold on the top side of the map, and some CS is going to be lost here for the Scion, but it's going to be both those plates going down here in the bottom lane as well as this Drake if they can't contest it. Zeka's coming over.
Yeah, Clid in fog of war right now. Could just come forward for a steal if they would like to as the cat comes out. That is just going to be the Drake secured. Lehens soaks up a Super Mega Death Rocket, is now teleport. Going to be used to get back towards this top outer turret.
Okay.
King says, all right, well,
K'Sante
now
won't be able
you're not
to
gonna
do
be as lonely
anything.
anymore, King, and I've done what I need to
Yeah,
do.
volleyball I don't like at all.
Out with you.
The Phelios that was already over 1,000 gold ahead is going to be the winner here on the side of KT. And while we are talking about plates being traded and some CS lost for Scion, Scion is the champion you care the least about in terms of lost farm, whereas the winner of KT is the one that you need to be fed the most, the one who is getting the most value, the one who's now going to pick up this first turret here, first brick worth of local gold. Look at all of the money that he and Lehens are going to pick up here. And
First brick and plate?
Yeah.
Man.
Like, when you consider how much of this money is going exactly where KT wants it, it doesn't feel like a fair trade at all. Plus Dragon, of course, mind you. So Kingen
Oh, Emilio's getting
and
so
decided
deleted next
to
match. It's
contest,
crazy, actually.
But he decided not to, actually.
Keen for the lists lazily to the left strategy to avoid
Nah, this Yubi is so
getting
fed.
ball kicked at him.
And it feels like every single time Kingen is left alone, he's getting nothing done, unfortunately. He's picking up more plate gold as K'Sante over here. Much less relevant.
All right, and as the dust settles, Viper is looking to try and grab himself some plates in the minute that they have left. 2 are available here on this top side is Kingen getting even more. Has actually done a great job as far as getting himself ahead.
You gotta be a vegan volley build.
In the game, as we know.
Bro, this volley build is not gonna be
down, but not gonna be able to stop this
useful ever.
Yeah.
Play from going.
And look at this. I mean, we're nearing 2,000 gold here. The advantage for aiming. Almost 2,000. All right.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole gold lead.
And then you're looking at, okay, yeah, Casante's got a lead versus a Scion. So it's like, all right, where are we really getting advantages here as Hanwha Life? We've still got the Drake advantage, right? For Hextech Soul. No, that's not happening either. So a little bit concerned about the map movement.
I didn't see the crit item changes yet.
In the early game, communication may perhaps a little bit off. And I mean, it's not like the Volibear pick is the real big MVP. It did help get the Aphelios ahead, but you're not allowed to do double camp. So once Riot said that's not allowed, he just did it on TV.
He did it. That's what happens. You just disobey the rules, you know. He's from the throne of the 4 winds, and he does not care.
I saw those circles on the ground, and I was like, he's crossing the circle lines.
The Venn diagram of Cuz just has Cuz, okay? There is no actual Venn diagram. It is all Cuz.
Because it's like, if I put my Volibear circle on the ground, it's okay, right? That counts as being in
That's
not
how you
leash
can
range,
join,
right?
You can join the circles. That's how you do it. All right, BDD moving back up towards his top side to try and answer. Zeka is opposite number up there, and you can see
I'm not sure why he wants to play Volibear.
Just wandering on up. BDD has Bear. Multiple Bears, in fact. Feels like BDD has had double Tibbers in both of these
Why
games.
did you dock Skater?
Tibbers, and now we've got actual like secondary Bear
What are you talking
Tibbers.
about?
He just knows, he also knows that, like, in this game, too, with how he's using his ultimate, the timings in which he's using it for tempo, he knows no fight is going to happen.
I don't know what Keiko voice comes.
He uses it in the fight as well. So it's like he's almost got 3 Tibbers, you know, and I'm looking at the situation here once again for Hanwha Life, just like game 1, and it's not impossible to win this.
Yeah,
one,
I will do it tonight.
Right now here early, and we do have questions about how this team fighting is going to work. The Yuumi pick was the one that was very concerning to me. Like, is this really going to get a big edge for aiming? Is he going to be able to?
I think they should just delete Yuumi from the game.
The answer is no, especially with Emilio. But will he have an advantage perhaps to be able to outdamage her?
But I understand
right now,
why they can't.
Yes, he's a BF sword ahead.
I'm just saying that I think they should.
Because of all the plate gold he's picked up, so chances here are looking better for KT than they did just from the outset of the draft.
Any chance Hanwha Life win? Yeah.
To get the interrupt, but is able to walk over and explode his soul furnace. And that means that Kingen's going to have to stick around for a little while longer. Does take out his frustration on the Scion.
Yeah, they can't delete Yuumi.
Seem to really care too much about it. His tank play certainly has leveled up this year. I feel like that has been the biggest improvement for Keen.
Yeah.
As Prowling Projectile, not going to quite find Viper.
He tried to avoid it whenever he could, but it's definitely better than what we've seen from him in the past. Now, Zeka getting a whole turret here, this is significant. This is a big advantage that is picked up. That's more relevant gold than what we were talking about with Kingen. So that's quite nice for him to pick that one up.
Yep, that's something.
I'm really curious how much revenue the players get from the world skins.
There is Milio and Jinx in the same game. Which
What
means
was that?
Will often just
Did he just deny his homie the cannon?
Which is kind of cool. So Hanwha do
What a
have
guy.
that to fall back on. But if KT find too many of these advantages and then BDD finds flank angles to get on top of Viper, who doesn't have cleanse.
Can you explain me why Leandre Luden in this match? Because the enemy will buy Mercs, and additionally, the enemy has a lot of HP on all of the champs.
Yeah, Cuz just trying to run out of here, but he's not going to be
Brother
able to do
Cuz.
so. Has to ulti to create
Woody Fruity is in the back. What is he doing? What is Cuz doing?
But aiming will get snared up, and that means the entire ult from the Yuumi does basically nothing. Now, Hanwha Life Esports will be able to deny this.
Like, the last minute of Cuz has been so weird. Fucked up the cannon minion. Got caught, and then he walks right back in.
But the damage has been done. The speed and the tempo advantages are all gone as Chompers connect.
All right, we're going to go all out onto this Scion, who's just delivered under the turret and just takes the kill.
Bro, Kingen, your team was hitting the Scion. What was that, mate?
Agent Wolf, it's not working out here for Hanwha Life.
What the fuck was that, bruv?
The outranging, BDD, beautiful timing there.
He took away the kill from the Aphelios, you know?
Hey, there we go.
So he's happy to say, all right, I'm going to give this one to the Scion. Well, aiming is big, and he is doing big damage. And the
his team is hitting, and then he kidnaps the Scion into the Gragas, so the Gragas get Scion ulted.
Isn't able to stave off that pressure alone, and I think they were trying to do a little bit too much here while they were taking that Drake. So
like this last minute of gaming has been terrible.
Giving up mid-turret, giving up a kill means KT back in the driver's seat in terms of
What is your favorite Aphelios weapon? Green.
Moving back to this is unfortunately Cuz way too far forward here. He's like, I've got ult, I'm fine, but he doesn't know that Zeka has actually teleport flanked over here. There's no vision whatsoever in the jungle. He's taken out, and aiming is at least able to survive this as well, because if the ult hits him, maybe he actually goes down as well. And then look at the damage on the Zeka.
Oh, Zeka was also trolling.
Damage on the Keen.
Nice, we're in a replay into end.
He should die. Yeah, there he goes.
No, he picks up Scion.
Kingdom was slowed down. Now, speedy zombie Scion. This was, of course, nerfed. It's not supposed to be alive for that long. It is going to time out. Nice little pick off there by Harmolife Esports in the bottom lane.
Can you see the volley during ult animation, or is on subable?
You know, being picked up here once again. Well, the question is, where's the gold going? You know, assist gold to a Viego, gold to a Cassante. Less significant than
yeah, Zeka's completely empty, man. I don't know what he's doing.
When Zeka is stunned up here,
I don't know if he dies anyway, because he would have flash. He would be out, you know?
Is also taking a ton of damage here with his Aphelios.
Obviously, he's ending either way.
Whereas picks like this, much less significant, as can't believe we're gonna watch this whole thing all
I'm not sure which one we should do. Maybe we join the sack for EDG Bilibili.
Oh, and another picture-in-picture as we get back to live. Bear is going to be dropped onto the portly gentleman. And Cuz is just going to slash at him with his big old claws. The bomber doesn't do anything because Cuz buffs the ult.
I'm going to join the homies EDG Bilibili over LCK. I want to hang out with the boys.
Leandri's build, and I mean, that's a ton of damage. He can actually just go ahead and
okay, good weapons for Aphelios. It's a good Nash.
And start up this Baron. Cassante with no teleport. Kingen cannot get here. Even the Rift Herald's getting involved here in the top lane. And KT
not too shabby.
The map way better right now.
Clid, this is your moment. Fuck the haters, Clid. Come on, Clid. Prove to the people you ain't mid. Come on, Clid. Come on, Clid. Come on, laddie. Come on, laddie. Come on, laddie. Hey, turn up, dude.
The Baron's not low enough, and there it goes. Cuz secures yet another one, and the Melio just obliterated off the back end of the team fight. KT in so much control.
Yeah, KT really now. This game is theirs to lose. I mean, aiming, doing so much damage. The gold he was given early, he has utilized it so incredibly well. This is the KT identity that ever since aiming joined this team that you've come to enjoy if you're a KT fan. Is
20-minute Baron.
He's going to do the big damage, and he just keeps doing it. Unfortunately for Harmolife, they're caught there. Zeka is picked in the top lane, and then they're like, well, we have to contest this Baron, right? And once again, it's just KT moving around the map so much better. Meanwhile, if you look at the bottom side of the map, it's Cassante trying to hit a turret, right? I mean, in terms of what Kingen is doing cross-map here,
what is he doing?
No jungler with him, and he's just like, all right, I'm going to push bot. There's not even any plates to pick up, right? We're super late into the game. Great drift here, you mentioned, from the Scion all the way around, and Clid's just like, hopefully they keep hitting the Drake. No, KT learned! Okay, they dealt with Willer last season. They learned. They stopped hitting the Baron. They kill the Viego. They smite the Baron.
Willer was actually the best, but teams not to 50-50. As Cuz saying, keep running, and that's exactly what Cuz has been screaming this entire series, because he sees enemy, he goes forward. They are money.
Keep running it, keep running it.
Eyes, for better or for worse.
And this is unfortunately not even Viper's fault this game, but he just has no agency. Zeka's constantly getting picked. They're never able to take a real 5v5 team fight. So the Melio effect, the range effect here for Viper just hasn't been relevant. Outside of lane, he hasn't done really anything this game, unfortunately. Again, not his fault, but his team has now lost so much control over the map.
Yeah, and look, he does have a cozy campfire here, as you can see, but KT just waited out. It's got a long cooldown, and so now the siege is on for
Look at the shields!
Yeah, no, this is ridiculous.
He doesn't even have Bloodthirster from, from spring season.
Nope. He's going to have a Bloodthirster soon for all of that extra damage while you're above 80% health, and when you have 90% shields, you probably most often
this game should be in the bag.
Over 80% health.
Yeah, and
unless Jinx can do something crazy.
Jungle camps, and then you come back and you're like, okay, I'm back up to 80%
Wait,
now. KT,
This graph is even wrong. Look.
Point here. This is not the end of the world.
The graph was wrong.
They were able to get that one Drake successfully. This could be basically game ending if they were able to get it. Still, Soul Point is nice. No inhibitors going down during this Baron. 30 seconds left on that. So there's still a chance here for Hanwha Life Esports, but something is going to have to change in a big way. With the gold deficit here for Viper so significant, I mean, BDD is doing the most damage in the game, but that's because of Leandri. So you look at Aiming's damage here, he's almost doubled that of Viper because he's been relevant in every single fight that he's involved in. He's been using the Calibrum range to its fullest, even when they were sieging the mid turret, for example. He's just playing it so well.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure it's even more than 80%. So I think 80% is from a different game that I've been playing, the above 80% shield situation. So yeah, I think it's 50%. For
yeah, 50 I think it is actually.
So really,
I just trusted you.
Really cool stuff. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Play-by-play, don't trust.
All right, Clid.
We just don't have much of a brain.
He doesn't even try.
Because he
doesn't have smite. That's okay.
Away a red buff. As Clid taken 50% of his health bar. Flame Trumpers coming on forward there as he's in a campfire, but it's not very cozy. Not at this state of the game. And it's only 7 kills, Wolf, at 24 minutes into this one. It's not.
Yeah, at this point, let Jinx farm every wave.
Just preventing Hanwha
Fuck everybody else.
Anything at all.
Just
really we need
good map movements.
The issue is
from Cuz.
Oh, we're going. Flash Tibbers. Goodbye life. Well, he's going to be able to get out of there, but just
holy, did Volibear just almost like Volibear and Tibbers? 2 bears. Two bears, like Viper got annihilated here. Sorry, but I need to rewind to see what just happened to Viper.
From BDD, from Cuz.
Double bear. Look at that, by the way. He swifted macroed them.
Is going to have to body slam the heck out of it. They are buying a lot of time, a fair bit of space, as the all-out is going to be used. Some fancy footwork. Blast Cone! Yep, Blast Cone is going to create even more distance. Shout out to Valdez there. Hopefully we can get that as highlight.
Yeah, give me the picture of the Valdez eye roll. Yeah. Come on, where are we
need
it. This game is, I think, definitely all done.
You should rewatch RNG vs IG.
Because
maybe we will. Maybe we will.
Coming back from this one. The Infinity Edge is done here for Viper, but he's a whole item behind. And stuff like what BDD could do against this Milio here just so quickly, fast reaction time. When you commit to this, sometimes there's a trade-off. Like, does the Annie survive the initial set when she goes to assassinate the support? She knows that Zeka and King and the Soul Laners are on the other side of the fight. There's no peel, and there's no punish. And it's just an easy flash play here with the amount of map control they have. BDD's not going to be missing that flash either. And yes, some time is bought here, but what does it really get you? A whole lot of nothing, unfortunately. And
I mean, it does get you more time. Right?
Yeah,
that's basically it. Like holding on to the.
What is the angle here? I don't know. Jinx is way too far behind on the curve to ever like have any pressure in such a game. The issue as well, Sion and Volibear could just buy. Hey, we're gonna get anathemas,
happens when KT just decide not
and then we're gonna put it on Jinx, and no one's gonna kill us.
And actually just make good macro reads, and then say, Aiming, you're the guy, you're our carry. And BDD, I mean, also a huge part of this, by the way. But I mean. Aiming just took the gold he was given, and he is absolutely. I mean, this could be the big damage vote, like the boom boom damage vote.
What do you mean, Team BDS? This is the double bear comp. Annie and Volibear.
Extraordinarily well as King crashes his train into this turret, works out quite nicely for them.
Oh shit! It's also the ball special double.
Just naming different vehicles.
Oh, he missed the ult, but it doesn't matter. And it's all ogre.
And Aiming, he certainly does. Viper just now.
Yuumi wins 2 games on the day for Hanwha Life.
KT will take the first game of summer in 2023.
Very decisive final game win here after what was a shaky second
GG.
game where perhaps overconfidence got the better of KT and perhaps.
What's happening over here? Oh, it's over.
This game definitely showed that.
It is.
Wait, how fast? Someone told me that Tianzhen completely ran it. So let's take a look.
Saying that they weren't.
You know that Aphelios and the Milio.
Well, but that's not to the lane for Nani here. Invade. And like you say, the level gets a huge trade onto him, a grass proc as well.
Alright, split mapping with Draven and Pyke. Respectable. They do a little red buff. Sejuani's crossing, okay. Beautiful from Sejuani. Alright, they spot him. He gets pushed out.
Invading onto that blue buff, so it's gonna be really
LPL stage is really cool. Which one? Lul.
They're crossing. In a bit of trouble. Does get the knock up onto Breed. Dodging away from the CC as Tianchen goes in. Wink so low on HP and will go down. There's First Blood. And Arm jumps underneath the tower. Behind, he's level 3 elf. Up onto Breathe. But Breathe. I mean, you just anticipate he's going to. 3 LP dodging matchup. Tianchen moving towards the bottom side, but Wei is behind. He's level 3 LP, dodging away from the CC as Tianchen goes in. Wink so low on HP and will go down. There's
I don't know. Wei is just a goat, by the way.
jumps underneath the tower.
Wei is just a goat.
Level 3 LP, dodging away from the CC as Tianchen goes in. Wink so low on HP.
Wei is just a goat, guys.
Blood, and Arm jumps underneath the tower.
Wei is just a goat.
Double kill.
On this bottom lane.
Wei doing enemy blue side camps like that.
Wave state.
And then being there level 3, that is nuts, by the way. That is like brilliant.
They can't quite finish the Lissandra just yet. The flash over the wall. Spot him. Tianchen is here too. Tang Yuan could be in big trouble, but Wei moving over. Stun will land. CC chain is there, but they can't quite finish the Lissandra just yet. The flash over the wall will keep him alive as LP moves over. Wei
Alright, he's dead.
caught up and the root comes out.
And that stuff.
Alright.
Even P demob
showing that.
RNG, the fresh squads on either side.
No, tower diving is correct. They had no idea Sejuani is gonna be there, by the way. They had no clue. It was a good play from Blue. Pike, Draven, Vi should for sure dive there every time, even if they have barrier. But Sejuani was just smurfing.
The hook comes on through, flash away from LP on. Can't really follow up with the damage. It means IG.
No TPs available for both. Wink, he has been sitting in that bottom side where he realistically could be pairing along
Okay, Tianchen.
right here, but oh my lord, that's a very painful trade. He's gonna get soloed.
What just happened? Tianchen tries to go for the invade. He's just a level down.
It's been a very
Why is he
long
there?
time since like Tang Yuan is the one that.
And the approach to League of Legends, like you say, not really willing to move over.
I was on 4.
Calibrum comes on in as well. Wei jumps in, basically double the CS.
Nice. Vi is level 6, guys.
Because Wei is in the wings there.
Surely.
Grabbed him. And the Calibrum comes on in as well. Wei jumps
Surely.
onto the play. Tianchen tries to get onto LP, but the follow-up's just not there. Wei being the bouncer for
Okay.
AD carry. Calibrum goes wide. Wink, can he survive this one? Crying with the Tibbers. LP still going. Finally taken down. Crying to get the kill. But Lissandra's here. Loom out, trying to survive as Tang Yuan doesn't have any mana. This is not a good play from RNG, and now finally something going right for IG.
2 kills into the pockets of An, and it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Very worthwhile. Crying, he was the one there first on this Annie, also burning that flash, getting that stun onto LP and shutting him down very
Alright, let's rewind that real quick because this Q, the Q from Vi was mental. TP at 10 minutes, man. How OP is that? Ah, LP doesn't get the Q, man.
This is not a
for one turning that had that ultimate available to
Okay.
cleanse this
Trinity Force Draven, interesting.
enough. As Tang Yuan, like you said, a lot of that damage
Do you know what happened to Wise KM? He didn't play today or what?
a little bit of a breather for IG to come back to this game.
I don't know what happened to him.
Dragon is going to be spawning in 20 seconds.
So thinking with Wei in the wings that they had the advantage, but Wei was actually spotted. And even though Lissandra gets first move, the TP from Cryan just sets it all up beautifully.
Yeah, I honestly thought this was looking pretty bad for Tianjin in particular because he was just getting bullied around, but at the very end, Wink didn't die. And he had that ultimate available to clean everyone up, and it really did make the difference. While on, he was also not under any threat after LP got picked off. So at the very end, it is a very
Witam
damage for the side of IG, and this is exactly what they're looking for to really upset the tempo and scaling opportunities. If you
pressure both the jungle and the mid lane.
Trinity into Kraken.
To get through this mid tier 1 though, this feels like a
Hi Taz, thank you very much.
hurdle for RNG at the minute.
Yeah, because of that threat from
Who set up this Aphelios Milio duo? Luma. Then obviously that turns into a player.
Wait.
Oh no. Oh,
Boys,
see
let's
that?
go back.
Yeah. such a good player mechanically on this champion.
That's crying.
Yeah, from crying.
Wink.
Oh no. Oh, didn't see it.
Boys,
Another ball to a decider or hit by the Tibbers. Lumau survives, and now finds still fighting over this mid lane. LP not hit by the Tibbers. Lumau survives, and now finds got real deep to try and take the support down. But look at LP.
Bro, why is everyone asleep?
Pulled in. Still fighting over this mid lane. LP not hit by the Tibbers. Lumau survives, and now finds got real deep to try and take the support down. But look
Like that he can't find Lethal, it looks so weird.
in the fight, just running at them all, taking G.
That Soul Dragon first. He take like. Sure if it's enough. Tangent is making his way from the base, but it does seem like with the red and white RNG, they're gonna secure this Baron very soon.
Yeah, there's a ward over the wall. Wink can't find
I think Kraken is weird, but Trinitfos I understand and I know about.
Because Taguan had the spellbook as well, so just taken so fast by RNG. Let's take another look at this fight. Because watch LP as well. He goes so aggressive in this one.
Yeah, and crying, he lands a really nice initial double stun onto the jungler and Limal, with the Vi ultimate also connected onto him, but I would love to see Wink get that ultimate reset onto someone so low. I mean, everyone is on 1 HP, but at the very end, when it comes
I was a big proponent of Essence Reaver Draven.
you're never going to be winning.
I can't Sam was buying so much garbage, I feel like, on Draven.
After all of that,
He's doing like shield bow IE every game.
and he's going to become a menace with that stopwatch in hand as well.
Yeah, it has to be said, when you're running Pike Draven and you're not winning that lane, it's always going to get tough team fights against the Felios Milio, who are ahead as well. Like, that's never going to be easy. Not to mention that the mid and jungle isolation, so fantastic stuff. But then, even when it wasn't in isolation, he 1v3'd them. So, I'd say that's an MVP performance.
I mean, just taking a look at the pure stats.
Alright, we finished the patch notes, yeah? Let's finish the patch notes. Alright, champion adjustments. So basically we covered this part already. Champion adjustment. Vigilance. When Lucian is empowered by another ally, his next 2 basic attacks will deal bonus magic damage. When Lucian is healed or shielded by an ally, or when a nearby champion is immobilized, his next 2 basic attacks will deal bonus damage. So they nerf the damage. Well, this is cool, right? Because at least there's some synergy now with all-in supports. But damage is down. And additionally, keep in mind, this is a nerf to like Lucian Nami, as an example, right? Because the text is specifically changed when Lucian is healed or shielded by an ally. So empowered covered all of the above. For example, Sona E or Nami E, right? These abilities. So they don't give you a proc. So this altogether is just a nerf. Rumble. You get added shield from Nami E. That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But either way, the damage is nerfed. But I have to say, as a conclusion, right, I don't think this is that big of a deal. I still think Lucian is happy. At maximum heat, 100 to 150. Danger zone still starts at 50. Overheat, 20% to 80% attack speed for 525. 5 to 130. So it's stronger but shorter. I think this kind of sucks for jungle. At least my mind goes to jungle right away, and it seems like this sucks for jungle. Unless these changes are enough, right, on the Q damage. Monster caps adjusted. E heat 10 to 20. Health 659 plus 99. 625 to 105. So this is okay. Base stat nerf, I'd say. Q damage. Target max HP. W shield. Plus percentage max HP. R cooldown 100 to 130, 80. Oh. Oh. I don't know how to feel about this. Because I don't think that what Rumble gains here is big enough to compensate for the nerfs that he's getting. I think the R cooldown up is a pretty like big gut punch, but I understand that they want to like move Rumble into being a top laner rather than being a mid laner. So they are putting more emphasis on the bruiser-ish aspects of his kit. I don't know how to judge this. I think that on first glance, I need to like try personally how it feels to manage the heat, because I think that part is very important. And I can't really judge how it is. They did buff his damage to jungle camps, but keep in mind as well that you are going to overheat a lot less, right? So that's like a compensation buff for the nerfs. Because like being in the danger zone was really OP for camps, because you had percentage max damage and you like took a big shit on camps. But now you're going to overheat later, right? Yeah, Q does max HP damage, right? But keep in mind, it's like you need to get the full duration of it, right? These are just things that I need to try. I need to see if jungle speed has changed, and I also need to understand how it feels to manage the heat. I think on first glance, it's not super easy to judge this change, in my opinion. I think the fact that I'm curious about the math on this, right? In terms of the target max HP in compensation for the flat. But 6 to 10% target max HP does sound decent. It does sound pretty fucking decent for the damage change. But it should be worse in mid. It should be worse on mid. I think that I think this just overall looks like a nerf. I think this overall just looks kind of bad. That's my take currently. Immortal Shield Bow, 7% lifesteal to 10%. Okay. Mid lane gold, 1 minus gold per minion kill removed. Okay. That's neat, I guess. Moonstone Renewal, Echo Heal. So they're just buffing. Mythic passive, 5 abilities to 5 heal and shield power. So they're doubling down. They're just making this into the ultimate Soraka item. I don't know why they don't give it like a unique effect. Like they're just turning this item into a pure healing item. It's like if your champion doesn't have like power allocation onto heal and shield power, Moonstone is very useless for you. Very useless. And you have to think to yourself, it's like if you look at the champions that have an overwhelming power allocation to heal and shield power, then it's like Soraka is the obvious one. And then everything else is kind of like, maybe I'd like something else. You know? Sona maybe, you know? We just scroll down, right? It's like, which champions are really over-indexed on heal and shield power when it comes to their power distribution? It's like, it's only Soraka. It's like I still don't feel like I would want to buy this item over some of the other items that exist. Yeah, it's only Soraka. I don't know, it's such a weird item. Like, who would want to buy this? It's just like heal and shield power. It's like all of this shitty long text just translated to heal and shield power. Milio, no. So Milio, I think he's very happy with... Milio, maybe, honestly. But Shrelia is so OP, I don't know. I think just fucking revert the change to this item. I feel like the old Moonstone would be a very interesting addition right now. Just give it an effect that can be like leveraged, you know? And gives you like some dynamic patterns. I think it just would be interesting. Phantom Dancer attack speed 5%. Okay, that's neat. Static Shiv, energized damage 80 to 190 to 6 to 18. Okay, well that's a pretty decent buff. That's a pretty decent buff. I have to kind of rate it in the context of all the other items though, so let's just check the other nerfs. Ardent Sense's on hit damage, so Ardent Sense got nerfed again. Price increased 3,200 to 3,400. Like Ardent Sense is completely boomed. They really don't like Ardent Sense, so just deleted this item out of the gate. Price 200 cost increase. Gale Force damage down. Holy, they just deleted Yasuo and Yone with Gale Force. They completely headshotted them. This is a nerf until 444 bonus AD. Aye. Bro, I'm telling you guys, what are AD carries supposed to buy as a first item? You're so homeless in terms of your item choices. It's like you can buy Kraken now and maybe Static Shiv. That's like your choices now. Trinity Force, Static, and the last, like, what did I miss? I'm spacing. I slept too little. Static Shiv, Trinity, and Kraken. Yes. Gale Force. Okay, we talk about Gale Force. Imperial Mandate, 3575 to 4060. Level 8 to 18. Damage 2, 70 to 150, 80 to 120. Move speed, 25%. Still think Imperial Mandate is going to be strong. I think this changes whatever. Really. Yeah, people still sleeping on ER for sure. Overheal, 20 to 300 to 11 max HP. I think this is garbage. I think this is pretty garbage. Maybe I would consider playing like Fiora with overheal, or like Camille with overheal, or Irelia with overheal, but I didn't do it before. And the games where I reach 3k HP, I'm telling you guys, it's quite rare. It's like a very, very deep late game rune. Because keep in mind, it's like you need to reach about 2.8k HP for this to be valuable. But the caveat here is the fact that you're not gated by level, you're gated by items. Because reaching level 18, so comparing it to like level 18, it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So I don't know. I think this is a weird one. For sure for AD carry, this is pretty trash. For sure for AD carry, this is pretty trash. You're not gonna see it that much for AD carry, but at the same time, it's like, what else do you take in that part of the tree? It's like you can take Overheal or Triumph, and like I don't think. I don't put much thought into such a rune even existing, you know? It's like the rune is strong, it's because BT is strong. And that's it. It's like BT is bought 3rd or 4th every game. And that is the only cases where you see the only reason you see Overheal. So I don't know. Yeah, I think it can be interesting for, like, as I mentioned, Fiora, Camille, and maybe even Aatrox can take this, you know, maybe Aatrox. Trying to think of other things. And that's about it. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, Olaf could be one too, for sure, yeah. Rapid fire cannon, energized damage down. Okay. Red buff. Okay. There's just too many red buffs in the game. So they nerf red buff. Okay. Too many red buffs in the game, guys. So they nerf red buff, which makes sense. I think that makes sense. Okay. My conclusion on this patch, guys, just fucking play champions and buy Trinity Force. Nothing has changed. I don't know, Trinity Force went under the radar for everything. I think Trinity Force is really broken. Buy Trinity Force. Enjoy life. Enjoy life. I think also on 80 carries, really explore Essence River. Really explore Essence River as an item for some good stuff. Trinity Force. Why Essence River when you can Trinity Force though? Essence River is cheaper. It's also not a mythic. And some of those stats are not useful. For all champions. I still think Essence River is one of the most OP items in the game. Very underutilized. Yeah, but I answered your question. I do think Trinity Force is really OP. But I think Essence River is really OP too. Now finally looking at this. Just trying to remind myself of what I'm surprised that it didn't change. If there's anything that has been missed. Yeah, but you are completely, like, with a statement like that, Grimoire, you're completely neglecting, like, talking about what champion you're playing. And that's obviously super important. Yeah, Nico, I think the quality of life that Nico has received is way too crazy. I think it's way too crazy. I think this champion is absurdly frustrating to play against. I don't know if there's going to be like a kind of learning curve for players to understand how it is to play against this kit, but I think that Nico is way too flexible, and I think that Nico is too strong. I think her ult and her W is way too stupid. I don't care too much about her damage. I think her damage is fair. I think just her R readability and W flexibility is way too strong. Way too strong. Oh yeah, Wukong and Vi didn't get changed at all. That's kind of funny. I think at some point you just have to say, yo, these champions have been played way too much. Just fucking kill them already, because pro teams are not finding ways to adjust. And honestly, I don't blame them. I think it's not super easy to find ways to adjust. I guess we are just going to see Wukong, Vi, Ari, and Ari and Annie till the dawn of time. I think another thing that should be talked about is just some of the tank items. Some of the tank items are just a little bit too strong. the tank items are a little bit too strong. No one really wants to play like any of the anti-tank champions. I think that the tank items are just too cheap and too strong, and I think also it's like Divine Thunderer got hit pretty hard, and tanks were already really good before, when Divine Thunderer was good against tanks. So I think they need to address tanks in some shape or form, because this is getting a bit boring. I guess that's what I'm looking out for. But yeah, I think just buy Trinity Force. You want to succeed, buy Trinity Force. It's like, look, let's look at Kindred. People buying fucking Trinity Force on Kindred. It's done, dude. It's done. Trinity Force on Kindred, mate. We're buying Trinity Force on Kindred. So people... it's a mess. It is a mess. To be honest, Trinity Kindred isn't that great. I think every metric is pointing against that, my friend. Trinity Kindred isn't that great unless you have many marks. Bro, Kindred just isn't strong if she doesn't have marks. Period. But there's no item that is going to save Kindred from not having marks. Guys, the numbers speak for themselves. Here there is no like idea of an outlier or anything that is pointing to things being weird. It's like here all of the metrics are pointing to the fact that Trinity is by far, you know, the strongest item. So if you're the Divine is this is very interesting. But this can be like game specific too, right? I remember that Freak spoke about something that basically in a lot of cases the recommended item becomes overbought and it skews the metrics. Because in some cases, right, it's like the better players will be more educated in terms of their item choices, you know? It's an interesting thing to explore. Yeah, just buy Trinity Force, guys. It's Trinity Force meta time. No. Trinity on Rek'Sai, no. On Rek'Sai, you should go Stridebreaker, I think. At least it sounds just better in my mind. Jax. Wait, did LPL start? Not yet. This is a website called Lolalytics. It's a pretty decent website. It's not that complicated. It's like usually the summary of things, they find like builds. They kind of have a calculation for what data is significant enough. Like, for example, a build that was bought 3 games is not going to show up here as a core build, right? Senna is buying Trinity Force? That sounds completely crazy. Nah, that's just bad. This is too small of a sample size, but this is just fucking bad, by the way. This is really, really bad. Don't do this, guys. Don't do this one. Yeah, I don't care about your Obito GG, mate. Like, your anecdotal experience playing Trinity Force Senna really doesn't matter. Yeah, Trifle Scale is something that I've seen, yeah. But yeah, that's a very, very small sample size once again, so it's not significant. Here as well, it's important not to be... Like, looking at the game time is super important, right? It's like Riftmaker is often bought 2nd or 3rd, right? So the win ratio of Riftmaker will be higher. But the same thing can be said for Ginzu. But the time finished, it's like the deeper you go into a game, win ratios will increase. The more items you buy, win ratios will increase. If we look at, for example, Quad, this is 4 items. You see that the win ratios are all above 60%. Because the stronger you are, the more often you win, right? Because either you're ahead or you're even or you're behind. But in more cases where you're ahead, you're going to buy more items. Something that heavily skewed Ezreal win ratios in the past when it came to Trinity Force was in games where he was buying Trinity Force, he would lose them before he finished the item. And it wouldn't add to the statistic of Trinity Force losing. Which is kind of funny, I think. Kind of funny. Same thing here, right? It's like Trinity Force is finished first. Navori is finished maybe 3rd, right? So the win ratio looks higher. The sample size is smaller. So the Trinity Force data is more significant here in my mind. Because the time when it's finished is very important. Because in the end here, right, you see 2 items. Trinity Force data is heavily supporting Trinity Force. You know? As an example. You see here, item first. If when people rushed Navori, they are completely losing the mind. First item Navori. It's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. But yeah, my point is buy Trinity Force. And if you need like a different mythic, let's say you want Stormrazor or you want Navori, right? Let's say you're playing Xayah or maybe Lucian. I think this is where I would consider Essence Reaver. Like Essence Reaver in this slot instead of Stormrazor, I would consider that. Basically Essence Reaver here. I might be a little Essence Reaver salesman, but let me pull up the wiki for you guys and show you what's up with Essence Reaver. This item, the base stats. Look at the base stats, guys. Juicy. Sivir, don't play Sivir. That is juicy. Bubblicious. And this is without, of course, Spellblade. You need short CDs for Sheen procs. Yeah, but that's why I mentioned specific champions, right? Xayah and Lucian. Because they can actually leverage the ability haste and they can play around the procs. Let me take you guys down memory lane, okay? So, at 1025, okay, 1025, this item was increased from 50 AD to 55, okay? And 11.7, they nerfed this item. By 10 AD. And during this, of course, it was a different meta, different context altogether, different champions, different items in the game altogether. But this buff here pushed this item into OP tier. People were buying this on Viego. People were buying this on Rengar, which is something that we still see, right? With, like, for example, Rengar players, they go Duskblade into Essence Reaver. That's like a real thing, right? I think that Essence Reaver is just an underrated item. That is all. Underrated item. You can buy one health potion for jungling, yeah? Trinity Force Rengar. Oh no, that's the thing. Trinity Force Rengar, 257 games. But Duskblade is having a good time in general. This is such a good build. I don't know if I would ever want to pivot from this. I wouldn't want to pivot from this, man. This is the juicer right here. What do you think about Yon in competitive? Yon in competitive just got really nerfed. Thoughts on Essence Reaver Ashe? I think Trinity Force is just better. What items on Kai'Sa? I need to check exactly how much AD you got from the buffs. How that changes, if you can itemize differently. The mana part of Essence Reaver is really whatever. It's such a small part of the item, you don't really care. It's really whatever. So I think it's fine. But okay, that's my thoughts on the patch notes. I think we covered it all. I don't know how much Kai'Sa will actually change with the AD change. But I could see a world where just you switch out this first item, maybe. How much AD do you get from Static Shiv? 45. Kraken is 40, right? Kraken is 40. Because Kraken is also like a semi-interesting item on Kai'Sa. I don't know if you can either buy Static or Kraken and then go Ginzu and then reach upgrade with Doran's Blade. Maybe this is something that can be done. Because I don't think Stormrazor is it, man. I don't think Stormrazor is it. Interesting here. No boots upgrade is doing so well. Obviously, it's not that big of a sample size, 9,000, but it is something to consider. Here's the Static Shiv Ginzu build, and there's the Kraken Ginzu build. Stormrazor does seem kind of unintuitive. I don't think this is the way. But okay, OMG versus JDG. Let me join the sack, guys.
Fuck. Oh my god.
Yo, Yamato.
Hello.
Holy shit.
Yamato, you're international now with the sleeping clip.
What do you mean?
Bro, you're watching LCK. It happens.
The picture of you sleeping is like going viral on Twitter.
I didn't even open Twitter. I only saw Dom's tweet.
Like Cadrel also did a tweet with your picture.
This is the violation because I'm taking a nap.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm refreshing. I need to see myself go international.
Holy shit, it's the GOAT.
Ape.
He's checking which side of the stage to walk to. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Did you see Tabby actually did it as a meme? Look. Holy fuck. He looks to the other side.
So this is a good kind of moment for them to kind of bounce off of this, use this as a platform to push themselves forward and make that known and saying, hey, look, we're not.
I got Billy for this one.
I got EDG.
God
I
damn.
don't really have him. I BLG
We
as
just
well.
got a headshot.
Holy. They're always poses from like animes and stuff, right?
Man has been loving the current
That's
meta
fucked
right
up,
now.
man.
I think that was Caitlyn, by the way.
They normally do ones like there was ones I forget which animes, but there was like one that just like she cycled through like a million other poses.
Coming into 2023, he has had so many clutch moments.
Who's the AD carrier of EDG?
Where he really
Leave.
was the difference maker.
Leave right now,
Is he good?
Gilius.
Is he good?
Leave.
Yeah, I'm out. Okay.
But it was for an Elder Dragon.
Bye-bye.
and man
He's good, he's
from
good.
Elder Dragon pinned all the way to
Yeah,
the
he's
top
pretty
lane,
good. He's
and I
psychopath.
screamed about it because he ended up
Complete
outplaying
psychopath.
everyone and really
Oh, he's like the
became
OMG guy, yeah?
on the side.
Abel.
But, you know, despite that, we have to talk
Not
about
that
how
psychopath.
has also
Yeah, that's next level psychopath, bro.
and him being the ADC that everyone had
Should I go gym today?
because
Yeah.
everyone didn't have that.
I slept so
I get too
little.
tired, bro.
2023. No one expected him to do so well at MSI.
No, he
and
slept.
had the highest
Oh yeah, never
True.
mind.
throughout that
It was literally just game one LCK insta falls asleep. It's fucking crazy, bro. That league is so shit. Holy.
Struggle in that early game.
Bro, that looked unhealthy for your neck, by the way.
Honestly, I was quite comfortable. Somehow.
I wake up and the first message I read on my phone is Dominate telling me to go on Yamato stream. I go there and Yamato is just hanging down the stream.
Holy.
But the biggest thing that I think for me is the fact that like not only did everyone kind of step up at
Bro,
MSI
where is the
and
LPL stream actually?
is that they've continued to kind of show that they're
It's twitch.tv/IW Dominate.
Bro, it's crazy though. It's been off the whole day for LPL.
They're on a strike.
Yeah, they actually know how to do a walkout. Crazy.
Are you walking out of Twitch?
Yeah. I mean, I'm still gonna work here, but I'll walk out.
Still need to make a living. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like,
that would be crazy, dude. If I did a walkout, I wouldn't have a job.
Wait, really? Is that how it works?
No, that's not how it works.
That's literally it. It's like this team
I'm actually on a hunger strike right now. Japanese curry is fucking hitting, I'll tell you that.
see.
So it's no longer a one team or one note team. This is a team that
Well, why doesn't LPL hook us up with chairs like that, man?
up in multiple different roles. And that is a very, very scary prospect.
I want to sit in the spaceship. It looks like I could take good naps in those, man.
It's Mako's birthday because I saw
Holy, it has wings, I just realized.
Mako showing quite a lot, so it potentially might be Mako's birthday.
Is that a
for this
Pikachu
upcoming
quilt?
Series, but like you said, I mean, there's so much expectations for these two teams.
I have no idea.
Well, belated happy birthday to Mako, and hopefully
Only the
this series is going to
1, 2, 3 Gwen Ben versus Pin.
Yep.
Upcoming from MSI being finalists.
It's especially crazy because like all they supposedly play is like a lot of the counter. I guess they're afraid of Gwen on 3 into like double banning.
The potential of this roster and that they're still
He's been convinced to first pick his hunter. That's how he looks.
Ale said in draft meeting that he can't win one-on-one, so he wants to play tank today.
We gotta talk about the draft.
Imagine if these two are playing like Graga style.
Yeah, that's
That'd be
one's
very
fucking
sad.
doomed.
I told you guys,
gotta play
Ali's face.
Fiora.
Ali's face. It was a first pick his hunter face.
Nah, Fofo was playing that shit mid.
That he can do pretty much anything and everything that he wants to do.
Look at oh shit! Look at his face. Holy shit! That is the first pick that's on their face.
The coach just said, "You're probably playing this one."
mentioned, in that best of 5 we saw in the spring playoffs.
Yeah, sure, coach.
Kind of just destroyed
You will have a Cassante in the game, I'll tell you that.
every single game, even the ones that EDG won.
Oh shit, somehow we are perfectly synced even in draft. That's crazy.
You know, to see EDG give
Damn.
it all, have something that can have, you know, impact in those team fights, but also very safe and kind of can keep himself in check.
Any Wukong, he just won to it.
And I wouldn't pinpoint Ala having this Cassante in the top lane just quite yet, because in their previous series up,
Do they care about AD that much here?
pick was actually flexed to Fofa in the mid lane, so we will have to wait and see. But EDG and BLG now looking to secure something like the jungler, which is going to be Wukong available for EDG to take. But I mean, BLG, they're more than happy to lock in.
Oh, it's time for Maokai Jace now. Drop bot.
No, Jace is banned.
Oh shit.
I've already said this
I'm blind, man.
decide to go something like the
I think maybe they just take full bot lane. They just take like fucking.
power, and on the other hand,
Maybe
it's
not.
going to be dependent on
I
what
mean, people have been
Mark
randomly playing Zyra Khan,
scaling option,
like,
or he can link very
again.
well up with Shun and fight aggression with aggression.
Oh, Maokai.
Maokai Jinx or what?
That's one.
Yeah, I think Jinx would be good.
You can say that every game, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like a Jinx game here.
Kind of
2 years, yeah.
kind of flexibility with this. The whole thing with putting the Cassante mid is that you do feel like you do need
Huh?
Wait, what?
a bit of a,
Huh?
you know, kind of
What the
flex the
fuck?
switch. You need something that can
Nah.
Pick me, Jax.
damage, even if it's just a little bit.
he said, hell no, I'm not playing this Cassante, by the way.
You see a little smiles or a little small kind of moment there for BLG.
Actually, Yamato knew, yeah, he just locked in Jax.
There's a bit of a change here we're seeing from EDG. They're
Fucking
focusing
insta-lock that shit.
He just insta-locked Jax.
That's something that we've
There's no
not seen
way.
from many teams in this split.
Alright, Jinx ban. What do they ban? Just Jinx Zaya?
The Jax in that top lane, but
There's an Evolutionami. Evolutionami is low-key okay here.
Oh, yeah.
that can be a potential
Can ban
answer to
Lucian.
Elks Aphelios in this game 1, which
Maybe
means
pick
guess you
Rakan
just
on
could
4.
leave ADs.
a lot of ADC bans coming into this game 1.
Ban Lucian,
Makes me wonder
ban
what
Jinx, pick
Lucian
Rakan on 4. Maybe that's the
comes
move.
to the remaining pool. Never mind, it is going to be the
See
Lucian,
that?
so it's going to either leave up the Zaya or that.
Last time Kenzu left Zyra Rakan open into 4-5 and lost.
That has a lot of hyper carry potential because you have 3 very great engaged souls.
I was getting spammed in the chat. Kenzu's the GOAT, man. Shut the fuck up.
Nah, wait. Are they actually gonna give? I feel like they're just gonna pick jungle on 4 and just leave on counter pick.
See the Jinx not get banned away here as well by
Oh,
BLG.
Yumi.
No.
Oh, actually, no, they're going to go with the Yumi, so banning away that particular one
Okay.
there instead. But
I mean, what is? I guess Shun has a lot of counter picks. I mean, maybe he goes Kindred in this game.
Kindred Viego, yeah.
See what EDG want to kind of ban away. The Viego makes it in my head as something they want
If you go like a melee support in Kindred, I think it's not bad either.
Think if I'm thinking if Lulu ban comes through here on 5, then I think it's worth to pick Rakan on 4. But if Lulu's open, I like the 5 pick.
Right now, EDG thinking
Okay.
about that last one. They're actually
I actually think Viego is insanely good here with Sandra.
double banning in one
Yeah,
particular
Viego's
role.
actually is really good. Okay, Yamato.
Okay,
That's
Yamato.
always the coach.
It's the nap, guys. It's the nap. It's really, it's activating.
Evident that BLG is going
Holy.
to deny this Zyra Rakan duo by locking in the Rakan themselves, but in
They don't care about anything that could be picked here.
just the Jinx and Nautilus that can kind of make up for that earlier.
What is Megan gonna play? Just Nautilus or?
Left side looks kind of exotic.
But I believe in a previous series, Shun more than happy to play something like the
Yeah,
Gold.
Nautilus.
Does have
I don't know, the left side comp looks so broken.
Yeah, like
Really?
like,
I like right side here.
That pick in particular when you get
I don't know, bro. I see Jinx with like 8 frontliners, and
I just,
pretty terrifying.
what do I pick here on right side as jungler, like playing into these champs?
That's why I can pick Trundle.
All the way down to the last pick. We are going to see now.
Yeah, maybe.
Viego.
To kind of take a lot of priority, but they can
Okay, I like it, Sejuani, yeah.
a hell of a lot more if they want to try and
I think anything else is unplayable.
to them. I was just going to think.
I don't know if I would really like to play Sejuani here. Also, I don't think that Annie is like too happy with having a fucking Sejuani Annie into fucking Cassante mid. This guy's gonna have Merc treads in 3 minutes. Like, I don't know.
Unflinching, yeah, it's just rough.
I was listening to LCK stream. First game, like the bans are coming through, like the regular bans. It's like, Sejuani is open. Will it be first pick here? I'm like, what? It's like, what world are we living in?
early game, then that is the best way.
Wolf is doing his best, bro. It is what it is.
Especially when Leave is on the Jinx. This is going to
Wait,
be
is the EDG coach literally called Maokai?
Yeah. He's the guy who
They're
flamed them on the
You
Nash.
never saw the clip? You never saw the clip of him flaming his team?
Oh, that is Maokai.
Yeah, the guy where he's like yelling.
What the fuck? You're looking for
I remember there was some LPL finals. There was Maokai versus Poppy, the coach. I think Poppy was RNG coach.
Jesus.
Absolutely agree. I mean, I think both teams are pretty happy with what they've got there. You can see with the way the champions are kind of working.
Alright, I'm team Billy Billy here, man. But
I'm
honestly,
team EDG.
with Billy Billy, you need to be fucking paying attention to their itemization history. Because Yagao is never buying Leandri. If he doesn't buy Leandri this game...
Oh, he has to, man. What if he goes Crown or some shit?
Fuck, bro. They actually do run the Crown Annie. I hate it so much.
Yeah,
the Crown Zanya's Annie. Oh.
It's so ugly, yeah.
It is a 2-0 start here for BLG. They're looking to maintain
I mean, low-key, I think just in LPL regular season doesn't bin just Omega carry games like this. Jax in this game,
I'm
like
team red,
bin
baby.
regular season Jax.
I'm team red. Swear your allegiance, Dom. Gilius is team blue. I'm team red. Drum roll.
I think BLG will win because they're better at these champions, but I don't necessarily think their draft is better. But I think that like on Rakan, Yagao on Annie, like Bid on Jax, like Elk on Aphelios, I feel like they're just playing like mega comfort. So
okay. Hedging your prediction, but team red.
Yeah, team red. Team red is my prediction, but that's my logic for it. It's more. It's not just like I don't think they're like champions are like super good or. I think they're good at their champions.
My issue is this Gnar, dude. I'm not believing this Gnar. But Ale is good Gnar, so.
Yeah.
Respect.
Well, see, I mean, Ollie is a weird player, man. Like he's really good, but there's some games where he'll just run it down in like unlosable matchups.
Did I tell you the story about how I viewed the Aurora Borealis together with Ale?
So I'm wondering if JJ is going to
No.
I was with him in Iceland. And we walked. And we looked at the Aurora Borealis at the sea. Me and
Wait,
him.
did he like you went with him or you just like ended up like?
I went with him.
Holy shit! You just knew him like that?
Just knew him like that. It was very romantic.
Holy! How did you have the connections, bro?
It's a kisser homie.
Nah, Candace was there too. But I leave that story, that part of the story out because it sounds more funny like this. And also Niski was there.
Wait, so you just had like there was like 80 people there? Like you were just it was actually just all the pro teams and he was there with you. Like, nice.
Something like that, yeah.
Especially having that glacial as well. I mean, Mako landed two really.
Dude, he's hitting every hook.
Holy Mako, bro, relax.
On kind of wants it though, man. He's like,
yeah. He's presenting for Mako here in the lane.
I've seen this on Discovery Channel.
Come on, bro. He's posturing for it.
Oh man.
The peacock is showing his feathers.
There's like this character in The Office. I don't know if you guys seen The Office, called Robert California, where he's like, "Do you want me to explain it in a sex metaphor or in a nature metaphor, like animal metaphor?" And it's like, "Yeah, I'll take the nature metaphor." It's like when two animals have sex.
Actually, we see red smite coming out here from JJ. Something that we don't really see it often. It's usually blue or green, but definitely feeling a little bit more aggressive on this Maokai. Wants to try and really get some damage down with the poke of the saplings.
No dives yet. 4 minutes in.
Going to recall and
Crazy.
And Ala in this isolated matchup, already giving a little bit of pressure towards this mini.
Bro, I hope Damon is good this split.
Like this, which is going to be
Yeah.
slow pushing towards the Jax, so I think Ala needs something
That will save LCK, I think.
very soon. But
I hope
a 3v3 perhaps in this bottom side.
Viper just gets, you know, a few games off from life because that motherfucker is merciless. Or like, you know, I mean, they need to just coordinate where Clid and Life give him like just a few games off a split. Just don't int him One time. That's all I'm asking.
Catch anybody off guard. And that's the thing. Yes, you have the cleanse on Elk and of course the flash, but
Well, the cut down value for Aphelios will skyrocket, I think, this game.
Bro, what did Fofo do with his mana pool, by the way?
I think going on like Gesante is a talented.
Yeah,
Like,
15 mana Qs, like
the fucking Entofus.
Yeah.
He's ahead in CS, so.
I guess it's worth it.
He's got the.
You know, you can get your mana back in base, you know.
Nice new kicks at 5.
Got them
Wait,
total
explain
biscuits.
it again.
No. In a net.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay.
Bro, he gets the hyper proc transforming. He's chilling.
My brain for some reason thought that Ale was red side. I swear.
You couldn't beat that information out of me if you tried.
The whole breaker just to be an extra bit of nuisance for EDG to deal with.
I would protect that with my life.
In the mid to late game.
Bro, he just came and just dematerialized the cannon, completely fucked up the what the fuck? Just like that? Alright. Just shows up, took that cannon and pieced. Just took the experience, like the fucking wave, and now he has to push it. He like loses all of his HP getting trade. What the fuck? Honestly, that's the most alpha thing I've ever seen. You can tell he's the leader of the team.
He got
it's
another
his
one.
tech, actually. It's his tech. He's like, guys, I'm gonna have word items 30 seconds earlier.
You got both cannons. What the fuck?
Wait, recurve bow, first item on Jinx.
Yep.
Actually rushing the recurve bow in this lane to try and go for it, not going for the berserker.
That looks so wrong.
You know, a little strange. So we generally see the kind of, you know, the rush into the boots, but not feeling too pressured by it for the moment.
I never really liked AD carries rushing berserker boots though. I think it's a waste of money.
Imagine if you did this to the wrong AD though. If you were, or the wrong mid laner. If you were support. Like, imagine Advian just joins Koi, and like in his first scrim, he just does this. Goes mid, dematerializes the cannon, and goes bot, takes another cannon. Like, he's getting kicked before the first official match.
And Ryu was like, why did you do this? Yeah, it's really good. And Larson just
like,
looks
I
at
saw
him.
Mako do it.
Larson just looks at him. He's like, Freddy, can I talk to you?
Yeah. Just adjust his glasses.
How long have we worked together, Freddy? 3 years? And you've learned nothing?
The way the game goes, 7 minutes into the game, need level 6s. That's literally it. The game has gotten to a point now where you just need level 6s before you can.
Why did LPL go offline? They're doing a walkout, showing solidarity for the academy players.
Oh, he just did Hansama traps.
But I do want to bring up On because On has kind of been that.
Those are the best traps, bro. You even hit them, you go anyway. I love it.
On just wants it.
Yeah. Told you
he's holding
he's presenting for it. It is what it is. But On is that type of player. I mean, he's the hilly type of player where that happens and he just says, got the ignite.
Dude, Ale has big balls going up to bin like that.
I've given Ale a nickname. El Portucale. It's a famous Arabic song. It goes El Portucale, El Portucale.
I can't imagine. Wait, really? Yamato giving things nicknames? Couldn't even get past that part of the story.
Yeah.
Never heard of that before.
What is this, Satan's?
Oh, level 6 Nautilus.
Oh, he got like 3.
Oh my god, On. How he surviving that, man?
Holy elk.
Psycho, bro.
He is ready to fight. Finally gets taken down there by Fofo, who does not land.
How is On alive?
He's chilling.
That is crazy that he lives, by the way. I don't know if the Nautilus would clip him. Did it clip him?
A lot of flashes burned from both sides.
Not sure.
Like he said, the first
He should be alive though.
It's a good sign Yaga about a lost chapter. And before he goes Everfrost.
I can see it, bro.
How did he live? What doesn't get like? Oh, it's the traps.
Sejuani, yeah, it's fucking Hansama, bro. Hansama ruined the game once again.
res or at least find an angle.
Wow.
Sandwiched by the
Wait, I thought they went to through Satan's there in that bush, but I guess it was good.
Yeah.
They could break through. All my EDG nicknames are a bit too long, because my nickname for Mako is Psycho Groupie, Mako Crazy.
What? I don't get it.
It's a System of a Down song.
What?
It goes Psycho Groupie, Cocaine Crazy, but instead of cocaine we say Mako.
Oh, okay. Mako and cocaine. Yeah, okay, it makes sense. I see where you're going with that one.
But they're very hard to fit into conversation.
Yeah, we gotta workshop these. To be honest, like Papushka, like Ramushka, Januni, like these, I think these were rolled off the tongue more.
Yes, yes. It's still early in the season. Summer just started.
Bro, Yamato after a nap is just completely different. I'll tell you that.
Honestly, I feel fantastic. I also had some coffee. Actually, shit. I forgot to drink my coffee. It's just it's cold and on my table.
Oh, you have it, but you don't drink it.
I didn't drink it.
Wait, oh my god, you're gonna be unleashed when you put that in.
I'm like, holy shit, I'm really feeling the coffee, you know, it's really popping up, and I didn't drink it.
Bro, that's the best though, like when you like think you've drank your coffee, but it's still there, and then afterwards you just get to like, it's like you get 2 coffees, you know?
Yeah. Super Saiyan.
Holy.
Before they shoot them in the barrel, but it does feel like BLG are kind of a natural counter to them in that sense as well, because like BLG
On looks submissive and breedable this game. Wait, On does not look submissive, bro. He's aggressive and breedable, if anything.
He basically did that thing, you know, when you fight, you're like, okay, touch me, hit me, hit me one time, hit me one time. I want it to be legal for me to fight back. Okay, good W from Fofo.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, On is looking, bro. Jesus. Look at him. He's S-keying all over the place. Man is gliding.
Now Bin jumping onto the mini Nara of Ala, gonna be able to trade back very, very effectively.
And that's where we go back
On doesn't care.
Yeah, he's a Giga Chad. The thing is, like, now he just doesn't die perma when he does this. He used to play the same way, but he would be like 0-5 doing the same thing.
Holy based. Trinity Force Jax. Dude.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Holy shit. Wait, Leave is just getting absolutely murdered by Elton. Oh my god, he just won the whole game.
It's been with the Trinity Fork. Psycho Groupie, Mako Crazy.
How can I predict this EDG team to win, man?
Yeah. I got on the right side of it. I think I got on the right side for the right reasons.
Yeah.
Bro, imagine EDG had Scout.
Holy.
Wait, it's a Leandre Annie, by the way.
You don't know that, bro. That's gonna be a Zanya's, then he's gonna build an Everfrost. It's gonna be crazy.
No way. Ain't no way, man.
Of course not.
I thought the fucking shit item would be like clockwork, you know? Like the fucking Morello on Gwen on 3 no matter what.
Bro, he doesn't even cleanse. Wait, he cleansed after the CC was completely off him. Wait, what?
He just stood there and took it.
He stood there, and then afterwards he just like popped the cleanse for no reason.
JJ thought to himself, this cannot be legal, what this On guy is doing, and then he flew to fucking Narnia with him.
I mean, that's just one of those situations where you're playing the fight out, and you just like, you can't believe that this guy can disrespect like this perma. It's just too triggering.
Yeah.
Well, something that is so underestimated by the community, I'll say it after the break. It's a long take. Take it away, Dom.
I'm the play-by-play now. Like, what? Throw me on the spot like that. Where's Flowers when you need him?
Actually, I was so nice with Flowers. We would just all shut up and he would just go off.
abuse that on 13-11 when we do change over to it.
But the last game, he actually had nothing to cast. I've never seen a league game like that.
Yeah, it was tough. Bro, they didn't even fight for the Nexus. I've never seen an international final end with somebody just like pushing top and just opening.
yeah.
That's so crazy to me.
And someone else that is also having a huge impact on the early game, or at least this
Totally.
these skirmishes is
The LPL can just wait when Tian starts playing with 2 eyes.
on this Maokai, really struggling to get anything done or at least lock anyone down with
Shit, I forgot the story I wanted to tell before the Drake.
I think you said something underrated in League, probably that On plays so aggressive and makes space or something.
Yeah, it's probably like the way his mentality is. I assume.
Basically, it's like how much the strongest players leverage their mobility to gain as much information and force the enemy to pressure as much as possible. Like, for example, if Elk is playing Lucian, he's playing Lucian as he has fucking 3 dashes. And he's gonna make you fucking use them before he goes back. Like, Elk and On were playing 2v5 on midwave, and C9 didn't know what the fuck to do, and these 2 balls were they were slamming their balls on their forehead, you know?
These 2 balls were slamming. Look at On just S-keying right in front of him. Like, how disrespectful is this guy?
Might be a big mega, no?
Boom!
Oh, what the fuck?
Bro, I feel like BLG got so much better from going to MSI. Like, the way they played together as a team, they just look way more in sync.
EDG, I mean, it's just looking like they just can't keep up with the pace.
Because BLG was the team that, like, threw every game they played. They were just 10k up, they would throw, there'd be, like, no coordination.
I agree with you, Yamato. I think when Hilly and Upset were playing together, they were like really good at that as well. Just like pulling pressure and using their mobility to like really put pressure on mid lane.
It was like for the longest time, like every jungle game, people were playing like Viego Lee Sin as an example, and everyone's like you know, the analyst community was like, these champions are so fucking useless. But it's like the way they posture forward and spot people and create space and create information to push side is really big.
For sure, yeah.
Oh, they're just 2v3
Wait, hold
like
up.
that.
On just got absolutely slapped.
Alright, Bin.
Bro, do you want to all out like that? Okay. Alright.
Just a casual 2v3/4.
Yeah.
Why
It's
not?
okay. They denied the local gold from the bot turret. It was calculated.
Maokai is going Leandre.
I mean, I guess so.
Oh man, solo AP. God bless him.
I mean,
It reminds me of Yamato playing Maokai in solo queue. He builds proto bells, demonic magic pen boots, and then he one sapling does half health, dude.
Dude, there's no way he went proto belt. I refuse to believe there's a proto belt Maokai walking around in the game.
Bro, I was playing the most tired solo queue you've seen in your life. And then I'm staring there in the eyes of a little fucking Lost Chapter versus Alternator. I went for the Alternator.
I like that. That's the coach logic right there. The opposite of every other coach in history. That's like, you know, you want to build for the completed item, not the component. I was like, nah, bro, you gotta go proto belt because there's no alternator in Leandre's.
It's like, do you want $50 now or you want $100 later? It's a trick
like
question
like
because
150.
it's a trick question because right now there's a sale for $50 in the shop for the item that you want to buy that costs later maybe 200.
All right, I'm following the analogy, I guess. Yeah, perfect. All right, he was just CC'd for 3 years. They're kind of like back in the game a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't really understand why Jax would build Tabis though this game.
Bro, he's fucking Shirelliing at them. Dude, this odd guy, he's alone top, by the way. There's 3 people here, and he's Shirelliing, trying to cancel recalls. What the fuck? I love watching On play, man.
I think Bin probably has tenacity in both runes.
Ah, okay.
Wait, he pivoted. He's buying Hullbreaker and then changed his mind, and then changed his mind again. Good
That
now.
item is OP, by the way.
I think it's a good window to buy it too, because Drake is already secured.
It does mean they left this dragon exposed, and it means that they now haven't got the soul point, and they have to wait for 5 more minutes.
I know, like cannons are just so tanky.
3,000 gold lead. It's nothing.
I play Gragas top, and I'm really ahead, actually top, and then enemy
You
has
just build the
Hullbreaker.
hull breaker, and then they can't kill your cannon. Oh wait, no.
Yeah.
The other way. Oh, never mind.
No, like I can't kill the cannon anymore as Gragas, yeah.
You have to play Dematerializer and save it for the cannon for late game.
Either that or you just fucking walk mid, dematerialize your mid lane's cannon. That's Gragas. I'm sure they won't matter. They won't mind.
They give 1 more gold now. On next patch.
True. Damn. Based.
Dude, on is top side while they herald bots, okay.
Isn't the question why is on top side?
Alright, they get it anyway.
Oh my god, Mako. Movement.
Still feels nice to play this game as JJ though, like just farming money with saplings, chilling.
Yeah. I feel like you gotta have some anxiety in this game if you're playing Leandri's Maokai into like any Rakan.
Yeah, and any just finished death cap, yeah.
Yeah, I would be shitting my pants actually. I wouldn't be relaxing at all.
Or if they want to try and, maybe look for a little bit of a flank with the Jax.
Yeah, and you see BLG now switching over the side where they're now working.
No, LDR second is good. So if you can't buy IE, then LDR second has gotten just better, because there's no good second item to buy.
There is a very sneaky ward right
having a little discussion about items.
Avoid that pink ward that on just play. So EDG, they will know whenever
Yeah.
EDG is starting this.
I mean, LDR this game I think is like, oh, it's weird because he went Gale. Like it's strange because most people were going Stormracer, and then now today everyone's going Gale Force Rush on Aphelios. And I guess it did get him a kill though.
Pretty tough position to think if they want to force this 5v5, but I think BLG, they have enough disengage to stop that from happening.
I guess AD carries just feel like weaker on 4 items than before.
Yeah. I mean, I think Aphelios as a champion just needs Gale Force, the mobility to like go in and burst down someone,
Yeah.
Like,
No, just
playing
before
without-
everyone was, they were going Gale Force, but they were just doing it second after Stormracer.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, you can see straight away BLG kind of say, look, we can't go for it. It would have been nice if
Holy, he matched the Hullbreaker. Respect.
I like this kind of tempered aggression coming out from BLG, just testing the waters a little bit, seeing where and when they can maybe catch EDG out. Like right now.
Yeah, it really does seem like EDG is just praying for the idea that Leaf hits 3 items soon from just CSing in mid lane, and then they force a 5v5. But BLG now putting this extra pressure onto the
By Munchables, you watched Scarface for the first time yesterday? No way.
That's crazy.
That movie is classic.
Yeah.
No pressure whatsoever. So EDG with this kind of chance, they might.
I could watch that movie another 5 times, honestly.
Wasn't Flackett watches it before every game day, no?
Really?
I remember reading that like on every game day he just watches Scarface in queue time.
Nah.
While he's warming up.
What the fuck? Every day?
Every game day, yeah.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda is always the questions that come out.
I mean, that's a little bit too much. That's you're bordering into Joe Mazzulla 4 times a week watching the town energy.
when you buy a movie on Amazon and you want to get the value out of it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I did that with Last Dance though during Miracle Run.
You're like, this is the last dance.
Yeah, I
You
watched
guys,
it
like-
every
you guys
week
didn't
over
like
and over.
Worlds? And then you're like, ah, fuck, whatever. I guess it wasn't the last dance.
Yeah.
You had it all planned out. You were gonna like go to fucking Worlds that year, win Worlds, and then retire.
Yeah. I had some dreams there.
That sounded so sad. What the fuck?
Yeah, fuck you, man.
I used to have dreams, bro. Now I just exist. I solo queue 12 hours a day. Spend the other 12 hours self-loathing. That's my life.
I finished Barry yesterday. I'm so sad, man. I have nothing to watch anymore.
Is the full season done?
What happened to Snake?
Yeah. Yeah, I finished that too. Yeah, I mean, you guys haven't seen it yet, right?
No.
It's literally a Scarface Energy TV show, by the way. Like, please watch it.
Okay. Bro, the reviews were like terrible. I looked at the reviews and it kind of like made me scared.
Because the main character is a fucked up psychopath, yeah. And I mean, that's what I like.
The reviews just said like it was just a bad show. I don't know.
Nah, there's no way, man.
Oh yeah, you go.
Okay, yeah, Gal. He didn't even have. Okay.
Oh no,
man,
Mega! Wow.
Mega. Holy shit.
Yeah. Oh, Bin is just so OP.
God Gamer Jax. The SUV MVP.
They're putting wards for him. Look at, did you see On putting wards down to try to get Bin to jump? He put down 3 wards. Look at it. When they pan back. Look at all those wards. He just keeps on putting them, trying to get him to jump.
It's a fucking layup.
Holy. Fucking alley-oop.
Going over towards BLG, a wonderful flight coming out of both Bin and Yago.
Guys, watch The Serpent. It's on Netflix. It's a limited series.
Bro, did you watch Air yet?
I haven't yet. I will watch it this weekend though.
Okay. We just tell each other stuff to watch and then none of us watch anything. Respect.
Nah, bro, I'm watching NBA.
I've gotten into that phase of my life where I just listen to the same music, rewatch the same shows. I neglect anything new. Can you ask Dom to unban me, please? Bro, I'm banning you here too.
Like, wait, what was the name? Let's see what he said.
Coach Vuk.
How do you spell Vuk?
V-U-K-K.
Towards that top side to kill Bin and trading off your mid to tower.
Mate doesn't realize if he spams the same matches 18 times that I'm ignoring it.
Player on the map, you saw no vision whatsoever from this Nautilus because it's just so
Come on, blood.
Trying to walk up to someone like
He just somebody just banned him when this like 2 years ago.
Pretty much every single attempt.
He said, on flash, all caps. He said, look at Rakan, you moron. And then he said, look at the Rakan, you crazy.
Are you brain dead?
he just, and it got auto-modded twice, and then just one of the mods just banned him. It's some good, like, first message Twitch chatter energy.
Actually, the first message tech is crazy. I really like that they added it.
Yeah.
It means that the ADC is constantly retreating, constantly burning summoners and
what happened to Coach Vuk?
Did you actually ban him or no?
I timed him out. He had 99 messages, so.
Okay, alright. Were they all caps like mine, or?
I don't think so. Let me see. How do I check even? I don't know the tech.
Right to the depth of the kind of 45-minute games are now turning into 25-27-minute.
You just click his name.
But I timed him out. His name is not there anymore.
I don't know. Just use /user and then put his name.
The more BLG are kind of proving to everyone, no, they're the real deal.
Yeah, BLG having a very different
approach
to
the
remaining teams in the LPL. Early aggression
Messages.
Game, and they've been able to execute it
Who is Moxie? Clayheimer support. Please lower Nemesis and rooted voice. Okay.
A little bit of trolling, which we've seen BLG do.
2 check mids, all caps, let's go.
Yago did so much damage on this Annie, I believe.
Oh, actually, I scrolled, and he even asked me to. He asked me to ask you to unban even in the past.
Nice.
He's persistent.
And you just ignored him.
I mean, yes, you're playing the Cassante where you do get that early game.
He's been a good chap in the past. That's why he got only 600 second time.
Annie and Sejuani combo, but still, the voice of this mid jungle duo coming to this game one from the side of BLG was so evident. Where you see the Sejuani is now.
Hey, apparently, if you terminate your agreement with Twitch, you have to pay $25. Did you see that shit?
Yeah, for affiliates though, right? As partners, we're safe or what?
perfect setup for the jungler of BLG. And
I'm not sure.
I think Yagao saw his.
I read the headline and left.
Yeah, I'm not paying that shit. They're gonna have to fucking sue me for that $25. Fuck that.
Even if she doesn't die, she's definitely not going to be part of the fight. And we saw multiple.
Okay, let me see what's happening in the damn one game.
Combo coming out and getting, you know, so
All right, I'll just use it as radio because if I watch the stream, I get canceled.
couldn't stand up for this, and Mako sadly not really kind of
Just ask Cadel if you can restream his stream.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how it works.
BLG just played this so well. They knew how they wanted to draft, and they kind of got everything going for them so early that EDG just never had an opportunity.
The big win here is
that Deft on Draven.
Yep. And something else that does not get mentioned enough.
With Shelly's efforts there, not exactly the optimal usage of that one. But if they stick around, they should be able to get it anyway. Just a little bit.
He really wants to. You can see that Kyle is backing, and he's trying to push it there. Kyle now reattaching as Birdall is also similar.
All right, is it just 2-0? Is BLG just
this is pretty
killing them today, or what's going on?
Like we talked about before, the Scion could just sit under the turret and not care.
I'd guess so, yeah.
Kind of feels like a 2-0.
And Teddy's not even getting that plate. He's back.
What happened to EDG?
So massive that
Weren't they top 3?
That time almost gets over.
Every time I watch EDG, I'm just not happy about Fofo.
The Rift Herald does absolutely nothing, and in fact, Deft I think will be able to get this plate. Yep. And,
they left some big ass shoes to fill there, man.
Was invested, it actually
in the Scout Viper hole.
He was like playing okay at a period. Like he was doing a good like facilitator role job, and then he just kind of became bad. I don't know.
Everybody is kind of locked in here as Sion's in position, and Kana just prevents anybody from following up and eats that ultimate there from Teddy and just flashes out. And it's 2 kills going over to Deft. I mean, this, I feel like on rewatching it, nice. On rewatching it here, you could also see that Live Sandbox had a chance to get out a little bit faster had they pulled the trigger, but eventually it was too late. Kana sets it up.
Okay, so Kanna's going to turn up here towards his bottom side. Teddy trying to do some
okay,
work here.
Teddy.
Big old tanky Sion gets the fully stacked Q.
Rip.
And Teddy is well and truly dead. Kyle is just a cat with a dream.
I've seen this Draven tech actually often, where people go Trinity Force, Serrated Dirk into Trinity Force into Collector.
God, that sounds like you've just paid out the ass for like 90 AD, but alright.
This is win the game on 2 items or FF.
Okay. I guess that's fair. I mean, I guess you do need to snowball with that champion. I mean, Trinity just seems like it's just so broken that it just doesn't even make sense anymore.
Yeah. Well, every champion is posting absurd numbers on Trinity Force.
What is like the win rate of the item?
That's actually a good question. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 52. Something like absurd.
Team with more Trinity Forces just wins.
I'm surprised on 13-12 that it didn't get touched. They don't have enough data to tell that this item is busted.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was just under bot. I don't think it was like that terrible originally. They just made it super OP.
I remember listening to like one of those freak videos, and basically like Trinity Force was doing a lot better on some fighters, but just because Divine Thunder was the recommended item, then they would still buy it. And then when they switched it to Trinity Force, then Trinity Force was just doing slightly worse, but it just got bought more. So like recommended dictates so hard what people buy. Almost every elo bracket besides like Diamond 2+ up.
Or if I worked on League of Legends and wanted to like fuck up the community before I left the company, just change all the recommended items to like support items on fucking 80 carries and shit. Watch the world burn.
Are you gonna be all right? Oh my goodness, it's just the Goon Squad now.
This clip will be used to blackmail you when you are going to apply for that position at Riot.
Yeah, I'm gonna apply for Riot. I'll work for Riot at some point in my life for sure.
Willer's got to get out of here. There's the speed up. Speaking of, But he's got Shirelia's too already, Kellen does, and he's just helping them constantly chase down. Whereas, unfortunately for Kyle, he's locked to Teddy here.
Bro.
Not because of the best friend mechanic, just because Ayumi alone
Yes,
can't
please,
go
Angel.
from mid to bot when they don't have map control. So it's always one man down. For
Bro,
the
BLG is just
Sandbox.
too good.
The first time led the play,
Crazy.
the whole turret and additional kill going over. Closer is dead. And I mean, this is way too big of a goal lead at this stage of the game. 4,500. We don't normally see advantages like this in this meta. It's usually a bit of a more slow.
I like Trinity Force Viego too a lot.
We're getting to the scaling aspect. The Raven that Def picked up here early in the draft is.
But I get Divine Thunder too.
Yeah. I don't know. Viego is weird, man. I see people just going crack it every game. They go crack it into like Triforce.
Just crazy to me as well, Wolf, because they
Interesting.
announced that they
Not
were
sure if
gonna
I'm
do
sold on
this
it yet.
in the Trash Talk video.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a surprise. That
I'm not so sure. I don't know how strong like Kraken ends up and like will end up being.
Haven't been able to do enough to mitigate it. It's 5,000 gold the lead. And you pick a Draven, you know that the idea is going to be get Draven.
It's like Kraken is a weird one because of how like the damage
It's like magic
scales.
and, yeah.
Well, now it's physical, right? They changed to 1311.
Oh yeah. And then yeah, it's weird. It's weird for sure.
That are very, very strong. We've seen Yuumi and Aphelios do quite well into these Melio compositions.
Bro, Vi needs to calm down on the Korean server.
What? It's just screaming or?
When she kills.
Oh wait, Vi or Lissandra?
Vi. But Lissandra also screams. I think it's the same voice actress. Like.
Is that one lady just screaming? Like, nice, excellent work. There you go.
Probably delaying one of these Drakes, like Willer's trademark steal, may be required.
Ever's Black Cleaver or Triforce Dex feels better.
Just grab this one in 90 seconds time.
Not sure if it's the best build. Triforce Cleaver. I'm not a huge fan of Triforce Cleaver, but
Most of the time I end up buying like Triforce Blade, but I don't think I would buy that in a competitive game.
Yeah. So the burst damage isn't as good.
HP is too important in competitive. Yeah, the weird thing about Kraken Rush is just the fact that the scaling of the damage starts so late, you know? It's like it's flat 35 plus 65% AD, right? And it starts scaling at level 9. Just so late. It's like they gave every item the Wit's End treatment. And the AD carry position.
Well, I mean, it's, I don't know. I feel like AD carry items are weird too. It feels like no one buys IE ever. Like we saw it once today, like it was being bought third. But it's like I never see an IE. Feels like there's not the, I don't know, the problem with all the mythic items is that there ends up just being like a go-to just optimal item and no one builds the other one. Like there's no decision.
Willer on the flank here, but look at Def's positioning. He's exactly where he needs
Yo.
to go. He's also doing a majority of damage.
The dash from Gale Force is just too versatile.
Yeah, just Gale Force is OP.
We don't need to talk about his future ones, but he does have those on the cards here as well. And I mean, as Live Sandbox here, you're like, okay, Willer has to engage, then we have to have the follow-up from Closer. He just used it, by the way, so not going to have that for a few more seconds. Then Birdall needs to feast on somebody. It's just so complicated.
But it also has like turned into a necessity because every other champion
has 80 dashes.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, I feel that. Kind of how it goes.
Gale Force and Canyon now just doing this by himself. You can't even approach.
Yeah, how do you face check an Annie as well with Flash and Tibbers both available? Canna doesn't have a lot of health left. There's great little knock up there as Birdall gets thrown away by the ball that Kellen just kicks towards him. And that is going to be enough to deny him. They just don't have an access.
And Nico is broken.
This
This champion is not fair.
Yeah, not at all.
I mean, they need to change the way the like ulti works with the like taking somebody else's champion. Like when you disguise as a different champion and you just ult and it's just instant.
Yeah.
No visuals, anything, and you just are CC'd and killed. I think it's too fucked.
Agachi was already strong like in the previous alteration of Nico. But at least
Now
like
it's
it's counterplay. Now it's like I think maybe what they could do is that they switch the CCs, that the knockup is second and the CC is first. So actually like having tenacity, maybe you can cleanse it, maybe you can use tenacity to get out of it if you're like clipped into it on the edge.
They have great control. Notice that Willer and Closer are trying to clear vision around the Baron pit right now, desperately trying to get anything during this reset, but they don't even have enough of an idea about where the rest of D+ is to actually further put vision down or put it in the river. And even committing a TP here to try to save this turret, because the turret is like their last bastion of hope to try to survive and buy more time in this game.
Yeah, tap any access to the rest of the map, but Shirley is going to put a big old dent in it. Thankfully, not going to destroy
In my defense, I was a super main at the time, and On had the insane engage on Rakan, and Dom didn't see it, so I was spamming. Sorry. He's back after his sentencing. You're good, Coach Wook. Just stay here, man. Just spam the chat here, man. You can...
Just, okay. That's... Alright, Yamato. Perfect. Yeah, it's okay, guys. If you're in Yamato's chat, like, don't worry. You could just come here and then sub to me and, you know, give me all your money and then unfollow Yamato and just, you know, report his stream and then go to his YouTube, report that too. Like, dig in his Twitter 15 years ago, see if he, like, you know, said a slur. Just get him canceled. You can do all that if you want. You know, it is what it is.
And Rocket consistently a breakthrough the Science health is going to be so
Ah, shit. Alright, we're in draft. See you, LCK. Honestly, LPL is just a little bit more interesting to me, I'm not gonna lie.
And then LCK?
Yeah.
But you get more viewers if you do LCK, so...
Really?
Like, trade-offs, you know? I think so. I think LCK is way more popular. Wait, Cookie is back streaming with a cam?
Holy.
Battle cruiser operational.
Thank you very much, Warrington. Appreciate you. One thing that's cool about LCK is the fact that I don't need to move my camera during draft.
Oh, yeah?
So that's really big.
Yeah, that's pretty big. And you don't even have to, like, move your eyelids either. From what I've seen, you just relax and lean back and it's all will work itself out.
Bro, that game was like Annie, Ari, and then it was Sion Malphite, Viego Wukong. Viego didn't invade level 2 or 3 or 4. Damn, he's just digging deep into his nose. Did you see what fell out of his nose?
No,
Jesus,
what
blood.
Fell out? What fell out?
Like a chunk of something. Damn.
Wait.
He was mining, man.
Bro, come on.
He found bitcoins, dude. Holy moly.
Holy.
You went back, is that?
I can't believe that's on this game. Holy. Bro, I respect that. If you're digging and it's for like no reason, that makes sense. But if you got that shit up there, bro, you should be allowed to dig for whatever.
Bro, I'd play worse if that chunk is stuck in my nose. But I'd ask for a tissue.
Hell yeah. Bro, if you're on stage, you got one job at hand.
Okay. Howdy.
A fucking chunk, bro. I mean, the way you said it, I just had to see, bro. I like pictured like part of his brain falling out. You know, like thought it was just gonna be completely insane.
But if you could visually see it, that's already insane in my opinion.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Ala's been completely demoted.
Damn.
That's
Back
crazy.
to Sion. Bro, people get like super grossed out by like nose picking. Like, I don't even care at all. Like, when I see somebody pick their nose, I just don't even give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't care too much either. It depends what they do after with their hand. If they like chunk their own nose and then like shake someone's hand.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
Yeah, that's a little too far. Chunk their own nose. Like
my pre-workout has this like component that makes things itchy.
Bro, it's got boogers in it? Oh no, never mind. I thought you were just gonna say.
It like makes things itchy, and it makes like the like areas where you might have dry skin becomes like giga itchy from this fucking pre-workout. And I have like
yeah,
a little
you should
bit of
probably
dry
not
skin.
Drink that shit anymore, bro. That's
dry skin like under the nose. So,
yeah, okay.
So after I drink this pre-workout, it looks like I've done cocaine because I keep like doing this move, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, same thing happens to me, bro. It's the pre-workout that really gets me. Just makes it look like I'm a crackhead 24/7 for like 10 years now. Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, it's beta-alanine, yeah. Some people get itchy assholes from that shit, man.
Really?
I've genetically dodged that, apparently. Thank God.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the matchup I've been waiting for, the Gragas Sion.
Gragas Sion. I like how we were like, oh no, these guys won't play that. This has been an Ale. First game, they don't play it. Now they're just both demoted again. Tough to see.
Pick me, Jinx, Lulu.
Yeah, give me the Jinx.
They're looking way too happy about Jinx, Lulu.
What's so funny, man? Like there's some inside joke I'm missing on the stage right now.
All right, a little Kazakhs. Would you want to play Kazakhs here?
I would never want to play Kazakhs here. I mean,
Same.
You're playing into Vi, who could just ult you, and like you don't feel like you win. Like, I mean, I guess maybe you could win 2v2s depending on what Annie does, but yeah, you're playing to Lulu as well, so it's really hard. No one cares about Sion either.
Okay, eyes on now. Don't miss any engages now, Dom.
Okay. 2 years ago. Wait, I can't believe he still remembers this from like 2 years ago. It was like a regular season game in like February of like 2022. I can't like that. You gotta respect that though. Imagine complaining about somebody missing something on stream for like a year and a half straight. Like that is like I've already like forgotten. Nah, never mind. I'll be talking about the double lift thing in a year and a half. I can't even speak. It's fun.
I had a dream last night that Thorin made a Thorin versus double lift video.
Bro, he's going to number one based on what he said in the last. Wait, have you seen the summoning insight?
Which one?
The one from yesterday.
No, I haven't. Is it a banger?
It is such an insane. It's like a classic Thorin banger.
Holy shit! Oh, I'm excited actually, bro.
Yeah.
The last free nation is it's the best Diablo farming content. Like when I'm farming Diablo and I'm listening into the last free nation, baby.
Hell yeah!
It is perfect.
Yeah. I feel like these are the types of things. This is like when Thorin really shines. When people are trying to like, when the community starts talking about some area that they have no idea, and then he goes and he does fucking research and he uses his fucking network to get all this information, uncover it, and then he can just go in and explain things to people that he spends time like actually understanding them to a level of comprehension where people just like hear it, they're like, oh well, obviously this is bad. Like most Redditors form their opinion in the first like 2 seconds of the situation, bro.
Yes.
I don't know. I feel like that's when he just goes the fuck off.
Bro, the video on Frankie was wild, man.
You watched the whole thing?
Yeah.
It was so insane.
That was wild.
You think she watched it?
If I was her, I wouldn't. Like,
yeah.
If I was her, I
I'll be
definitely
honest,
wouldn't.
Like, I used to read every like negative comment about myself. I've gotten too bored of it, to be honest. Like I can kind of like see the direction things are going, and then I just predict most of the comments after that. Like I don't know if you saw the fucking Reddit thread yesterday.
There was another Reddit thread?
Yeah.
Were they insane?
I mean, I'm pretty sure if you read that Reddit thread, you would stop liking me. Like you would no longer show up to my streams. Like I am literally like Hitler or something. Like it is just crazy. The stuff that I'm seeing.
You got those Andys that say, Dom is right here, but why does he need to be such an asshole?
That's literally like the whole thread. You actually predicted it perfectly. That is literally the whole. You should go look at it after. You should go look at it after. I mean, at least like like I said, I stopped reading at a point, but at the point that I stopped reading, it was just like 99% crazy shit.
Nice. We're slamming a little prediction. I'm team EDG here. I think EDG can win this one. Very easy.
Yeah, I mean, Bid and Gragas is a lost condition in and of itself.
True.
Shit. Clicked the wrong
This
thing.
is a Serpent's Kha'Zix game. What do you guys think?
I think, I mean, why does he need to buy it? On can buy it.
Oh yeah, true. Because of Bramble, right?
Actually, it's a melee, so it applies 50%.
Oh yeah, it's not that good.
I think the issue with Serpent's Fang, it's that this item has 12 lethality, man. Like, oh.
Yeah, it's so bad compared to the other ones. I mean, I've started building Axiom Arc a little bit more. I think it's kind of underrated.
For sure, for sure.
Because it's 18 lethality, like.
And 25 ability haste. It's like I got clowned on for buying this shit on Varus. I was like, what fucking other item should I buy in the?
Yeah, I was watching that the Talon one trick, the Chaos whatever guy. The Talon one, the Challenger Talon one trick from. Yeah. Whoever that guy is. That guy, he started building it on Talon. I was like, wait a second. It's actually like optimal.
Yeah.
Because Edge of
Night
Night
on
is like,
too.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good on Rengar. The thing is, Edge of Night is like 10 lethality as well. So if you don't need the shield, it feels pretty bad to build.
I think on Rengar is not that great because it's actually one of the few champions that can utilize crit. Like I think it's like really good to buy Axiom Mark if your champion doesn't do shit with crit. Because like Rengar crit is pretty good, I think, with Collector and like Essence River. I think
it just depends on if it's like a crit game or not. Like, because there's some games where they're so squishy that you can just go full lethality, and you'd like spike quicker than if you go the like Essence River build. I think.
Because in those cases you just buy Collector, no, over Axiom.
I mean, in those cases, I mean, a lot of times I've been seeing people go like Prowlers and shit. Just play for like true one shot.
Because Prowlers gives 15 lethality, 15 ability haste. I'm not a super big fan of the effect.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I mean, essentially you're just gonna go all the items that have the like flat lethality. You pretty much end up building them all. Okay, on. It's gonna root him. Oh, they kill him. Maybe they don't. Wait, on. How based was that? Let's fucking go on.
Oh, I thought he would go for the auto on the turret to barbecue him.
Nah, hell no. That was perfect. Wait, I think you're behind me, by the way.
Maybe. Let me sync up. I'll pull up.
Bro, that guy that you just watched do this just fisted the entire LCK. How insane is that? Dude, I like how he dematerializes the cannon as he goes for this play.
Mako taught him that.
Yeah.
Good on you, Dom, for catching that engage.
Yeah, that was the Rakan engage from on.
Try and go for bot lane. That is the question. The thing
is, this is the guy that was like diving carrier with Lulu every single game at like 3:30.
Sean is going to be Mako, but he is cozy enough with his jungler and his mid laner right now to make sure he is in.
There's many like player comparisons, but it's like Lulu and On. I mean, Hilly and On is a very apt one.
Yeah, for sure. They both just play with that level of oh my god, the flash ult. Yeah, it's, I mean, Shun's dead.
Oh, good. EDG.
Yeah. You guys no flash. Is he just dead? Yeah, he's just dead.
Yeah. Dude, Lulu hurts, man. Lulu hurts.
God damn, Lulu's just yeah.
Is that legal, by the way, Hex Flash on Rakan?
Early game going in favors of EDG.
Don't question on, man.
He'll find a way.
Hands of Mako and Fofo, great stuff, but I think Shun just didn't expect the damage. Also having Yagal in not the most.
By the way, I just reported the LCK stream.
What?
Their advertisements were taking up, I calculated it, 4% of the stream.
The fried chicken was completely popping off on the screen.
Enjoy the last LCK stream. I've been waiting for times like these.
Surprises BLG off guard.
Yeah, really does. And now we're going to see Yagao getting jumped on here.
Oh, nice one.
Okay.
Wait, Yamato, you just predicted the right team always.
Much more comfortable in this
Mystic Mech.
to the last, and they are 4-1 to the good.
This one was.
As I say that, flash
There's a recipe.
Bro, that's a shutdown though.
What's the recipe?
The recipe is one team has tier 1 jungler, the enemy team has tier 2 jungler, and then in every other position there's a tier 1 champion. So they outweigh.
Okay.
I said before, the game was just bin Gragas, you know? Like, that's just a lost condition.
That too, yeah.
What was the game? Do you remember the game where he played earlier? Was it versus OMG? Where he was like 0-5 and there was like 35 kills in the fucking game and he didn't even have an assist? Like, that was fucking crazy, bro.
He was on some shit that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, just wasn't really expecting. I thought Elk would just go back towards the lanes, therefore wasn't any much of a threat, but the more you know.
I feel like there's some players out there, when they're playing a champ, where they're sitting there like looking at their fucking Gragas passive ticking down for 8 seconds and they just go insane.
Yep.
Great for the side of EDG, especially as
like, bro, all you literally need to do is press W. I like that he went no points Q though.
Holy.
I was close.
Jesus. Well, every time I see Kha'Zix, my back hurts, dude. Look at this guy's fucking posture and shit, dude. He's a ringer of Notre Dame.
Every time Kha'Zix sees you, his fucking neck hurts. Like, what do you mean? Like, you're fucking gonna comment on Kha'Zix?
Bro, this is a fucking Herman Miller chair, dude. My neck was protected. Wu-Tang Clan, baby.
Hey, bro, we get it. You're a multi-millionaire. You got a fucking insane chair while the rest of us are
This chair was a
just...
gift. I didn't pay for this chair.
Alright, you stole the fucking chair. Okay, we get it, bro.
Bro, that's fucked up. It was sitting right there. Like, should I not take it? Nah, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it was a gift. It was a gift from the Herman Miller store after dark when they had the shop closed.
Actually, growing up once, we were driving somewhere, I don't remember where, and there was like a department store. We went into that department store and I just put on a hat. And I forgot that I had the hat on the head and I just walked out the store. And then I realized like...
Yes, so you're just you're an actual thief that has committed robbery multiple times. Perfect. Excellent.
Oh, Woody.
Nah, Ben is so bad on Gragas,
yeah,
brother.
Dude, his Gragas is so fucking whack.
It's so whack, yeah.
Jesus.
To keep with gadgets.
Yeah.
There was a band?
I don't know, but I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I doubt that he actually wants to spend scrim games playing Gragas. Oh,
Elk is just on the wrong spot of the map, man.
He cashed in his call. You know that's the only reason he died there. It's because he's like, I just cashed in my call in this wave.
Yeah, just got greedy. Just straight up got greedy for the plates and really.
Bro, this guy, this Annie Tibbers with this skin, it looks like fucking Kyriakos Grizzly.
Why did somebody say we got a drug addict, a racist, and a thief? What a stream!
I wish I was one of the other ones.
Holy.
Why am I the racist, man?
I don't know, bro. Should be asking yourself, bro. Just like OTK says, look in the mirror.
Shut up, man.
I have a base guy in my chat. He's like, I should have listened when Dom said that that bin on Gragas is instant lose, but he said it so abrasively, so I don't.
Too abrasive, bro. It is what it is.
Challenge BLG for the first time.
The coach Vuk, the lore continues. He says, "Tell Dom I found the play."
No way, bro.
Nah, blood.
He's been looking it up for fucking 2 years. He just had it bookmarked.
Oh, what a charm!
What the fuck?
Yo, that charm was Bob Marley crispy. I don't think it was intentional.
Yeah, it was unintentional for sure. I mean, the guy was invisible.
He's been practicing against Nikos, you know. He senses it.
Yep. What are we saying? Dude, I almost had to pull that out. I was thinking about whether or not to, like, you know, just for the content, pull that one out for the double F video, and he started talking about like not working during a labor strike.
Bro, you had the voice. You had the "What are we saying" voice.
Yeah, no, I was almost there. I was almost there, but I'm like, yeah, it's too forced, bro. I don't want to do like the thing about the "what are we saying" is it was so natural. That's the reason why I popped off.
I liked how his tone changed when he was like, you know, this would mean that 50 players would lose their jobs? I was like, nah, man. This guy is just doing fucking Dumbo, man.
Bro, if anything, the 50 players should fucking do a walkout to ensure that their salary stays so high. They should like fight against unionizing. They should make sure that there's no salary cap. That's the fucking shit they should fight against.
Oh my god, Ollie with the flash? Okay. Wait, it's okay, I mean, that's good.
Hey.
Nice.
Hey.
Tiberski? Flash? Yagu? No.
Yagu.
Yagu?
Fuck.
Who the fuck is Yagu?
Yagu, man. Alright.
Oh, you can do so much things with Yaga's name. Like,
I call him Yago.
Goat, bro.
I call him Yago.
Yago home. Yagout, Baba Yaga.
Baba Yago, yeah.
Yagu.
That's my Yagoat.
Being utilized perfectly by these two players.
They changed up the draft just a little bit. They said, all right, we won't
I want to look at like Yago. I feel like he just wants to go home and watch an episode of The Price is Right, you know?
What the, bro, you're saying he just looks old? Like, what are you saying? That's like...
No. He just want to chill.
The Price is Right, bro. Okay, yeah, I'm sure young people watch that show for sure. Bro, this guy didn't flash this?
Is this tower supposed to do damage to the side?
Nope.
By the way, Fofo looks like my chemist teacher in school.
Really?
Yeah.
Walter.
Yeah, not really getting much else from that, though. Fofo getting collapsed.
Walter White was your chemistry teacher?
Yeah. But I dumb. I like how you use the Walter White meme when he's in the car, like telling them to not kill Hank.
That was literally Philip Aram during the fucking
yeah, I love that.
Negotiations of Double Lift. Double Lift, no!
Walter.
Jesus.
Screaming out of the car. No, Hank, please, Hank. We can fix this.
We're mid negotiations.
Well, you're one of the smartest motherfuckers I've ever met. But you're too stupid to realize I'm already dead.
Walter. Just let me die in peace, Walter. I love the fact that Breaking Bad memes are like completely popping off. Like, the most
Bro,
random ass videos.
What happened to Ben?
I love this Kazakh's build. He's definitely gonna curve out and dominate.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll be useful. I think he can kill the Scion once he has his Edge of Night finished with the 10 lethality.
On his ear?
Don't bully that. Oh,
bro, he even casted the W. I like that reaction, even though like he insta died.
Headshot, bang.
Because I don't understand what you're trying to gain from that play.
The only reason why
Walter.
BLG is able to find so many successful kind of skirmishes is because On is just placing these wards down without a care in the world.
JJ lost it, by the way. Like after game 1, he was like, I'm gonna kill this On guy perma.
Yeah. That's why he picked Vi. He just wanted to just R the Rakan. I can murder him.
Maokai is screaming, "Don't let them bully you, son!"
not playing alongside Shun, and the win
Bro, the fucking build from Shun. I just hate this build. This is the 2 lowest lethality items in the history of the fucking universe.
No mythic, yeah.
No mythic. Oh, it's so bad.
There's some starter gear shit right there.
Yep.
You don't pick Kha'Zix to clear wards, man.
Definitely working out for the moment. We're gonna have to see if
There's also like, bruv, they've got fucking 8 sweepers in the pocket. Like how many sweepers you need?
Yeah, that's actually crazy.
EDG to find themselves caught off into the side of the jungle, but
You just gotta deny the vision. Everyone's got a pink ward.
Right, I remember back in the old days when I was playing Kha'Zix top, back in season 3. Your first item would be Moby Boots. Because on level 7 you would one-shot the wave with W. So you just like Moby Boots out of the bush. Because it applied your passive.
Yeah.
That shit was dumb as fuck.
I find it interesting how in Asia people are so focused on vision, like buying things, clearing wards, and in the West, the big topic is that we buy too many pink wards. So yeah, we're just really stupid.
I mean, there's times where like it's good and times where it's bad. I think like at this point in the game, bro, like 75 gold. I mean, on supports, like obviously buying 80 pink wards is not good, but like as a jungler, when you're about to go into an objective and you can't buy wards anyway, having like 1 pink ward is definitely better than having the extra 75 gold.
I think often what teams do well, I think in the East, is that they just, it's like using pinks to fight. It's the best gold you can spend for 75 gold. Like if you only have pinks when you walk into a fight, you're actually just trolling, I think. But there's often where there's players that are just placing pinks and they're just dying. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you should place them with intention. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, if we discuss that, then I'm fine, you know.
Fucking odd is just running it. Whatever.
Much worse game comparatively to game number 1. We typed up as Rakan.
Yeah, I want to go on a concert, dude. Yeah, let's go on a concert, guys. We meet up in a specific country, we all fly there, and we go to a concert.
I hear Humanoid's gonna be at Tomorrowland.
Holy, Woody, Fruity.
Holy. And I flamed Bin Gragas after he does that.
That is crazy, by the way.
The R.
Take it back,
Try.
man.
Bro, I've never seen this Gragas build in my life, by the way.
I think EDG is in trouble.
Where everybody is, the inhibitor goes down. On looking for an engage.
All right. Leave cannot
I don't know, bro. Leave is just gonna kill him though.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. He's not gonna kill it. Shit.
Whoa! He found the angle.
God, he's the GOAT. What?
Holy shit.
Bro, he's like the best player known to man. What?
He just found the angle like a fucking Formula 1 driver.
What the fuck? The Flash Gale Force. My God, he's cracked.
That was neat. I like that. That looked like a very hard situation to navigate when he had 2 people flashing on his forehead.
Yeah, that looked impossible. Honestly,
yeah, and my
I think they could do that.
Throughout that team fight with the red
Honestly,
and white available as well, but that ward spotting out
his traps would be better.
onto the carriers of EDG really working.
Yeah, look at those traps. That's some jank ass traps.
In terms of HP, but the Cyanot got thrown onto Elk's face.
Wait, why did Yagao not go for fucking leave? What? Wait, what did Yagao just do?
So Leave is in a very good position, so I think this was
Like they like Gragas flashed on him, Rakan went on him, and then Yagao just flashes on the Lulu. I guess he was trying to like stop the Lulu ult from coming through in his mind.
Walter.
Light of hope for BLG to stay in this game, but I still
Mike is so tilted the whole show, by the way. Like, it's too funny.
And now work towards this
To clean everyone's mess.
We had a good thing going, Walter.
Yeah, able to dance around it. Speaking of dance around vision, Sean.
You just had to fuck it all up with all your pride.
This one here. Still 5,000 gold lead here for EDG. They got the dragon off that as well. I feel like if BLG had just kind of burst down that dragon.
And then that fucking other chemist is like trying to copy his thing.
Gabe. Bro, it's Gabe who spoiled Walter. Because he put his name.
Actually, his coffee machine was cracked. I wanted to try that coffee.
Way too much work for something so minor, I think.
That's the best coffee I ever drank, man. What the fuck?
Not really kind of, on the same level as in terms of
You know that fly? In that fly episode?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I always skip that one. I skip that episode.
That's Shun in this game with that fucking build.
Dude, that episode is like, I don't know, you're just waiting for something to happen the whole time.
Oh,
and then nothing ever happens.
Alright. They found Walter.
Hold up.
Jinx died.
That means your consistent DPS is no longer available in this fight, and Elk can
Right.
Wait, hold up.
They have no DPS.
Yeah, but the bear is winning them the fight.
Holy shit.
Oh no, Halle! He did the Yamato plant!
Wait, what's happening here?
Hey!
He learned that from Yamato, by the way, 100%. I saw Yamato perfect that one.
Wait, but how did they end up split like this? How did they end up with the Lulu guarding the Psy on top while Vi and Ari are mid? It's so awkward.
That's exactly what BLG needed to
That's mental.
into the game.
I didn't see what
Bro,
Om did.
By the way, Kha'Zix is not going Mythic, he's going Serpents, like no cap.
I believe he tanked both the Ari and
Nah. Eyes on.
Okay, on.
Eyes on, look at them. Deutsche Bahn.
Very preemptively as he just avoided every single English from the side of BLG.
Oh la la!
Oh.
Beautiful.
No one was really
Early. You know that Hilly taught me that the first initial what Hilly calls it is like a gallop. Like Rakan gallops when he R's, you can cancel it with E.
Oh la la. It's over.
Okay, Yagu. Ale's in the zone.
Well, it's lost.
GG.
They just end the game mid.
Yeah. Oh, they go Nash, I think.
Oh, never mind. They can't. Wave is too far. Thought they were gonna kill Elk, but
Alright, someone
zapped at the
survived.
fucking chicken.
Okay.
Okay,
Ben, are you
what we
okay?
doing, brother? Ben, what? Okay.
He's dead.
They actually gonna kill him? Okay. Sidestep was clean.
Oh, traps.
Bro, who did Leaf aim for with the W?
3 for nothing. Elk trying to make something happen in this mid lane. Has got a shielding. Green and white to try and maybe make a fight happen, but I mean, he's just waiting for that LDR. He needs something that can burn down through Allah.
Ben was desperately trying to fight a flank angle, but BLG, they want to
Think about how mega OP 80 carries were on previous patch when they hit 4 items. They had BTIE, Gale Force, and LDR.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was fair,
yeah.
Wow, on it's good. Wow, on it's good.
On.
Wow, on.
They invited that, baby. Dana.
These health bars. BLG are keeping this game
60 G's, baby.
coming out on top.
Oh, they actually get Baron off this?
Crazy. How's this game even remotely competitive, mate?
I don't know, bro. It is what it is.
Oh, Shun is dead, no?
John, why are you positioned there, though?
Shun!
It's definitely the
Oh my god!
Somebody take something! Shield somebody! Oh my god!
Oh no! Oh! Oh, Nash!
No!
Well, now they actually end mid.
X9 him for that one.
Yeah, bro, like, come on.
That was game winning, by the way.
Shun. He's the fly from the episodes, 100%.
Hail Mary coming out of EDG, but unfortunately, Shun getting picked up.
Wait, is there anything that happens in that episode besides for like the fly just flying around the factory?
No, that's all.
That's the whole thing. Okay, yeah. Bro, I gotta rewatch that show. I haven't
That
seen
shit
it in so long.
was a metaphor for the state of mind of Walter. Walter.
Oh, we just end again. Yeah, thank you, Shun. Thank you.
Alright. Game number 3.
Bro, I kind of want to see the preview from
coming out here from EDG.
Thorn just going off. It's just too insane.
Yeah, I want to see that too.
Hey.
Yeah, and it was all thanks to JDG on this fight. He was able to catch on so many times out of position.
You guys saw the first strike tweet from Viger yesterday?
Yeah, a bit of a shout out to Bulldog. Yep. You know, I will say Bulldog, he just couldn't keep a straight face in the intro, could he? He just couldn't do it.
From being his proactive
I'll let it be.
But it wasn't like a cheesy smile. It's not like he was laughing at the situation. He's just a smile. He's just a happy.
So
that's very wholesome.
It's also just
Saudi Arabia's just buying every player, I guess. Okay.
They're buying every form of entertainment on the planet.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah. They got the Kante, Benzema, Ronaldo, Messi maybe.
It'll be good to see if,
I think Ramos is going.
Continuing to ramp up as Kyle. Not sure about
Bro, apparently I was reading that they were making like a golf league, and they are just paying golf players millions to be exclusive to that league.
A lot of damage here as Kyle also very similar.
That sounds legit.
Why
not?
Being set up here.
I saw a pretty good tweet, Yamato. I have to show you actually. It's a banger.
Okay.
There goes the dive.
Second.
The fact that you're not saying it out loud makes me think it's...
No. You can watch it on stream.
Okay. Oh, that's a clean dive. Oh. Oh, they sandbox. I'm happy to see Varus. I think Varus is strong on the patch.
Yeah, kill picked up here for Deft on the other side, but still much better news here, as you mentioned, for Teddy. And the juggle.
Saudi Golf League and PGA were competing over players, then Saudi Gold League just bought PGA.
There, and now he's back tier. Was going to pick up his Noon Quiver, has to wait for a little bit of extra gold before he...
That is brilliant.
On in the game, whereas of course for Deft is going to be able to get a Dirk, which will still be relevant, but you really are accelerated.
I can't
now
find it.
as
No.
Teddy here, so successful dive at the end of the day. Flash
Why did
down
I not
for
like
but
it, man?
Is,
It was so funny.
3, not going to be too useful anyways.
Yep, and as a jungler, you're not too worried about it. So here we go. Stacking the wave very
Right back, I'll
nicely.
go bathroom.
Sandbox just do what they do best. Aggression.
Yeah, Deft here cleanses, doesn't flash, just goes into the turret. Willer picks up this aggro here so Teddy can continue to auto Kellen just to make sure. Doesn't have to flash. Could have argued maybe Teddy takes the aggro a little bit earlier there and he doesn't have to flash, but better safe than sorry. They're just making sure that nothing bad happens. Neither Deft nor Kellen though flash, so they still have these tools available for them in the lane.
Yeah, so theoretically the aggression can continue. Buckler being thrown at Bertle, quite frustrating. As there is a Maokai on the top.
Here we go again.
Yeah, Deft in a whole host of trouble. Will is going to come down. Deft trying to trade it. He does manage to go 1-for-1. Kellen dies, does have to flash, but if he died, then it would have still been good news for Liv Sandbox. But that's nice that at least Deft got a kill.
Yeah, he gets a kill here, and I think he turned this really bad situation into the best possible one for him. As Canyon, unfortunately, has just been otherwise invisible this game, as he is, you know, on the other side of the map.
He blends into the forest quite well.
Yeah. But hey, at least, you know, we talked about that flash that they've still held on to. Got value out of it right afterwards. Even if it is Teddy getting a massive lead here. He's got his recurve bow now ready and set to go. Let's watch this one more time. Control ward set up here for Willer, so by the time that they know about this, it's just far too late. As soon as Kyle decides to go in, they're like, okay, this is what's happening. Def reacts immediately with the flash to take him out. So it is a trade at the end of the day, but still a massive trade up for Liv Sandbox.
Could have been a disaster if he flashes forward and doesn't get the kill.
Yeah.
That would have looked not so good. But here, 1,000 gold, going to be the lead at closing on 6 minutes. As Willer walks towards a whole lot of plants here in this bottom side. Hook going to just barely miss. Deft gets out of the way. Kyle takes a lot of damage. Nicely played there by the Lucian. As Liv Sandbox will push another wave forward. And it's 11 CS, probably 13 as this wave is going to crash in. And that is great news for Teddy and Kyle, having a much better time this time around.
Yeah, certainly looking very good for them. Not the early lead that Deft was hoping for. And when you consider this comp is going to take now, the Lucian is no longer really a mid-game threat. I mean, this is just going to continue to happen. Now they have no flashes, so it's just plate gold at worst case scenario for Teddy, and potentially even more. They're going to force them away from farm here as the wave crashes. Canyon has to come down now.
Ooh, Hook going wide there.
Kyle hoping for a different juke as in goes Canyon. Oh my goodness, that is a journey you can go on as the sky descends on top of the cool kids as Closer having to run away now, and Showmaker just says, nope, that's no more winning for you.
Yeah, as he has level 6, it's a really nice ult coming through. He's even chasing Closer away. I think Closer should be able to survive. He does have phase rush. He is a Jace after all.
He's following the instructions that Deft laid out in last season's instructional video about how to use those emotes. Very well. Nice work, Showmaker.
Yeah. Hook misses here. Showmaker's in position with level 6, and Canyon decides he wants to flash for this. And the follow-up flash from Teddy actually doesn't do him any favors. He's still knocked back, and Canyon is further along where he wants to be here. So 2 kills going over to Showmaker here. And that's a lot of money. I was right before this going to say, or was in the process of saying, you know, now your Lucian's mid-game is irrelevant, so it's all about the scaling of the Aurelion Soul, and that's going to take a really long time. Well, not as long anymore.
Yeah, and Kyle not having the greatest of games so far. These hooks going in the wrong directions, probably still calibrating for the first little while, but not the greatest, as great use of the buckler toss there by Canna. Being the ranged Poppy that he is. 15 CS in the lead. We mentioned that this is a great matchup for the Poppy. Building towards his Sunfire Cape like a fantastic tank. It's exactly what you want to see.
Aurelion Soul stacking up nicely here. Showmaker behind in CS. A plate did go down, but still continuing to become stronger over time. And the question will, of course, become now, how does Deft get out of this laning phase and be relevant? Because right now, he's still got those 2 kills, but he's 20 CS behind. He's lost half a turret. He's about half a level behind Teddy. So, yeah, you got your Aurelion Soul 2 kills, but that also isn't going to mean that you suddenly are scaled now. So these next few fights around Herald, around Dragon, Liv Sandbox should absolutely try to push their advantages right now with the lethality picked up here by Closer, with the Noon Quiver and Recurve Bow that Teddy have right now. Like, this is the kind of play that we are finally now seeing with the bio they have. You've got to be so quick on this. You want to push your advantages now while you have them, because your window to use this advantage is now thinned quite significantly. You're even, in fact, behind on gold, but you can still force fights. You can still force these objectives.
Yeah, getting these Drakes is going to be pretty important, like you state. Bernal, cute little counter-strike, but Canna just doesn't really seem too bothered. He's just diving. Never mind, and not going to be able to get out of that one. Canna just presses Steadfast Presence and watches Bertle spin around as he launches to the sky.
It's crazy how well Canna is playing this lane. He's just outplaying Bertle at every turn. Now, bottom side of the map, obviously, still an issue. Like, how does Deft get out of this one? It's going to be very difficult. But at least top side of the map, maybe they could get a pick here onto Bertle. Not as relevant, though, as the scaling Varus here, but let's see. Canyon's got 6. He's got an ult.
Yeah. And just going to walk towards Bertle here to deny that back.
I found it, Yamato.
I'm back.
Not really going to work out there as the ulti comes in. Heroic charge, not even
in
necessary,
general
really.
Chat, look with sound on.
Canna doesn't get the stun, but they still manage to get the kill. And this is what you sacrifice by focusing everything bottom lane.
Yeah. Still...
You're loyal. You're grateful. I appreciate that. Go buy your mama a house. Go buy your whole family houses. Put this money in your savings account. Go spend some money for no reason. Come back and ask for more. You're smart.
This is the stupidest video. That's hilarious. Oh, Canyon is I like Canyon build this game. They just went for the go-to item. Little Papushka top. Honestly, this draft is so fucking good from red side. How can they lose?
Oh, LCK is on.
Yes, sir. You want me to stream for you? So you synced with me?
Yeah. Yeah, let's
or you
go.
can just also just watch the stream, I guess, on Discord. There you go.
Oh, even Shroud Maokai, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. This game, because they have so much AP, I think is really good.
Yeah.
What football club do you support? I don't support any football club. I think the supporting a club meta is kind of dead to me, man. Like, fucking Zlatan Ibrahimovic retired. Like, what should I do with my life as a Swedish person? It's just done.
Are they playing the patch where Aurelion is nerfed or pre-nerf?
Pre-nerf,
you know?
but they nerfed him before too, I think. I think they nerfed him 13-11, no?
Yeah, I think so.
And he's just like, nah, I'm just not going to let them get him further ahead.
Tidal Wave, great buffer there of the dredge line. I don't know what the the follow-up was going to be of the Tidal Wave, but
yeah,
it's just a weather event.
It wasn't ideal. If there was like a dragon or something like that, you stop those backs a little bit.
Zlatan is overrated?
Down, but
No.
it's not spawned yet, so.
What the fuck are you saying, dude?
Yeah.
Ah.
Sometimes you just want to get the thing on cooldown.
When I hear this.
Because you just don't have as much value. If it's ticking down, that means you're getting to the next one. And if you use things off cooldown, then the cooldown is an actual relevant number.
Do you like to watch the Logan Paul podcast?
100%. Yeah,
Nope.
you got to keep that cycling.
No,
Keep
okay.
it cycling through.
I like to watch
At
the
least,
investigations
get
on his
down to
scams.
have one charge.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
They're really insane.
Like, how many times did you smite? I'm trying to get the high score.
No, how long in
He had Adesanya as a guest, so I watched like the whole episode.
Oh shit.
And I kind of like Izzy,
Yeah.
That way you get to the
Him and Volkanovski are now partnered with Prime as well.
a little bit
It's
earlier.
like his drink brand.
You got
Yeah,
going. 100%. That's what you got to do. That gets you the value on the cooldown. Otherwise, the cooldown could be any number, right?
Yeah. So Teddy rushed the Kraken Slayer here. He does a lot of damage at this point in time. He is a very big boy, and you can see it. Even
Adesanya and Alex Pereira met each other at the airport.
It's insane what he can do, and when you have the Ghost Blade,
Was it filmed?
Closer, he can chip away.
Yeah, they were both filming each other and putting it on Instagram.
If they're trying to get to these objectives faster, and I say
And Izzy gave him some tips how to beat.
been a little bit timid on objective setup and committing to getting a demolished proc here and set
I can't pronounce his name. Blahovic.
Oh yeah.
And
Jan?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna fight him, and Izzy lost to him as well, so he gave him some tips,
We got one slap on the turret.
Oof.
Bertol.
Taking tips from a loser. Nah, I'm kidding. I think it's good to. I'm happy that they are at peace,
The plates did fall
Yeah,
down
yeah.
about 30 seconds
Because
ago.
Izzy Adesanya, when he like taunted his child, actually was crazy.
Back, and this turret should be dead. Closer should be able to return the favor and actually will collect first turret.
I wouldn't get
well,
so mad
that's
over
an
something like that.
Well, you know,
With him, I guess.
the thing is, like, if you look at this Jace lead, where he has like all plates, and I mean, he's picked up several plates in mid, gets the bottom plates.
For some people, holding grudges can be very motivating.
You know, he's
Yeah.
got so much money, but what is
As
it?
Michael
Like
Jordan
Michael
is the
Jordan
best.
as well.
Yeah, Michael
Yeah,
Jordan is the best example.
For sure, yeah.
He looked at me.
Jace queues alone in the forest. doing
He didn't
damage.
shake my hand at the restaurant, the
If
coach.
Jace never presses Q, like, what's the damage?
You remember that one?
Take a look at that later on.
Completely
That's a
destroyed
little
them.
bit more like you can actually you can calculate that.
Yeah, I know, and we will.
Oh no.
But it's so crazy how that guy was living his life. He was the best basketball player, and he was golfing with rich people all the time.
Represented well. Okay, heroic charge into the wall is oh my goodness.
Damn.
The wombo. Closer.
Holy moly.
Come on, Canyon.
We'll be able to do so.
How the fuck did he get out of there?
Jace is pretty big right now, but that will guarantee the Herald. Bertel just
That's
very
crazy.
happy to be by himself, I think, at this point in time. And we'll be able to grab another turret as well.
Did
So
you ever
it's
go
simple.
golfing in real life,
Ahead
like
as
big
far
court?
as the objective play is concerned.
Nope.
Killing a lot of turrets, Atlas.
Yeah,
Okay.
They're
I don't know how to play that shit, man.
This Herald, though, as Bertol scouts this out, they
I would want to.
Showmaker slowing over the rotation. He
But
has
like,
an empowered ultimate
buying
as well.
clubs and all that
This is
shit,
not
it
a fight
sounds
you wanna
like,
take any mana.
Investment,
yeah.
yeah.
Come through yet another heroic charge as Canner is just having the time of his life. Steadfast presence to get them out.
Oh la la, that
My
Aurelion
goodness,
ult.
the stars well and truly descending, and now Deft is the one doing all of the damage. The drive-by not going to quite have the range on the laser beam from his mouth, and
I mean, it needs to be good weather where you live to play golf. In Germany, kind of flip.
I really did. I don't think it would have been enough, so he did things better.
Yeah. One day it's raining, one day it's snowing.
And D Plus just kind of got away with highway robbery there. They started off the Herald early. Live Sandbox were not grouped, and then they were like, wait, hold on, let's contest Birdall. He should be okay. There's no title.
Bro,
but
what Zlatan accomplished for the Swedish national team, like he single-handedly made a team, a very small country, competitive, dude. What he did for Sweden was insanity, man. And then what he did in PSG, what he did in Inter, what he did in even like an Ajax, like his opening games, bro, super talent. What was so unique about Zlatan Ibrahimovic was he was so fucking tall and strong and also fucking acrobatic at the same time. You know, he was insanely acrobatic. Like it was like no one is that big. It's like Kyriakos Grizzly doing fucking splits, bro. It's just like you see a stature of a person and then you like see them fucking doing backflips and you're like, what the fuck is happening?
Does mean the Wukong kind of falls into the next priority here for the side of BLG. They get that for Shun, definitely something.
It will happen tonight, Luke Schuren.
He was insane in Milan and Juventus as well. I think he was even insane in Barcelona, even though he was there for a short time.
Yeah? I can't believe what I just read. So he said, poor man's Peter Crouch.
Nah.
That's fucking funny. That's fucking funny. Holy Nocturne. Nocturne case sounded just like that. But I think Nocturne is such a piece of shit.
Why?
It might be something like the Syndra where
I don't know, I feel like this champion,
traditionally comfortably into the lane up against Nico.
I feel like it's just outdated. But honestly, I think I just have an issue with every jungler that is not Wukong, Vi, and Maokai.
Yeah.
It's like there's a problem with all of them.
I actually think Nocturne is decent. Just fast clearer with really OP ult, you know.
Just in my mind here, right, it's like you see only Wukong Aphelios and you want to play Nocturne, but maybe Nocturne Nico, maybe there's some like crazy combo there. That,
yeah.
Maybe there's something there.
Fucking can't count the creeps if it's dark, yeah.
Yeah, Jinx, Lucian probably going to be the ones they get.
Guys, he was obviously not serious. Don't get baited.
I imagine EDG ban away the Gnar and possibly the Sion as well. Or maybe they want the Sion here into the top lane for Ola to kind of, you know, take Bin out on top.
Would you watch the finals tonight? What's the finals? Finals of what? I'm not in the loop.
Definitely the Gnar is something I would imagine EDG will want to take off the board.
Is Champions League today?
The Lulu themselves.
No.
So kind of saying, look, we're not going to take it. So that means that the Lulu is not going to be available in this next particular one. But maybe a Lulu Rakan ban.
Oh, Europa League, okay.
Yeah, if Lulu and Rakan does get taken off by the side of EDG, that does signify that Nautilus is going to become the next.
Yeah, Yamato, I sent you in general something for Europe League, but don't open it on stream.
Likely looking for something like that Zion Rakan in the bottom lane, but it can also get denied by BLG with that pick. But my question
I love this guy, man.
Big to play in that top side, because we've seen that once he is also given something like the counter pick, he is more than happy to be in that isolated matchup, especially.
Alright, let me drop the ads on your forehead so you don't get them in game.
The Fiora and the Gwen already taken away, but perhaps something like, I don't want to say, I don't want to cook too much, because I know I've been saying I want BLG to cook, but what if we get an Aatrox?
I mean, we have seen it from Shanji earlier in this week, so I mean, it could definitely.
Okay. Whoa! That's nice. Holy shit! That is insane, man.
Wow, Nyla Yumi.
Nyla Yumi.
Holy.
Bro, this Nyla, there's shit that you can do with this champ I didn't know you could do. Like, your engaged distances are crazy. With because people play like Gale Force now with the double E and the flash. It's like, when I watch montages of insane Nyla champs, Nyla players,
yeah,
they can do crazy shit. Let's see if Leaf is about to do crazy shit. I'm curious which build he's going. Is he gonna go Trinity Force? Is he gonna go fucking Gale Force? I have no clue.
There was
It makes your Yumi OP because she gets fully XP, right?
Yeah. If they can farm, which they should be able to farm.
More effective in that bot side. The thing with Nila is that you need to be an initiator. This is a full dive.
They have a wombo combo, man.
What a handshake.
Nico and Nyla ult and Yumi ult.
They want to go in
And Nocturne, actually. That's some good ults.
I wonder if Mako plays his own skin. Bro, I wonder how much Riot would want to pay Faker to play with skins. Like, I think the fact that Faker is not playing with skins probably lost them so much money over the years.
Just to try and get the fights to start off.
Yeah, and Nila, I mean, I know everyone's
Like Riot approaches Faker as like, if you play with skins, we'll pay you $1 million a year.
Same, you go the Gale Force, like you said, being that self-initiator with someone like the Yumi and going.
Wait, does he not even use his own skins?
Nothing. Never plays with skin. Never.
What the hell?
Closing, but it really depends on who.
Which is gangsta as fuck, by the way. Like,
yeah, it is.
But yeah,
for sure, Faker has to be like the most watched player in League of Legends history if you count like his streams, like tournament-wise. Like, I don't know if there's like some crazy streamer in China like Messiah or something that streams and gets like 3 million viewers.
First time Twitch, he streamed on Twitch, Faker. Had like almost 100,000 viewers.
That's a good time.
You need that momentum behind you because we've seen it now twice in a row.
Holy bro, the crowd, they're artists.
Yo, what's going on here?
Yo, Nyla, me.
Holy. Well, at least there's like one interesting champion in this draft. Let's go. Wait, aren't they just gonna get completely shit on because they're trying to play Nyla into Annie, Wukong, Rakan, Malphite?
It's okay, the Nocturnals will mask them and they will be able
Wukong
to do
is
first
not
move.
that great with Nyla, by the way, because of the auto tech blocks.
Yeah, I mean it's fine though. Like here you have enough CC that I think it doesn't need to be. Like, I think the CC is good enough.
With Samira, it's really good, but Nyla, I don't think so.
Yeah, I just think that in the team fight it'll be broken. Also, I really like Wukong into Yumi in general. But yeah, I don't know. Anytime I see a Nocturne, I just think they lose the game. That's just how I see things these days.
What you doing there, son? I think Al could have pushed it harder as well.
A level 1 affiliate. Oh my god, bro.
Christ,
The Q's
just press B. Just press B, mate. You're done. Go home. You're done.
Come on, go hunt him down, bro. I want to see you walk past the fucking tri-bush, put a ward. Oh, he doesn't have a ward. He has Red Sweeper, never mind.
Someone like the Yumi, you are just playing for that level 3 spike as you have the dashes available, but BLG know this very clearly, just walking up and should have just ordering lead to death, where he's forced to back now.
I think Nocturne's one of those champions that's like falling into it's kind of like Malphite, to be honest. There's two auto lose champions, so who actually wins? That's crazy. Just thought about that. Malphite, Nocturne, those are tiers of champions where I see this champion on a team and I just think they can't win the game.
Level 6 or so before, and Rift Herald at 8 minutes is so.
Oh, enemy flash. GG.
Wait, what? Where? What time are you at?
No, I'm saying like, I'm agreeing with your points.
Oh, with Malphite, or
yes.
Oh, okay.
94 days, a full year since we've seen this champion, and
That was like a delayed reaction or something. I was like, what the fuck?
Treats is sitting at home watching the clean. He's like, okay, Jarvan is good.
Yeah, too bad he's never going to get to play it because the LCS players are going to have the split cancelled.
So messed up.
Sure, the imports won't care about the split being cancelled. We'll be fine.
Oh my god.
Treats is like, I can't make it to the meeting, guys. I have food poisoning. Yeah, Treats is a very important one. We're considering cancelling the split. Oh, okay.
Unfortunately for the side of EDG, their
2 points into E as Wukong.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
I hate it.
Oh, leave. Ooh. Oh, smack, smack, smack. He used 2 dashes,
he just
though.
has no W. I think he's just dead.
Isn't he just solo losing the game here? JJ went.
He's just trolling on purpose, I think.
Double eat. Nocturne stared Wukong in the eye. Wukong was like, okay, it means I guess I can't gank bot now, because you know I'm here and I know you're here.
I mean, he's only down 22 CS, 2 plates, and a kill in lane. It's not that bad.
This is such a nightmare. Like,
yeah, he's reported, I think.
Also not feeling so good right now, taking a much worse.
Wait, Yamato, did you see any of the rant?
Not yet. No.
Oh man,
I need to watch that shit tonight.
It is too much of a juicer.
Kind of skewing the MVP numbers, but such a great start here from the side of the BLG bot lane.
And Elk more than happy sitting on that call 62.
I think Torren could do stand-up comedy.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, he should be the first esports stand-up comedian.
I mean, they had really nice follow-up flashes.
I mean, that might as well just be this talk show, to be honest.
Fucking chicken on a skateboard.
On has gold in his pockets. He's gonna go boots and start impacting the rest of the map.
Yeah, and I like that he's doing this now as well. He kind of recognizes, look, bot lane's under no threat. I can go and help my mid laner get a reset, kind of make sure that wave.
Honest playing with his skin this game. He just casually switches around.
We will see that mid lane getting more and more in favor of Fofo as he does have that level 6 now. So pop blossoms to be done as they look to try and make this one work it on. Trying to be a little bit more of a nuisance to Fofo. Fofo not going to get the immediate recall back. It's going to force out only just 1 minion to be lost, or maybe even 2. So they tried their best, but BLG, they're not able to kind of stop this.
I don't know if Ben's gonna be that guy who is going to hold Malphite ults.
Oh, hell no, bro. He's the type of guy who's gonna go Sunfire and then a fucking Triforce W max and try to beat the shit out of, like, Fofo.
Honestly, that doesn't even sound that bad.
No, I'm saying, bro, like, Triforce, like, people were building it before on Malphite. Now Malphite W is buffed and Triforce is buffed. I gotta try that shit out.
Oh, wow, this sounds like a plan, dude.
No TPs available for both mid laners, so it's gonna be a little bit hard to pull off.
Reminds me of Wicked.
Yeah, you don't have the paranoia here for JDG,
Holy.
so not quite
Oh,
sure
no flash. No flash. Oh, Elk is just...
We're sprinting it.
Chilling.
JJ missing this Q is so big.
Bro, the way that he uses his W is, like, so criminally bad, I feel like.
And that is going to be an easy turnaround kill for BLG.
I mean, he only misses, like, I mean, his turret is only dead at 7 minutes. It's fine. It's not that bad, I don't think.
Oh, unnecessary, like, to solo lose a game like this.
I think he had to do it, bro. Something was... He has some type of compulsion.
It's itching, yeah.
Leave it to die. Don't even take the plates. You're more than happy keeping this Neela in this lane in the bottom side.
Really? I think you take the whole fucking turret.
Not the start that you want to be having in this third.
I mean, if you can, obviously, here you base, but I think you just... I don't think you play to, like, lock him in lane. I don't think that's that good bot lane. Like, to just leave the turret up just so you can keep on, like, laning versus them. I think most of the time just killing the turret and then just trying to rotate and just take all the plates on the map is better.
Oh, he missed the Nocturne Q, that's why they couldn't go.
Yeah.
If he hit that, he could flash and kill.
I mean, they lose no matter what, and he's, like, right here. If they have to go deeper,
yeah, true.
It's fucking lost.
Way to go, but even if that play went off, you had Yago being there first on the Annie.
Man, Kitty's just repeating what you guys are saying.
Wait, what did you say?
Kitty just said Yaga would have been there anyway.
Yeah.
Just at her.
Yeah, she's just smarter than you, bro. I don't know what to say.
I already tweeted at her. I tweeted at her 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, you got blocked or?
No. I told her I like her shirt.
It just sounds so creepy coming from Gilius. It's so deadpan. I don't know why it just sounds so weird when Gilius says anything. I like your shirt.
Look towards top. There's plenty of options here for Sean.
It looks so troll, man. It looks so troll.
This idea of
kind
of, having to
love your blue shirt.
Not my best tweet, yeah.
To kind of bring back this game a little bit, but I mean, it is a minor silver lining on the dark cloud on this bot side.
Oh no, man! Oh no.
It's too late to delete now.
Bot tower.
You know when they post those like Riz versus like sexual harassment tweets?
Shut the fuck up, man.
It's just like anyone else saying anything, and then it's Gilius is a sexual harassment tweet.
Yeah, you can see. I like the small.
How does that sound racist, by the way? I don't get it.
They recognize. Look, we've level 6s for our Yumi and our
chat, whatever.
Mila. We're not feeling super confident in terms of a big 5v5, but if we can get on top of.
I don't think it was creepy. I think it was just a very poor attempt.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay. You're just being nice. You're being nice.
I actually like the shirt, you know.
It's like it's not creepy directly, but it's like whatever comment is made after that is the one that like it's like a lead up to like something that could be creepy, you know.
Also is the same case for Elk.
It's like people are afraid to engage with it because they don't know where it's gonna go.
Two mid laners and who gets first move to really make that difference in the bottom lane skirmish.
She will reply. She's just busy, man. She's casting.
She won't reply.
Bruh.
I'll bet on being blocked. I think you're blocked.
Yeah.
Hey. Kidnapped.
Ult for ult, pretty
Wait, why doesn't Bin hold his R there? What the fuck, Yamato?
You can just get away from it. The biggest problem when it comes to Cassandra is literally walking away from this champion.
Okay, Santa's got that blue shirt going on his back as well.
Cassandra's not a broken champion.
Just message him, bro.
I'm deleting actually fast. Wait. Okay, do I leave it up for content or do I delete it?
I don't know, bro.
I don't know. I just retweeted it, so that's
What? No! Oh, there's already a tweet of Thierry Henry. I can see it and feel it. He's cooking.
You retweeted it? I'm getting retweeted as well.
Shoot. Big Jeff said, say wallahi, brother.
Do you know what Neela's ultimate is called?
But don't retweet.
What a roll stone.
You gotta leave it now, Gilius.
No, it's Apotheosis.
Yeah, whatever.
Is the name of it. Yes, it is the actual definition of the word apotheosis is like the highest academics or like meaning or like, you know, kind of like basically the highest form of something.
Is Nyla from Ishtal?
Like knowledge or something like that.
Where is she from?
The definition. It's not the Oxford.
Bro, wait, is that a real place or is that like a game place?
It's a game place.
Ishtal.
She's from Ishtal, okay.
There you go. If I say that in a team.
Because she seems in tune with the elements. She's like a wind person, no?
Good luck. I'll just say Neela.
Wait, I thought she was water, no? She's not water?
Is she water?
I don't know. The whip sounds like water to me.
If they don't quite feel
Splash.
or confident saying either a player name or a ability, they don't know the name of it or anything like that.
Oh, Yagoo.
Wow.
Q or W or they'll say stun or something like that.
That Tibbers actually looks like, yeah, he looks like him.
It's fucking Kyriakos Grizzly, dude. Yo, Dom, have you seen Kyriakos Grizzly?
No, what?
Oh, it's the real one.
She's like, that's the clone. Bro, I would hate to cast like, I just have like everything just be like recorded, you know? It's just, it seems so stressful compared to just co-streaming.
I really thought Fofo got out, but no, I thought Yago for some reason missed his flash W.
No, Kyriakos Grizzly is like this, I don't know, it's like this 400-pound dude who does like squats. And he does like a bunch of lifts, and when he does them, he just screams, and then after he drops the weight, he's like hits himself in the head. I can't even explain it. You just have to see the video. It's a vibe.
Sounds like Ronnie Coleman, bro.
Ronnie Coleman at least says words, you know? Yeah, buddy.
Lightweight, baby. Lightweight.
Grizzly also has a fat belly. That's the difference.
3,500 gold lead. It's BLG with a dragon, another dragon in a minute's time.
You saw the video that I sent you, Gideon, of him doing a squat. I mean, not a squat, like he went to split.
Yeah, the split I saw as well.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
dude, we watched for like 30 minutes the other day. You remember on your stream? You showed me everything.
Oh shit. Fucking Kyriakos.
I'm a big fan now.
Same.
When he bench presses and he puts the bar on his belly,
bounces.
It's bouncing.
Yeah. Going to slowly move towards how Fofo is going to approach these team fights, working towards that.
Bro, Gilius, you gonna ask Kitty to be your ting from Barkin?
Bro, stop.
Okay, alright, my bad.
Here, but surprisingly, the bottom tier 1 tower hasn't died.
Hey, is Balkan in England?
Probably, yeah.
Not quite yet.
I mean, I hope so, bro. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wait,
Oh, the
what is
Avengers
going
are
on?
coming. Malphite's trying to TP, he can't. Nocturne. Oh, Poppy Blossom.
Wait, did you see what Wukong just did to the Nocturne?
I did not.
It's so sad.
Oh.
Wait, when did Bin ult? Did he miss it? What happened?
Honestly, I think visually fucking paying attention to this fucking Nico and Nocturne ult zone is fucking impossible, dude.
Yeah, but did you see, like, the... I don't know, I feel like all I just griefed his ult. He must have. He must have done it during the Cassante W or something.
3-man ultimate onto BLG as EDG. They had so many engaged tools.
Dang.
That was a big comeback, by the way.
Hands, but that is going to be a huge gold shift for the side of EDG as we see how
Like Kim Kardashian.
It's so hard to teamfight with this comp, by the way.
I don't know, bro. I feel like it's so weird to see this Nocturne. Look at the Nocturne fighting the Wukong here. It's so sad to watch. I don't know. Where does Bin ulti?
I think he was. Oh, he.
There's a W. Oh.
Oh, Bin. He's really he's using the FPX skin too, dude. That's probably one of the ugliest esports skin in existence. That represents Doimbi.
Well, what the fuck? What is that supposed to mean?
No, like it's his skin. Like he must be giga tilted.
I took that the wrong way.
No, he's pissed. You saw his stream take where he was like, "I want Riot to change the skin. It's so ugly," he said. Because the reason why he got the skin is because he wanted an easy champ that many people play, and he asked his girlfriend.
I thought it was.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
It's an easy champ everyone can play. So, but the skin is just so ugly that he said it's not selling well.
Oof. Bro, IG players must be loaded, man.
Yeah, the LeBlanc skin, holy.
But Duke is set for life, man. He's just getting
What
like
does he have?
royalty checks. He has Echo and he has Irelia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Leaf still has the flash.
I actually forgot that player. Yeah, Duke. That guy just disappeared.
It's kind of crazy that he actually got a skin for that IG thing.
He subbed in.
Yeah, I mean, he subbed in when the Shy like inted on purpose, and they're like, "All right, dude, we gotta teach him a lesson. He just isn't listening to our coaches."
I think if they give Malphite a blue shirt.
Yeah, then Gilius will harass Malphite as well, or what? Like, I don't understand. What's the reference? Like...
I haven't seen the DRX skins that close up. I thought the Damwon skins were kind of cleft.
You know,
Didn't like
one
them.
of the most wholesome stories when it comes to League of Legends skins is that it still lives in my head rent-free. Doimbi chose his world.
I like Viego.
Wait, Kitty talks about it now. What the fuck? Kitty is talking about the. Yeah, she's talking about that the wife wanted an easy champ. And
That's
yeah,
kind of crazy.
What
that's
the
insane.
fuck?
That
No,
she
it's
just
meant to
talked about
be.
that.
What the hell?
I love that blue shirt, man.
Okay, alright, yeah, no, this is so weird, man. This is so fucking weird, man. Jesus. God, I don't want to speak anymore. I want to end the stream. I'm so uncomfortable, bro.
Just
I'm
say,
so
like-
uncomfortable. It's so weird.
It will pass, brother. It will pass.
We need
Dude,
to.
it's so hard to be here.
You know what I should do for the content? I should just I will DM Kitty and ask if she wants to join the SAC, and then I'll surprise Gideus.
Nah, I will not be able to. I will not speak.
Stuck in the pop blossom, but no, man was very slippery.
I think she'd be cool with it. She'd be down.
Absolutely, and let's have a look at the replay here, because again, it's just really good work.
Yeah, you should probably phrase it differently when you ask her. You might have a lawsuit, but you know.
Yeah.
And Lee did have that.
You have a good lawyer, Dom?
No, that's why.
My mom's a lawyer.
Oh shit.
And Annie, but we have to take another look on how Fofo died. It was him dodging.
Holy Fofo. Fofo,
Look at Ben.
do you love
Look at that
me?
timing.
Are you riding?
Just a numbers disadvantage for EDG to take with Ala arriving late.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Here comes Kyriakos. Oh.
Perfect.
Keeps it crispy. A little Q. Apotheosis missed. Didn't get to land.
On this Wukong, you just cannot give over a Wukong and Annie. There's two.
Mom, lawyer, son cracked.
Crackhead.
Normally that would be an immediate turn to the big purple worm, but
isn't that how it normally works?
3 generations of wealth.
Situation to be BLG, as you do have
Hell no.
dead on the side of EDG, but
Everyone always hears that. They're like, man, you must have grown up rich. It's like, what the fuck? My mom was like twice divorced. She had not much money at all, like student loans and everything. Yeah, no, I wasn't. It's because you're a lawyer. Doesn't mean you're fucking rich.
Yeah, for EDG to kind of walk into these major.
Yo, Spider Pig Hero, thanks for the prime. Man.
Okay, Spider Pig Hero.
Spider Pig Hero. Shout out to Spider Pig Hero.
5 seconds till Dragon spawns. Do you have the Neela and Yumi back again?
Ward.
Don't have any summoners.
I think we're fighting this.
From the Malphite could be absolutely
Yeah, I mean Nocturne is literally useless, so just
we're
press R,
waiting
bro.
for any ulti in 1 second up.
Yeah, and Dave TP.
Boom. Ale misses W. Whoa, 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 Nocturne, where you going, son?
Okay.
Oh no.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They got leave, I guess.
Damn.
Kind of. Oh man, they're all dead, aren't they?
Nocturne just sprinted it.
Ale maybe can carry?
With the Yumi on him? I don't think so, bro. Wukong?
Nah, not OP enough. Fucking Kyriakos does too much damage.
Look at the Wukong numbers this fight. 4k damage.
Yeah.
Dana.
Hey, they should give game of the day match bonus, no? Right? Like the most exciting one.
That was actually pretty cool if they did.
Was on the 80 carry of BLG. Elk trying to make distance with that Gale Force and flash available, but unfortunately
Bro,
not having enough
Annie wasted the stun on the guy that was 100% dead. But imagine if Annie had stun here. They're just all one shot.
Which was such a menace in this team fight. Alec desperately trying to
JJ played that fight pretty fucking bad.
JJ reportable defense, so like I was. He just went.
You just got to realize how useless your champion is and just press R and just wait for stuff to pop off, and maybe right before your R expires you can press it again.
Leave going collector in this game is way too dank. That is crazy. He's collecting paychecks.
For this organization, and again, kind of adding another accolade to why this team can be seen as, you know,
average enemy armor is like 120.
In the split, without, you know, kind of any kind of, you know, kind of doubt in our minds.
I feel like Leave's W usage has been like pretty bad.
I wouldn't say the only reason.
He just I don't know, every time I see him go in, he like already has it on, and then the Wukong just one shots him afterwards.
Yeah, like first contact, he just fucking presses it.
Yeah. Like watching like those first time Jaxes that just press E and jump into the fight with it on, and then they just insta-die.
Have a stopwatch, so EDG need to be very careful with how deep they go in with that engage.
I mean, there's 3 Zhonya's, or at least Zhonya's effects available for BLG. 2 stopwatches on the Shun and Elk, and then Zhonya's themselves.
Oh, there's Fofo.
Oh,
he didn't ult.
No. Wait, Leave actually ended up getting his thing. Oh my god, they win. Leave lived. Don't they just win? Oh no, Yagao stunned him. Never mind. Wukong just kills them all. Wukong just 1v9s the fight. Okay, cool.
That is the question. Bin moves forward, and this rock is just clapping down on EDG. It is a 3-for-2 trade.
Just the rule of League of Legends. Enemy. The team picks some random champ.
Well, what's the lead again? Wukong, Vi, Mao?
Yes.
Okay.
But Mao is more niche.
Yeah, needs AD mids.
No.
What are you doing, Ale? You just gotta give it, brother. There's nothing going on here.
They're going to be able to get it onto every single member of BLG.
GG.
BLG still get their objective. I like the
why did Yagao go Ludens this game, by the way? Like, what's the thought process?
Yeah, isn't it just a Leandre's game? Like,
cosplaying as a
Think so,
minion,
no?
trying to catch
Yeah,
someone
almost
off
like
guard. All
always.
the abilities went on to bin
Well, this
for
like the
Malphite
reason this fight
OC
almost went
champion.
okay is that
This
Leave
fight
actually saved his
onto
W till here.
teamfight.
So like
I thought it was a winning fight for EDG.
he was able to
Instantly melted.
actually dodge damage from the Wukong
Coming out of
for
the
once.
Yuumi and Neela, but no, you have no
Yeah, this
damage
Wukong is just
whatsoever
unkillable.
to finish off the front
Yep.
line of BLG, and that is very apparent that they are the problem in these team fights that are unkillable pretty much.
Absolutely, and I love that you brought that up as well, because they got the damage down onto Elk. Elk was caught out. Everyone was kind of stopped from being helping him out with the Pop Blossom because it caught a, kind of caught a.
Check ASIC reply to Gillia's tweet. Who is ASIC?
It's a rapper.
That's so perfect. Wait, we need to clip that and send it to him.
This is something that we've kind of
Somebody give me the fucking clip, Jesus.
Swear this guy ran over my dog, opened the window and started laughing. Never met such a heartless person, he wrote.
Wow.
Why does he
well,
do that?
Neil is dead.
On this champion, is it a counter to the
Oh my god.
is no, definitively not.
Oh, GG.
GG. I was really excited at that one dragon fight though, for a comeback.
Yeah.
Look, JJ popped his ultimate.
Bro, I don't want to see Leave Neela again. Didn't he play it last split and ran it down? And run it down before? I feel like he's ran it down multiple times this champion. This, I feel like this is the second time I've seen him do this.
Very convincing game 3 as they look to end the game.
No, it wasn't him, I guess. That was somebody else.
And I'm gonna peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much.
Alright.
It's over, right?
Yeah,
There's no more.
it's over.
Okay, okay, bye-bye.
Alright.
What is your mindset heading into this season?
Hey, all the best to you, Dom.
Why
Take care of
is he
yourself.
so funny, man? Alright, peace.
Very high
Bye-bye.
hopes and expectation every season. So I hope this time around we can finally live up to the.
It didn't. This is here. Showmaker's in position.
But if the value on the cooldown, otherwise the cooldown could be back away. So deep
For a
here,
moment-
they do manage to get the Herald.
For a moment, I thought Showmaker was going to flash for it.
Been playing around, and looks like he's having a lot of fun here today. So
Oh,
that
no
is,
doubt. Experimenting on Deft.
Okay, not going to get hit by the glacial
The
prison.
fuck is this deft build? This is a disturbing deft build, by the way. Like, I can't believe deft won this game. This is a mental build right here. Like, this is, I don't know, the
Very predictive.
Or anything else.
Let's say it was for Sejuani.
That's got the for a few moments. Energized. Yep. And yeah, there are a lot of bucklers.
Wait, I need to send the Kyriakos Grizzly.
I was very angry.
Look at this dude. What is that, man? That's one of the best videos ever.
Bertle's trying to look like he's doing damage and wants to 1v1, but I don't think he really wants to do damage on 1v1 because
I will watch the K-Cop voice com video before the match today.
As well as Canyon. Okay, he's going to Bramble smash Closer back. Closer taking so much damage, gets knocked into the sky with that big old wave. This guy's descended. Oh no! He's
That's kind of
picked
neat.
apart
That's kind of neat,
Bertle,
actually.
Teleported to his death, and now D plus Kia, 21 minutes with that big old wave. He's going to Bramble smash Closer back. Closer taking so much damage, gets knocked into the Canyon. Okay, he's going to Bramble on that front.
Bro, Canyon is so clean, by the way.
He has a Bramble vest as well as Canyon.
Look how clean Canyon is. Look at the Maokai mechanics, by the way. Look at Canyon. He just fucking does a triple-double in the bush, man. Boom. And then he goes through it, he gets boom. That's so nice.
That big old wave. This guy's descending. Oh no!
For how much sub would you record a video of yourself in the gym doing the same? I don't know, dude. That would have to be a lot. That's like the 200 range.
He's picked apart. Bertel teleported to his death, and now D plus Kia at 21 minutes and 45 seconds will probably go for a Baron.
It looks like he got killed by the Super Mario 64 Bowser shockwave.
I was trying to think about what it reminded me of. It was exactly that. Kenna somehow survives. I don't know how that even happened.
Look how much damage this Lucian is doing. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, he blows Deft up. It's beautifully played. He will die in the end. And it
Bro, I think if they fought, maybe they could do something.
From a returning play. Oh, no, I mean... Well, where are they going? The blast cone's even confusing our observers as... Okay, yeah, that's just a lot of... It's an...
With this is... You are... Okay, we see an opportunity here. Maybe we can get Kana, the extremely tanky Poppy. Nope, he flashes out. Deft ults through, barely hurts anybody because he's got a weird build. He's very behind. Teddy actually beats him because he's super ahead.
Sick
flash, dodges the bubble, gets the kill. And like, Teddy's playing great by himself. The rest of the team and the shot calling and the decision making on where to fight when they had their biggest advantage, they've been missing it. As it is Chemtech Soul, so that
didn't feel like a blowout, right? This is a game that felt like it almost feels like naturally Canyon takes that as an opportunity.
Bro, look at the Lucian culling damage here, by the way.
Is going to fly the wrong
it's using culling there.
He takes that as an opportunity to go for the engage. Another glacial
look how little one proc did.
Like
he missed majority of bullets, but you see he got hit by like 2 there and did absolutely nothing.
Decent knock up there from Kyle, but he just explodes. He just does not tank damage very well at all as Canyon. He's the opposite. This guy done
that is zero health.
Entire career. It was so
okay, like, please, guys, please tell me Damwon is back.
This one was not close.
Damwon is back. Please tell me Damwon is back. Please, please, please. Please tell me Damwon is back. Please. I need Damwon to be back.
Also feeling a bit of edging forward.
I need...
Getting cold momentarily as he will get knocked up as
Showmaker!
well. Oh my god, the damage! Okay, Aurelian Soul, you need to chill out for a moment.
Please.
Because I was trying to play-by-play something else, and then Showmaker just comes in and kills everyone. Kyle, he's gonna die. And is it going to be double?
Lovely. Today was a great day of League of Legends, guys. Great day of League of Legends. It was a good time. Let's see the LoL Esports page. What games do we have tomorrow? K-Cop later, yes? Schedule. LPO. Damn, we got some clapped ass games. Ooh, Weibo versus LNG. Alright, it's gonna be an LPL day tomorrow again, guys. We start here. LGD versus JDG. These two we're not watching. Any hot takes for prediction of best teams in LPL or LCK? I think LCK, we're gonna have T1, Genji, Damwon. I think those 3 are gonna be the best. I think KT is legit as fuck too. And then I think for China is straight up. I think LNG, JDG, Bilibili, and then we need a 4th. I don't know. I could see like OMG overtaking EDG for Worlds. I could see that. Weibo is also interesting. I don't know. There's like some teams. There's some teams in the LPL, they're so mental. They're so mental. Like top esports, OMG, Weibo. Like how the fuck can you assess these 3 teams? They are filled with psychopaths. Filled with psychopaths. But anyway, guys, we're going to do this stream tonight. I will start streaming at like 9 o'clock. And we will listen to the voice comms, and we're gonna have a good time. I'm gonna do a bit of Diablo before I leave. A bit of Diablo, and then I have to leave. I have to buy some gifts. I'm playing Diablo now on stream. I don't know if I can make the... I don't know if I can make the challenge. Really don't know if I can make the challenge. I don't think so. What's your favorite Diablo class? I'm enjoying my Sorcerer a lot. I'm playing Sorcerer. I feel really good playing my Sorcerer. The issue is, this weekend I have to travel. I'm gonna travel this weekend. No, not Lightning Sword. They nerfed it, so I'm playing Ice Shard. Mana cost reduction. 9.5%. The thing is, I can't play Diablo for like 3 days. I can tell you guys already, during this weekend, I won't be streaming, sadly. I've been streaming every single day, almost, for like 2 months straight, but there's some personal business I really need to attend, and I cannot figure out a way to actually stream from that location. So I'm sorry, homies. I need to take this chance now because, what's it called? I won't have a time. I won't have the time to do it when LEC starts, you know? Wait, I found a mount. Cool.
A fine deal. Come back and see us.
I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you. I like that we are building a community here. The events come and go, you know, and some hype comes in here and so forth, but I appreciate the regulars, you know? The regular homies. I appreciate you guys. Wait, what is the fastest way to get here, bro? This.
I cannot do that here. What? I'm not ready yet.
Are you starting LEC? I want to be on for week 1. What the fuck was that moan? I won't be on the LEC for week 1. I'll be on for week 2 and week 5. But I'll be co-streaming and co-viewing it as per usual, guys. Don't worry about it. And we'll do the rundowns and the breakthroughs. You'll watch LFL today? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course, my friend. Look at me. Look at me, Lisnu. Does it look like I'm gonna watch LFL today? It does look like it, no? Look at my face. Look at my face right now. Bro, what happened to me? It lagged or something. Oh. Oh. Still co-viewing Neuro. I'm going on a date with my beautiful, beautiful Elena. What am I in the mood to eat? What are we eating? Maybe it's a doner kebab angle, guys. Save some money. Save some money. Pretend I'm really in the mood for doner kebab. Is that the move, guys? What do you guys think? Genius, no? Maximum life. Damage to frozen enemies. Damage to crowd control enemies. Burning damage is up to chance to restore 10 mana. That's kind of sounds dank. Can one not be in the mood for kebab? Yes, you can be, but I'm not. So... Oh, we found a legendary. 2 legendaries. Oh! Oh!
I'm not ready mana once again.
Oh, these legendaries are completely garbage. For real, for real. Are you in World Tier 3? Yes.
I'm out of mana.
Mana, mana. Mana, mana. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know where these fucking jump scares are coming from, dude. I don't know where these jump scares are coming from. For real, for real. Fuck, I'm ironically saying for real, and now I'm saying it way too much. Sucks. What are you doing there? What are you doing there, son? I'm not streaming for long, Bill Bull. And I have no mods, so... It is what it is. Tamam, tamam. You still aiming for rank 1k? Yeah. Oh, we got a sacred staff. I'm like a bird. I'm getting so many legendaries. Oh, what the fuck? What is happening, dude? Holy moly. Macaroni, mate. Two enemies remain. That's it. Travel to the maroon confinement. Oh, 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 oh. A little upgrade in the town. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, damage to slowed enemies. Damage to injured enemies. Damage to stunned enemies. Fuck, stunned enemies. Whatever, let's take it for a spin. This is League of Legends, yes. Defaced shrine cap. That's why I fucked your bitch. Take money. Ile płacisz za Barbera? Właśnie... Zapłaciłem 18 euro. 18 euro for a haircut. I live in a small city nowadays, so... I'm not paying those fucking Berlin prices to cut my hair. Yeah. So basically my skill build is... It's all about having cooldowns, less cooldowns, and I do more damage when targets are frozen. So it's all about CDs. What's the price in Berlin? Bro, one time I got recommended this barbershop. It was just like a friseur, you know, like a... You know when you look at it from outside, like you know it's like fucking expensive as fuck already, you know? And basically I got recommended this place because apparently like Reckless went there and I got recommended by other people because other people went there because Reckless went there. And then I pay 120 euro, dude. And they did absolutely nothing. And like, at what point, you know, at one point, all of the men that work there, they're like, come. They called all the other barbers in the shop, like the friseur, right? And they like, touch this guy's hair. He has so thick hair. Touch his hair. And they're like, hey, Michelin, come, touch his hair. And I'm like just sitting there. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Touch his hair. Look how thick his hair is. I'm like, bruv, what's happening? Am I a fucking zoo animal? Oh, they're like, oh yeah, his hair is really thick. Like, yeah, I told you, it's really thick. Never went there again. Never went there again, son. Let me free him. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. I can't wake up. Save me. Did you guys watch the movie Daredevil? You heard of the barber who kept the hair of clients and sold it? No way, dude. That's fucking some business savvy shit right there, dude. He's squeezing every penny, dude. Oh shit, I hate these fucking explosions. What was your clan's name? Sack of stolen goods. Oh. Holy shit, I almost griefed. Holy shit. This is the only thing that has been close to killing me, by the way. There we go. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Zrobić giveaway na kartą Principolo? Nie, kolega. This is hardcore. Of course it's hardcore. Do you think I would react like that if I would almost die in softcore? I think I'd be level 54 right now if I were playing softcore. This is hardcore. Hardcore only, baby. Wait, he escaped my ult. The goblin escaped my ult.
I lack the needed mana. I'm not ready yet.
You just escaped my ult like this. Back to grinding indeed, my friend. Hardcore. Hardcore.
I'm not ready yet.
This is Zeri, tak. I am Zeri.
I need time to prepare that.
Yeah, a little bit riveting. A little bit ski. Rivet. Alright. Oh, glyph. Adept. Holy shit. Is that XQC's wife? Alright, let's continue. We're waiting for that guy to pop off. Boom, ding dong, bing, bing, ding, ding dong. That feels good, man. Feels good to level up. I don't know, I'm just pressing random nodes here, guys. Might look like a mess, but it is what it is. Wait, what the fuck is happening? I'm lagging! Nah, man. What the fuck was that, by the way? What the fuck was that garbage? No fucking way, man. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that, man? Fuck was that, man? Fuck was that, man?
How do I delete?
I don't know, bro.
I don't know. I just retweeted it, so it's
What? No!
Yes, welcome. Collega. Oh, indeed. Hardcore. Rivet. Rivet. Oh, glyph. Let's continue. What is that shit, by the way? Boom, ding dong. Bing, ding, ding, ding dong. That feels good, man. Wait, what the fuck is good to level up? Look at this. Look at what's happening, by the way. I can't use my spells. I can't use my spells. Look. It is what it is. Look, I can't use my spells. They're not working. I look like a mess, but... What is this? It is what it is. Wait, what the fuck is happening? I'm lagging! Boom, ding dong. Bing, ding, ding, ding dong. That feels good, man. Feels good to level up. I don't know, I'm just pressing. We're waiting for that guy to pop off. Bong, bing, bing, ding, ding, dong. That's. We're waiting for that guy to pop off. Might look like a mess, but it is what it is. Wait, what the fuck is happening? I'm lagging! I'm without words, man. I'm without words. I'm without words. I look like a mess, but... So my character's gone, yeah. What a shit game. What a piece of shit game, man. I'm cooking, man. I guess I'll try Rogue. I'll play Rogue. I'll try a Rogue. Nah, I'm so triggered actually. Might look like a mess, but it is what it is. Wait, what the fuck is happening? I'm lagging! Might look like a mess, but it is what it is. Wait, what the fuck is happening? I'm lagging! What's the Megan Fox thing? What are they called? What is the hashtag? Hashtag Diablo deaths. It is what it is. Wait, what the fuck is happening? I'm lagging! Might look like a mess, but it is what it is. Wait, what the fuck is happening? I'm lagging! I can use my TP out of stun. I'm not stunned. It's bugged. The game is bugged. I look like a mess. I can use my spells break CC. I'm not CC'd. I can't do anything. I'm lagging. You see, it's like my animation for my frost shield is working. It's happening on my screen. But look, but I'm not getting the shield. The spell is not working. Wait, what the fuck is happening? I'm lagging. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Imagine this. It is what it is. This is one death. That's one death, okay? This is my other death. This is my other death. That's my other death. Oh! Alright guys. I'll catch you later, yeah? I'll catch you later. I'm gonna go go for a walk or something. Wait, what the fuck is happening? I'm lagging! Alright guys, I'll catch you later. I'll stream at like 21 or like maybe 20 o'clock. But yeah, I'm done with playing hardcore, I think. Like I completely CBA. Like the 2 ways I've died. It's like I don't mind playing hardcore at all. Really, I have fun playing hardcore. It's a lot more fun to play hardcore. But at this point, no one else is playing hardcore. I'm playing completely alone. To die like this feels like a rip-off, you know? Complete fucking rip-off. To die like this. When season starts, I will play hardcore again. But to die like this is complete garbage, by the way. This is atrocious. To die like this? It is what it is. Wait, what the fuck is happening? What is happening? Hush. Alright. I'm not gonna play hardcore on this. I'll just play normal and actually play with friends. And be a human being, you know? Okay. Catch you guys later.